We are live.
Hey,
How's everyone doing?
hope everyone is well. I hope you are well, Avault. It's been a while. Uh,
Has been a
Nats,
while.
I believe Nats was the last time I saw you. So, or met you
Yeah.
for the first time. Yeah.
Yes. It was. So hope your day's going well. Thank you for being here with me, everyone. If you guys don't know who I am a Vault, and I got TMac joined by TMac today, and we're gonna be your official commentators for the Ultimate Cup stream hosted by Carta Magica.
Yes. So we have a lovely tournament today. We are going to be 8 rounds. I believe we are on 240 plus players here today. So it's going to be a good time. Always love doing these Digimon events. So um, I can't wait to get into it. It's been so long. I think the last time everyone saw me was at regionals for a stream. So it's going to be good. Um, but what do you think? What decks do you think are going to do well today? I know one specifically. Everyone doesn't want to talk about it. Probably going to be purple hybrid. Um, hopefully, we don't get too many of those matches. But
I'd say, yep, you're definitely correct. Purple Hybrid is definitely a very, very strong contender at the moment. It has topped and done pretty well in many events. Second to that, I think Gallantmon. Not only it's like one of the fan favorites, but also it's incredibly strong with the X antibody stuff. We all know that or in case people don't know, BT 2.5 is going to bring in a little bit of sprinkle extra support, but right now the EX8 support alone already is really, really strong. So these are the top two decks I'm expecting to see the most. Aside from that, back to the purple hybrid. I know a lot of people are also fan favorites with Duskmon,
mhm.
Koichi, and it's really cool to see because This is the first time that Duskmon debut into
Yep, and
card game.
let's not count. Yeah, let's not count out the tried and true as well. We're talking about hybrids. Red hybrid is always going to be a thing there as well. So that is definitely one deck we have to check out and we got to be aware of because it's always that boogeyman. No matter what the format, as long as red hybrid is alive and well, it'll always do shenanigans.
But aside from that, everyone in chat, let us know if you guys can hear us clearly. Everything. Just want to make sure everything technical is good. And just let us know in the chat. But before we're gonna start trying to see when we want to hop on straight into round one as it has started.
Alrighty, so
So we will be back with you guys shortly, and yeah, we'll be joining you guys in round one. All right, here we are, round one. We got
Uh,
rocks, Pyramidimon, rock mineral, clothes on the top, and then we got purple hybrid on the bottom, right here, starting off, which is really good to see. I think TMac, if you didn't know, I believe in the last Ultimate Cup that happened 2 months, not 2 months, 2 weeks ago,
mm-hmm.
Rocks was either first or second place. I can't remember
Ooh.
which one or the other, but I think Rocks may have won the entire Ultimate Cup last time, which is really cool to see. And Rocks is an archetype which kind of re-brings the Digiburst idea back, where you
Mm-hmm.
sort of add a lot of sources underneath, and then you trash sources to gain advantages. As you trash your sources, you can gain memory off Tumblemon with the egg. You can pop something that's 4 costs or less. That's a Digimon with the rookie in the level 4, the level 5D Digivolves. So it's a very familiar like Digiburst strategy, which really brings you back to like BT4 days. And of course now it's
Oh
like
man.
really crazy. Yeah.
Hey, I love my BT4 days. And bringing back the Digiverse mechanic is really, really cool. From what I've been collecting as well, there's an OTK line that you can do as well with this deck. So I look forward to seeing it here as well on display. So hopefully we will get to see some shenanigans here.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's so. Let me reiterate a little bit. It's kind of like Digiburst, but it's actually not Digiburst. It's actually just a straight
Mm,
up effect that tells you to trash your sources, and by
okay.
trashing the sources, you will gain those effects. Now, there's also a newer keyword, which is fragment, which allows you to add sources from your trash back underneath the Digimon as well. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so here this looks like a top three searcher. No surprise that the archetype has one of these, just tried and true. So it looks like he's able to add that close and that looked like a Sunrizamon, I believe. So
Yes, that is a
uh
Sunoriza searcher, yes. And
yes.
grabbing the close, establishing the close is really, really important because there is a memory setter close in the deck and a promo close, which you guys can get from participating in your local tournament events. And with that, the both closes give you the ability to add additional sources back into your stack. So you can reuse those inheritables again and over. And not only one is a memory setter, the other one gains you a memory as well. So it's really important to establish those closes because it's very, very tamer reliant as well. Not super tamer reliant, I'd say, but having that tamer is a huge boost
Yep.
against any situation that you want to always be in.
Yep, and it looks like this format, from what I can tell, is usually it's a very teamer heavy. And not just because obviously purple hybrid, but a lot of these decks rely on that tamer just to like kind of enclose that strategy. And speaking of, here we see the tried and true Ukomon from I believe BT16, the menace to society, as I like to call him,
Oh, there we
and
go. We got to close. I can't tell if that's the 4 cost. I believe that's the memory setter one.
yep,
So
that
Uko
is the
hits into
four
that. Yeah.
cost one.
So this is going to be huge for Pyramidian rocks later on because now being able to start to play at 3. I can't really see if it's a memory setter or 3, but as long as there's a close, like I mentioned earlier, this is going to allow them to ramp up a lot. Of course, purple hybrid on the side, we know it's again we just talked about one of being the strongest decks, being able to rush down the opponent and make a lot of attacks. That's the whole idea. But the cool thing with rocks is that they have the defensive capabilities. They have level 5s such as the Gogumamon, which has an inheritable that can redirect attacks. So they might be able to
Mm.
stop and prevent the sort of the rushing attacks from coming in with all the Ukos. We can see, on the other
Yep,
side. Yeah.
the unstoppable force against the immovable objects
Yep.
in this matchup here.
That is correct.
So, so starting the turn off at 3, gonna digivolve into another that looks like
Landramon. Yes.
Landramon.
That
Okay,
is that is the level 4 that lets you play a tamer if you have one or fewer tamers.
okay, right. So gonna get that draw off of the digivolve, and now going into that level 5, because as you can see on the purple hybrid side, that's another Ukomon set up there. So that's gonna be two Ukomons that are gonna potentially go off. So it looks like this is just gonna be a 4K swing into the Ukomon. So gonna use that Demi Vmon effect on deletion to draw one, trash one. And as I was talking with you before, because I'm not too familiar with the purple hybrid strategy, but I know the strategy definitely wants to be using those draw one, trash one effects to set up for that level four. Those level four plays where you can digivolve from trash and shenanigans like that. So um, it's going to be good to see this if um, this Rocks player can set up that level five there.
So here comes Programmon, which is the level 5. And Programmon, or actually, I don't know how to best pronounce this card name, but I just call it Programmon. But it is the card that has Fragment, which allows deletion protection. So if it would be deleted, all you have to do is trash 3 sources, which is Fragment 3. You get to keep your body on the board and keep it stick, which is a really really strong like defensive power tool against purple hybrid as well.
And here we see the Ukomon effect. And honestly, that Ukomon, the BT16 Ukomon, is such a menace, bro. The fact that you basically can say, all right, I get to top three look and take either a Digimon or a Tamer, just enables so many strategies, man. And it's crazy that it's still relevant, like even almost 4 sets later, right?
Yes, that is correct. It's also here. I just want to mention that in this position, it could be pretty decent if the purple hybrid player has the Dustmon and Velgamon combo. If they're able to execute it here, if they're able to trash and set up the Velgamon in there, they might be able to potentially like clear the board here. Of course, Programmon is going to have the fragment, which can protect them, but that can help actually deplete the resources and start actually diminishing their sources underneath as well, so they don't ramp up and get too crazy later on. Because the next turn they can be threatening Pyramidimon, which is the level 6 boss card right here. So they do go into Dustmon here. It looks like they're going to go ahead and go for a swing. So they can either go into the security or they would probably go over Landramon to see here. But they do go into the Velgar. It looks like they're going to go for the security. And with the 2 mils, since there's 2 colors at the moment, Velgarmon is going to be at least 11k.
Yep, 11K swing into security. I think he was just debating here. All right, gonna hit that analog youth, tried and true tamer card in these tamer reliant strategies, especially when you want your things to be popped, and source reliant and stuff like that, just so you can rehatch an egg and stuff, gain memory. Especially, I think it's a really good card, especially against purple hybrid as well. Because let's say, for example, their Velgramon gets deleted, you can tap the tamer to not only hatch an egg but also gain a memory, so you kind of choke them out a little bit. Um, so just seeing here, so he is going to delete Digimon with the lowest level.
Yep, so it looks like the combo that he's going to go for right here after that check is that Velgramon, I believe Dustmon changed the Landramon to purple earlier. And by changing it to purple, it's a level 4 purple. Now with Velgramon, the effect is that you can delete any purple level 4 in order to delete the lowest level on the board. So
I
what that,
see. So he basically gets a 2-for-1. So he targets the okay,
that
I
is
see the
correct. That
lines
is
here.
correct. That is correct.
I'm
There you
learning
go.
the lines here. Okay.
And this is why the Velgramon and Dustmon and the purple hybrid engine is so scary. And just because like being able to remove 2 bodies at once without even having to remove your own, just of that whole interaction, and all of that is just achievable with 2 memory. So with that, it allows, yeah, the purple hybrid player to clear the board easily. Of course, now that's why where fragment comes in handy, because now at least the rocks and Pyramidimon and Programmon on the board stays at this moment. And then thanks to the promo close, because the source is trash, because for fragment, close allows you to tuck in another source back. And like I mentioned earlier, with Landramon level 4, when you trash the source, it can pop something that's a 4 cost or less that's a Digimon on the opponent's side. Therefore, the Ukomon is basically gone from that interaction there.
Yep. So it's a lot of back and forth. Like it's gonna be very very pivotal for both decks to manage their resources properly, because just this back and forth of like, I give you something, you give me something, I'm deleting something, you're deleting something. It's just very, very nice to see. Um, and I think this matchup is very interesting, very, very interesting matchup.
Okay, so now back to the Rock's turn. Let's see if they have a rookie. Analog Youth, definitely a really good card to help trash and funnel through and add more sources into the trash so that you can use them to add sources back into your whole stack as well, which is really cool. And the thing is, if the stack, anything that they build into a Prograno or into a Pyramidi, if it ever does get deleted, as long as there's sources, you can always get the memory back off of it too. Now with the double close, this is where it becomes even more deadlier, because now every turn they're starting at 4 memory. They start at 3 with the setter, and then they're gaining 1 as long as the opponent has a Digimon. I believe close would just continue to give them the value right there.
Mm. This deck looks really, really fun. As someone who used to do a lot of like Digiburst thing, so the pseudo Digiburst is really cool, and I believe this is the Peridimon
That is correct.
that
Here
you
comes
just.
the Pyramidimon, the boss monster of the deck, and by suspending the memory setter close, they can now add 2 sources of any of their choice into the stack. So it looks like they're going to go for a double land right here, which, remember, again, if they trash that source, they can pop things that are 4 costs or less. That's Digimon specific, though.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one of the strongest things about Pyramidimon is that when you Digivolve or attack with it, its effect is not once per turn, so you can trash 3 sources to unsuspend it and gain security +1 attack for the turn.
Ooh, that's huge. All right, so here we're gonna see the 12K swing. So I wonder if I guess he's just gonna go straight. Is he gonna go for the purple hybrid to, because if he does go for the purple hybrid, that Koichi is under there. So I believe that is the on deletion gain of memory Koichi.
Yes, that
So
pretty sure
so
that
it
is, yeah.
would pass over the turn.
So it looks like they're, I think, yeah. We'll see. We're about to see if they were going to go for security or if they're going to go for the Velgramon hit here. Now, they do have a Tumblemon to work with, where Tumblemon is, when it gets trashed, gets to gain a memory back. So it can neutralize the Koichi.
Also, he does have that analog youth as well there. So he also could tap that from memory, if I recall as
Yes.
well.
So this looks like how he's going to go for it. He's going to go for the Programmon trash. With Programmon to level 5, de-digivolves the Velgramon first. So now it loses the inheritable of being able to use the Dustmon to play a Tamer back. So he is going to swing over the Dustmon. With that, Tumblemon's going to gain that memory, and then by taking down Dustmon, only the Koichi is going to gain that memory, but no Tamer to play back now because he lost the inheritable.
And then this is just going to be a 12K swing into security for 2 checks.
Yep.
And then hitting double Uko. Oof. That is definitely not something you want to see. So that should be all 4 Ukomons now. So no more Uko shenanigans.
There is actually one more, because there's the promo one, which we probably haven't seen yet, right? Like the one that you can, the one of the, which is restricted to 1. So
Oh yeah, I'm very very familiar. I did jam some Numamon back in the day. Don't forget now. I was on my Numamon era, so I do know about that one. Only limited to 1 though, so rightfully so. But um, yeah, a lot of the lists that I were seeing were just jamming those 4 Searcher Ukos just to play more Tamers, more good cards. But you never know. That's always the surprise factor with Digimon, right?
Yeah. And
But here we're
everyone,
seeing.
yeah. Sorry, you go ahead first, T-Mac.
So yeah, so that's so much value. Just being able to re-add 3 more sources. So every turn, essentially, you're getting to not only get security attack +1 and a restand. So you can not only clear board if they have something that's suspended, you can also just re-add the sources to do it again next turn. So much value in this deck.
Exactly. It almost looks like that Pyramidimon never lost anything underneath it. It's back to square one, exactly the same with all those different inheritables. You're cycling different inheritables, as a matter of fact, and that gives you the interaction against the opponent's turn. And we saw earlier, everything that gets trashed in the sources happens immediately, which basically happens both players' turn. So again, if the opponent tries to interact with them, this is where they can use those sources to control the board, and that one stack is all you need.
Yep. So here we're just going to see a Gabumon going in there. So just going to get this on deletion of the draw one, trash one. And like you mentioned, like Koichi can, like the purple hybrid player can do things off of 2 memories. So even though it looks like there's nothing on board here, just getting these swings in, those little chip damages, um, is just immense value. Um, and the Peridimon is down to 2 life. So here we're going to see the Evo into, I believe that is the Dustmon, just a little bit blurry on my side here.
Looks like a Dustmon. But here's the thing right now, because the purple hybrid player is pressured to actually having to do something, because in the next turn, Pyramidimon, if it stays and with the Landromon pushing out, it's gonna be a KO move right there, assuming there's no security bombs. Because with Pyramidimon, remember, it can unsuspend, it can gain security +1. And with only 3 health left on the purple hybrid side, that's immediately lethal right there. So purple hybrid is forced to do something right now, and they have to try to get rid of the Pyramidimon if possible. But the thing is, Pyramidimon has Fragment, and Fragment
so
gives...
Yeah, so he can just get that protection effect just by trashing the 3 sources.
That is correct. And remember, Fragment is also not once per turn, because as long as you can pay for those 3 sources, it will continue to stay.
Very sticky. A lot of these, like, I don't want to say off meta, but just decks that we weren't expecting to be in the top end, because like before we started the stream here, I mean, you were talking about decks that we were probably going to see, and I wasn't expecting this Peridimon deck. I think this is super cool, just being able to like recur all of those sources coming back from trash, doing all of that is just, especially against like a rush strategy with like purple hybrid, it's just super cool, and I love these types of decks.
Yes, it's really, really nice to see. And I gotta say, like, I completely forgot about it, because I completely forgot about 2 weeks ago when I played in the Ultimate Cup that this was one of the decks that actually topped, or as a matter of fact, won the whole event. And now witnessing firsthand and seeing how it interacts with Purple Hybrid, I can really now understand why you guys can see how that this deck actually has a really, really good answer to Purple Hybrid. It can't be removed. It can't be deleted, which is their main source of removal for Purple Hybrid, and it continues to stick, and you can continue to punch into the security with massive damage, of a lot of aggression. You have everything that you need in this matchup.
Yep, it's just a non-stop value train. So here we see the uh the Koichi getting deleted, so passing the turn back over to gain the 1 memory, and now just holding it at 0. And like, you as the purple hybrid player, like, what do you do in this scenario here? Because this is very sticky. You don't have any tamers on board. You don't have much to go off of, and if Peridimon can just get back 1 more source into its line, then that's looking like OTK or game ending for purple hybrid here.
Yeah.
So hopefully maybe he has some removal, because I know these lists were running the what's the 7-cost option?
Rivals Barrage.
There we go. So to get rid of stuff on board. So let's see what purple hybrid can do here.
That is one way, but right now he does have the boost to work with, which is the great memory boost. So being able to be at 3 memory, if he's... Oh, so here, like you said, TMac, here comes the Rivals Barrage. Is that? Yeah, I'm
the
pretty sure
that means... man. I might be rusty, but I still got it, man. I still got
it. You're good. But yes, the Rivals Barrage came in, and that is the perfect moment to answer that Pyramidimon as soon as possible, since there's only 2 sources, meaning that it's not able to fragment there, and that will have to be answered. Passing the opponent to 4 memory to work off with here, it's really a matter of if they can climb all the way up to a Pyramidimon in this single turn, which I don't think it's possible, just because Pyramidimon costs 3, Pyramidi actually costs 4. But if there is if there's a way for the Pyramidimon to juggle their memory because of Tumblemon. When it gets trashed, it gets to gain 1 memory back.
Mhm.
This is the opportunity that if they get into Pyramidi, they might be able to one-shot this, which is really, really scary.
Yep, and here we see the Paridimon on there. So this it looks like a top three search, so he is gonna add it to hand. So we know he has that. Let's see what the climb is though. So he's at level 4 right now, I believe.
Yes,
Um,
that is the other Landramon, which is the level 4, different to the other one that plays a Tamer. This one has a start of main phase effect, or when digivolving effect as well, not once per turn. And by trashing a mineral rock trait from any of its sources, which we saw that trashing the Tumblemon, you get to search the top 3. Now, for searching the top 3, you don't only just add, you can actually choose to tuck underneath source instead of adding that card.
and here we see he is digging. So what is he? I think is he digging for the level 5?
I believe so, because it looked like I missed out earlier, but it feels like they grabbed Pyramidimon, and
Yes.
then they possibly are missing a 5 to climb up at the moment. Maybe they were hoping to look for a Proganomon there.
Yeah.
So
So
now,
here we
yeah.
see he has the level 5 in hand. So he has the line now. It's just a matter of he doesn't have the memory. So he is gonna have to pass over, it looks like, on this Digivolve. Um, so that does give the purple hybrid another turn to potentially set up here and go full combo. And that's definitely not something you want to see. So here we see he is going to go in to the level 5, getting that draw for Digivolve, putting the purple hybrid to 2, quote unquote. But he doesn't have the memory setter mat. So this is going to be another source going into the level 5 as well. So is that one source or two sources into that
So
stack?
close
I'm
puts
calling it.
2 sources, which is really
Yes.
valuable.
And that I believe that level 5 also has fragment, as you told me. So it will be protected.
So actually, this
Fragment.
is different. So this is a new Gogmamon, which you may
Mm,
have saw like the old Digiverse Gogmamon just now as well. But this is a new
yep.
Gogmamon. Unfortunately, it doesn't have fragment though. It has blocker,
Unfortunate.
but it has the on deletion effect, letting you search the top 3, and you get to play 1 mineral or rock trait Digimon with a play cost of 5 or less, and then you
Yep.
trash the rest. So this is unfortunately, the rock player wasn't able to climb all the way up to the Pyramidi or even go into a Programmon to have the fragment to keep the board sticky. But this is still a alternative way to sort of keep the board afloat, because now if Purple Hybrid goes for the Dustmon Velgamon combo again, they would attempt to probably change the Tsunarizamon to purple and then
Hmm.
go
And
for the
then,
swing, delete Tsunariza to delete the Gogma. But at least the Gogma can float a body back.
hmm. Okay. So a lot of like sticky and like it's so hard. It's funny. It's just the deck itself is as hard as a rock to get through. Not only does it have blocker, and not only does it have fragment, it just has a bunch of ways just to reuse and gain value. It's like you're mining for value at this point.
Yeah,
So
and
here
like
we
I,
see,
yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Like I always I always like to say it's rock solid.
So yeah, so here we see going into the level 4 over the mat and gonna do, it looks like gonna do the combo here regardless. Going to mill 2, or was
Three.
that
I
3?
believe it should be three
Yeah.
because I would assume something's changed to a different color. And
Yep.
then there's analog plus black. So that means there's 3 different colors in total. So Valgur is at 13. So they're
Yep.
contemplating on here to delete and whether to delete the Gogmam on or not. It looks like they want to delete themselves to delete the Sooner Rizamon instead. Now that's actually really, really important to pay attention, because if the Gogamon's deleted, this is where Analog Youth would come in and take the turn.
Mm, yep. Yep. So spicy shenanigans, bro. That's what I love, bro. Like I love those like little micro plays that you see from time to time just to hold off memory so you're not passing over. And a very good choice as well. That's how you know the purple hybrid has a little more knowledge, just those small little interactions as well. Um,
Yeah,
and
and
that
here we
look.
go. We can see the promo Ukumon, which we spoke of earlier, right at the back, ready to come out.
Hmm. So yep, he was running the one of, or as I like to call them, the fun ofs. Um, So that is set up for next turn, and it's a very sticky situation, funny enough, for the rock player as well, because now you have no security. You only have one blocker, and you could potentially lose here if you're not careful. Um, so here we see a tried and true purple staple from way back when, and the jack raid. So just counting how many cards in trash to see how many memory is going to be gained here. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that 20 cards in trash?
Looks like it's 25.
Okay.
Yeah. So the other thing is like this is what the purple hybrid really comes in with the Jack raids, and Jack raid should be able to gain 2 memory. Oh, I believe that's the Gallant. Is that the Gallant? It looks like a red card, so I can't tell if it's Gallant or if it's
Yeah, it does look like the Gallant, and this is another card we spoke of where I was just looking at it like a deletion, but that card also has rush as well. So he is just counting how many cards is in the rock player's side, it trash, and
oh
that is huge because, as you were telling, it's not only can it pop, I believe, as well, it's going to be able to pop the blocker. It's just going to be able to swing as well. So just counting up and seeing how many, um, and this might actually
be
be for
free.
free.
It
Oh,
might actually be free because it's 25 on purple hybrid side, and all there needs to be is at least 10 more on the rock
on the rock.
side for it to be reduced by 14 cost in total. So it is free, and this is going to go for the rush for the game. Now, this
Yep,
is where Gogmamon will have to block.
yep. So
Ooh.
block coming down and gonna reveal. Oof. And then all three end up getting milled, and you don't like to see that. And what a time it would be.
Here comes the analog to try to take some memory back as well.
Yep.
But it looks like, unfortunately, the Gogmamon was not able to play anything out off of its effect.
Yeah, that's a big unfortunato. You don't like to see that, but
Yeah.
um yeah, purple hybrid down to one memory. Has the Uko in the back, so something has to get done here.
Oh,
So
here comes the calling.
the calling, does he have it? So gonna go down to 0.
So it looks like the purple hybrid wants to finish this right now, if possible, somehow to grab some sources back. Going to Dustmon. If there are Jack raids to use, can potentially go on top of the mat and
Yep. Or
finishing
if
it.
he has the Guilmon, that if there's 20 or more inside line.
That is correct. That is another way to do it too.
Yep,
Oh,
that is
okay.
a
So
line.
so it looks like it's coming down. He's going for a patient play. Just go for Koichi first, pass the turn, and then go for the lethal attacks the next turn. Because now it's like, what can you do? Can you set up a board to defend yourself here with nothing coming out from raising either?
Yep. So it's very sticky, very sticky. This game has been super close because just one turn from Purple Hybrid, man, and having that Gallimon there as well. I don't know if the lists are running 2 Gallimon or only one. Me personally, if I was running a list like this, I would run 2 just for these scenarios. But being able to basically almost go for game and also clear the board as well, and just saying, hey, do you have it or not? Right.
Yeah.
So oof, very, very close game here. And this is the type of games I like to see. I like to see this back and forth because at just a turn ago, we were looking at the Paridimon player and just being like, hey, he has it. Can he get
Yeah,
it?
no, you're not wrong at all. Because I also thought like, oh, this is it. Pyramidimon is here. It's over. You can't
I
you.
was so hyped, bro. I was like, yo, Boogeyman. People were like hyping this up. I'm like, yo, purple hybrid, best deck, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, Paridimon? Where is this guy coming from? Right. And then that's why purple hybrid's good, right? Just because um that's the type of deck it is. It can come back from just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So
So it looks like
right.
just gonna go for defense training search. Gotsumon in the back, which is the secondary rookie that you try to get into. Doesn't provide as much value as compared to Sunarizumon, but man, this is a tough situation. Two tamers on. Oh, here comes.
Our favorite rock Digimon.
Oh.
Hey man, Blagato Uber was like, hey man.
Let me get rid of that Velgramon for you in the trash. Well, it
Yep.
looks like it's
And
perceived to be a concede right here then.
yeah, so very unfortunate for the Paridimon player, and that, uh, yeah, he had the game, man. He had the game, honestly. Um, it just came down to that last little tidbit there. Just being able to recur, not only being able to like use the Gallantmon. The Gallantmon came in clutch right there. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Even for me, as a that was really hype, really hype to see. Um, but shake it off, man. Shake it off. We got game two. This is not like other games that I play where it's just best of one. We have game two. We can shake it out and hopefully get the W. It's not over yet. So, man, what a game. What a
What a
game.
game. What a good one to start off right off the bat.
All right. So, let me ask you, Abel.
Yeah.
As Peridimon here, you had a close game with Purple Hybrid in game one. What's your strategy? What's your mindset going into game two
As Pyramidimon.
as Peridimon?
Honestly, I think the Pyramidon player did very well throughout the entire course of the game already. It's really about just missing that piece at that particular moment there. But now here in game two, we know that Purple Hybrid likes to go first because if they find an Uko, they can start off like choke you at one, put you to one memory, and then have something ready to go right off the bat. And generally, facing against Purple Hybrid, I would prefer to make them go second to prevent that rush strategy from coming in, and also give myself a bit more time to build up from there. But Pyramidimon, at the end of the day, is a stack-based building deck, so you are piece reliant, as we saw earlier. So having that extra draw could also mean a lot to you as well. So it's a pretty tough decision, I have to say. I personally haven't played much of the Pyramidimon deck since it came out. Ever since it came out, I played quite a bit when it came out, but then it's been a little while now since EX7. Was it 7? No, it came out EX8, right? It's been a while since EX8 is. I can't remember. Was it EX7 or is it EX8? Pretty sure it was EX8.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was a newer strategy that just came out because I remember people hyping it up a lot in the local groups. So um, it's recent. I know it's recent. I don't know if it's EX7 or
It's eight.
EX8
It's eight. It's
personally.
a, it's EX8.
It's 8.
Yeah, I
Okay,
suddenly
beautiful.
forgot on top of my head for no for some reason. But it feels like it's been a little while since EX8 came out, honestly. But here, it looks like they decide to go first, setting up the
Yep.
Gotsu X at the back,
Yep.
which is what you get for tournament pack promo, going for defense training for search and passing them too. And like we mentioned, we can see on the purple hybrid side, they got the Uko. They got the Uko ready to go now.
They just have the god. That's the I honestly I think that's the best play you can do as purple hybrid turn one. Uko set up with Koichi. So it really even just this turn one puts so much pressure on Peridimon now because it's like, all right, if I leave something on this, I have to go into that fragment level 5 to even have a chance,
Yeah.
right? Um, and do I have my tamers? Like, will I be able to do this? Um, and just stop because like only 2 memories needed for purple hybrid just to go burr, right? So very tough, very tough. All right, so we see the level 5. He gets level 5 off the training there as well. And what is he going to put the purple hybrid to? So it looks like he's going to put him to 3 and just going to drop a Gatsu. So he is playing around the purple hybrid player having full combo here. Just by playing that level 3. So the level 3 is the one that's going to get popped um, off the effect. But I believe, can't he 2 for 1 here as well?
Any 2 for 1. He absolutely can. If
Yeah.
the Koichi is live, so it's able to attack. If it comes down to this Uko swing here, Of course, got here. Oh, okay. Gatsu X is a blocker, so it's gonna stop that Uko attack right there. Now it comes down to the on deletion for drawing and trashing if Purple Hybrid is able to trash the Velgramon there or not.
And I didn't see what he trashed off of that
Yeah,
actually.
there is a little bit of a glare, but I guess we'll find out in just a bit. And Gatsumon X also has the ability of opponents once return when an attack target is switched, you get to unsuspend one of your Digimon with blocker, so it can unsuspend itself. And this is a really good answer to those rookie rush strategies, and it's like saying, get those Ukomons out of here. You're not chipping me away.
Man, that is so reminiscent of the one card from way back when that used to be a menace to rookie rush strategies. It was also a black card as well.
Mechanorimon, I
Um,
believe.
Mega Norimon. Throw back to that, man. That was a menace back in the day.
It
But now
sure was.
we have these X antibodies. So here it looks like the full combo is going down. Uh, so going to end up turning the Gatsu purple using. Is he going to use the effect?
Yeah, so
Looks like he's using the effect.
yeah, there is a potential for a board clear right here, deleting one of the purple and then deleting the other, which is the lowest level. So once again, getting rid of two bodies at once like that is pretty scary. And then the Velgomon gets to stay. Oh, okay. You know what? Let me reiterate. So it looks like the play was that they delete themselves as Velgramon. And because Velgramon deletes all the opponent's Digimon with the lowest level, that means it wipes out both Gatsu and Gatsu X since they're both level 3. And this allows
Hmm.
Purple Hybrid to retain their value to use Dustmon's Inheritable to play out that Koichi back, draw and trash, and have a Tamer set up ready to go the next turn again.
Just so much value, bro. Holy moly. So much value. And that's why it's so strong, bro, because it's just like, all right, I'm getting rid of your board and I'm still like maintaining my board state. And you know what? I'm gonna make it even worse. I'm gonna put you to one and just say, hey, what can you do with one? But luckily for the Peridimon player, they do have a little bit of a setup there. That looks like a um
I think it's
I
double
believe
defense training. There's just the two
double.
different artworks that came from the starter decks.
I see, I see. So at least he has that. So he can at least set up. So it looks like he's going into another Gatsu X there. Um, and then honestly, if I'm in this situation, I would just probably try to like play a tamer. Maybe if you have the close, either the promo or the regular one, just to set up. Um, but that purple hybrid um, setup right now looks pretty disgusting. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, so the other approach is because like I mentioned, having the closed tamers is really important, and you don't have a lot of time to play her out. So there's another way. So you can either choose to digivolve into level 4 at the back into one of the Landras. Ideally, it will be the promo one, so then we'll put them to one memory, which I think we're about to see. Oh, there we go. There we go. That
Clairvoyance, baby.
but yeah, so that allows them to push out later and continue to build a big stack afterwards and use the starter main effects as we can see. But the alternative is, like you said earlier, TMac, is either set up a close and then digivolve into Landramon that plays out another close in next turn. Oh, and speaking of
Oh, and
close,
he just hits the close. I mean, sometimes that's how it is. It
that's
is how it
exactly
is.
how it is. That
So now, because he's set up with this level 4 and he still has those trainings in the back as well, so he can actually just be at 1. Even if he gets choked to 1 here, he still can go full combo, no problem, because he has double training.
and the other value of hitting into this promo close is that the Psychmon on the board is still live, meaning that the Pyramidimon player is going to gain a memory at the start of main if the Psychmon continues to stay on the board. And at this moment, you can notice and see that when it comes to Purple Hybrid, the opponent having a board is also really important because it allows them to delete and remove things, and it's enticing to go for the Dustmon combo attacks.
Hey man, but sometimes we just have cards that say, "Hey, I know you want this on board, but I'm just gonna get rid of it." The one of calling. Oh man.
And then grabbing the two Dustmons back as well. Yeah.
Yep. So here we might just see another setup from Purple Hybrid. Maybe if he has another tamer to set up for the turn, giving the Peridimon player 3 does kind of make it feel sad, but So just putting it to 1, putting himself to 1. So it looks like he used a jack rate. Then he's gonna pop the boost to get 2. I'm gonna end up playing the Koichi here, the 4 cost, putting uh the Peridimon player down to 1. And man, that's just sometimes what you got to do. Sometimes you got to expend resources just to make sure your opponent doesn't have the resources they need to do their full combo. But doesn't matter anyways because the Peridimon is going to use that Landramon effect to be able to um, burst that 1, gain the memory um, on the burst, and get that top 3 search as well. So it looks like he's going to end up tucking under. So he's going to gain 1 off of that, and then also is going to tap the close as well.
Put something back underneath to cycle those
Mm-hmm.
sources, to cycle those inherent effects.
It's all just a value drain, baby.
It really is.
All
And
right, so
here comes back in the Tumblemon, which is probably going to be needed for the extra memory gain. And
now if he has the fragment level 5 here, that would be a very good card to go into right here. So this is going to be a Digivolve for only 1.
thanks to using the training, and here it does come down Programmon, which does have the fragment. There's an opportunity to go into a Pyramidimon as well. There's an option to actually go for an attack first. And the cool thing what you can actually do is, even though Programmon's 7k, chances are you might not run into something big in Purple Hybrid that can delete it, so it's a safe swing. But the thing is, if it does get deleted, you can always use Fragment, trash away the Tumblemon to gain an extra memory, and then use the defense training follow-up to go into a Pyramidimon to keep turn for 2 costs instead, and then Pyramidimon would be there present on the board.
Mm-hmm. So definitely lines that could be had here. But does he take the chance and hope not to hit into it? What is there? There's only really one thing that can, well, one Digimon at least. Uh, and speaking of Digimons to hit, he hits into a Nidhogg, unfortunately. So it looks like he will be fragmenting here. And man, you have this clairvoyance on lock today, Avault, because we are going to see that fragment here, going to end up trashing to gain the memory as well. So going to use the defense training now, it looks like, to go into that Peridimon and still keep turn as well.
Yeah, looks like it is. Looks like it is. Is it Pyramidimon? Is it something else? It is Pyramidimon.
Mm. And
With Pyramidimon, it comes down suspended. It's not going to be able to use its when digivolving effect because it does need to have 3 sources. Yeah, it needs to have 3 sources in order to unsuspend.
Mhm.
And this is here. Looks like okay, coming down with an analog youth. And this is where, if the Pyramidimon player, if we saw a Gogmamon earlier that was used, there is a chance to tuck in like a Gogmamon, because the Gogmamon from EXA gives you the redirect. So it's kind of like that pseudo blocker, stopping attack, and now you have sources underneath at the end of turn with Pyramidimon's effect. This is where things get interesting.
So we're gonna tuck our favorite rock. Oh, 2 of our favorite rock. Is he going for the triple the
Ooh.
triple favorite rock?
So it's gonna go for a double tumble. I can see the considering the Gogma for the redirect. It looks like it's gonna be these 3.
And back to the stack we go.
Now it's just a matter of, do they have a reboot in there? Looks like they don't, so that's fine. But Pyramidimon itself is at a 12k body, which is not easy to run over too.
For purple hybrid specifically.
Yes.
I know, like other decks can just go DP minus, do shenanigans, all of that.
Yes.
But
Go ahead, T-Mac.
I know, I was gonna say, but, I mean, maybe if they we saw last game as well, the Rivals Barrage ended up coming down. Um,
So here is
that
actually
was
an
a
opportunity for Purple Hybrid because if they have the Dustmon and they go into Velgramon, they can change a color of something. That would mean there will be 3 colors on the board
mhm,
afterwards. With 3 colors, that's mean it's going to be a total of 6 mils. With 6 mils, Velgramon can go all the way to 13k, potentially swing
that
over the Pyramidimon.
yes.
And even if Pyramidimon uses Fragment, it can use its end of attack effect of Velgramon to delete
And
itself
finish
and
off
delete
it.
again. Exactly. And
Yep,
if I believe there's only 5 sources at this moment. Here comes the Dustmon swing, going into the Velgar. Both players will mill 3. And I believe that is a Rivals Barrage mill, so it gets the set right there.
yep, yep, so just going through effects here, and I think this is just gonna play out exactly how you mentioned. So, it's gonna be a 13K swing. I think he's just trying to see what what he wants to trash off of this
I
initial one
believe
here.
so, yeah. So I think he definitely wants to go for that Programmon. Because with Programmon, you de-digivolve, and we saw earlier that would actually just play around the effect of Velgramon.
Yes. So yep, and then going to also just gain the 2 memory, and then now he still has 2 sources as well.
This is a really good spot now here, because originally I was predicting that the Pyramidimon would be gone, but thanks to the Programmon de-digivolving, Purple Hybrid would now not only just lose the Dustmon Inheritable, but predominantly losing the Velgramon, which is really important.
Yep, and just has to end up passing it over here. Back to 2 memory for the Paridimon, and I think this is just one of those matchups where like it's just very unfortunate to go against this purple eye because you have to do a little bit more to get there, especially if they're seeing their pieces. And it
Yes,
looks like for Paridimon right now, they are seeing their pieces. So we have the promo close set up. We're seeing the Programmon set up. We're seeing the double Tumblemon as well. So it's like not only will you get to de-digivolve something, and this is happening every turn for sure. So
exactly.
not only are you de-digivolving, you're gaining 2 memory just for free. You're able to set up. So we see effect is gonna go here. No, he's gonna go for the digivolve. So going into another one of those Landromons as well. So to set up for next turn potentially.
Yeah, and at this point, might as well just go ahead and attack, whether taking out that Dustmon preemptively, or probably just taking it out, and even with Koichi memory gain.
Using the Koichi to gain the 1 memory as well, so going to 0 memory. So whatever the Parimon does here, it more than likely will pass over the turn.
Here comes down a
And just gonna
second promo close.
you know,
Yeah, just like you mentioned, T-Mac, recycle those resources back from the trash. 2 tumbles, go straight for the Prograno. Prograno, that interaction once again is just really, really valuable to stop that Velgramon play. It's like, oh, we're back to square one again. Try and deal with this if you can. We know that the Dustmon and Velgramon combo is not going to work this time around. Is like, is there a different way to play around this board now?
and that's the question, right? Like, how do you deal with this what I it's quite quite degenerate setup, honestly. Just being able to like de-digivolve, cycle, gain 2 memory. Oh, now if you leave that Purdimon on board with all those sources, you kind of have to go for it because if you leave the Purdimon with those sources on board, you're just gonna get OTK next turn, right? So it's just like, how do I deal with this? Because what would that be now? That would be if it stays with the sources, that would be security attack +2, security so 5 swings potentially. So you don't want to leave that on board at all.
So it looks like they're gonna go for the Dustmon Belgramon combo again, which we've seen, but this time are they going for security or they're gonna go for the Pyramidi? But I believe the Pyramidi still has the redirection of Gogma plus the Progano, I believe.
Nope. Oh, grimy setup, honestly.
Or
So
does it
yeah,
not? Oh, maybe it doesn't.
so yeah, looks like just gonna go for security here. Going to use the effect, the end of turn effect, it seems.
End of attack, end of attack, yes.
End of attack. Sorry.
Leading. So here comes down Pyramides Fragment. This time going for the 2 tumbles. One more source right there. It's going to be the Promo Landra. Now, the Promo Landra, when it's trashed, it also de-digivolves, so it's not going to get too much out of it there. But at least it still keeps the Progano when it comes to de-digivolving as well. And I believe I still can't really see if it's a Gogma in there that's kind of keeping the redirects alive.
Yeah, I think that is a Gogma. Actually, let's just zoom in here and see if we can see it. Yeah, it looks like that is a
As a
Gogmamon.
Gogma. So right now the source has Gogma, Progano, and I believe it's the 2 tumbles that he just
Yeah,
put back in with Close's effect. And Close's effect is all turns as well.
no, insane setup. This is kind of, I think, what you want to be on as Purdy. Just have this is like this is just an immovable rock at this point.
Yeah. Really, really strong defense right there. And offense pressure as well. I feel like probably time is called already. So this looks like it's gonna be ending up in a draw. Not a draw, right? Because if Purple Hybrid took game 1 and then this is game
Yeah.
2, then I believe it will be Purple Hybrid that takes the
Yes. So it seems here we're just waiting, but man, it's definitely been a showcase. Just to see a deck like Peridimon being able to hold its own against Purple Hybrid as much as everything that's been going down. Purple Hybrid just trying to rush it down as fast as possible. Man, still being able to hold its own and being able to survive. Game one would have went so differently if things had just gone a little bit more favorably.
Yeah. So we're just gonna quickly so that looks like that's the end of that round, end of round 1 as well. Let's quickly go back to our face cams here so you can see us.
Hello, but a great round one, honestly. I definitely like that was our game one and not just a sweep. I definitely don't like if you guys were at the Niagara regionals, I hate games that just go boom 2-0 zip uh Imperial looking at you. um but no, that was a great match, a great showcase between a deck that is favored into this tournament and a deck that wasn't as much favored. Um, and just showing that like decks are resilient, man. Even though the decks are strong, decks are really resilient. So, um, but yes, the purple hybrid player ending up taking it 1-0 there just because time was called during that. So unfortunate, but it is what it is, especially when you have decks like that can, it's basically like we mentioned earlier, the unstoppable first versus the movable object. It's just trying to hit a wall and who can hit harder, right? So
Ooh,
we are going to be going into round two.
very
Hopefully, we can
shortly,
get
yeah.
another a good match like that. Hopefully, it's not just a purple hybrid versus purple hybrid, or even worse, Mirage versus Mirage. Everybody knows my big beef with Mirage. um, so yeah, uh, looking good so far. I like it. Like I said, we're at what we are 8 rounds, so we got 7 more rounds of Digimon to go. Um, what Avault? Give me predictions, baby. What's taking it today? Talk to me.
I think right now Digimon, even back like there's a lot of interesting decks coming in. Like referring back to last Ultimate Cup, I personally did not expect um Pyramidimon to come out on top. And I believe either the other first or the second list was actually a Correct me if I'm not wrong, chat. I believe it might have been a Numemon that came second. I gotta quickly check and refer back to it again. But those what I remember the second deck, I was just as surprised, and they're both black decks, and none of us saw it coming, which is really cool to see because people always be thinking or theorizing that like purple hybrid is probably like the menace of the format. You know, that's the most popular deck, most represented, the ones with the most toppings as well, and that's what people feel. And then Galamont, like I said earlier at the beginning of the stream, like I feel like Galamont is also one of those decks out there that can really have that potential. But now, like with Pyramidimon coming into like the whole formula, it's like, oh, anything can kind of come in out of nowhere. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if like Mirage makes a comeback once again here. Imperial as well, because Imperial can do fairly decent against Purple Hybrid as well, and it has a lot of tools that can really rush down very quickly. And Imperial being one of my favorite decks out there, I feel like that could be a very possible chance too. So it's a lot of choices out there.
Yes, yes. All right, and we are about to get into round two. And let's just see what decks we have here on our table while the guys get ready here. Bum.
So yeah, just give us a quick second, guys. We're just gonna quickly be right back. We're just gonna set it up for you guys, and then we'll be right there. Yeah, right here already, we can see the Domini setup, double Domini with Cherubi Ace, a Angemon, and a Luxmon on the board. And with the Domini and both Cherubi having the blue and yellow Magna Angemon, it gives the entire board blocker as well. And Angels is definitely a strong deck. Definitely, don't underestimate it. It has that kind of wide board potential to exert such amount of like presence. They are giving the purple hybrid player a lot of memory, but it's like, that's fine. Try and deal with this board. I have protection, unlimited protection, as a matter of fact, with Dominion. And if you can deal with this board right now, the next turn, I'm going to use Cherubi, Alliance, and start to like chunk down your security or potentially even swing for lethal. True. And here, it's like they really needed the Velgramon and Trash, which we don't see either. So it's not going to be able to stabilize the board and do anything too much. You're like, try to attempt to swing with Dustmon. Domini just blocks, stronger. And you can't Evo into a Velgar. If you can't mill a Velgar, you're not going to get your DP pumps, and you're not going to be able to swing over anything because those are like big angel bodies. Everyone's like 12K and so on. Exactly. For the protection, Dominimon is not once per turn. It is all turns when one of your Digimon with Angel, Archangel, or 3 Angels would leave the battle area other than by one of your own effects or by battle, crash the top security, and it doesn't leave. And the other thing that I understand is that this protection effect is also per instance. So if the opponent tries to hit something with like a Crimson Blaze or even Valgramon to be exact, where it pops multiple levels, say multiple level 4s that are all Angel, Dominimon only needs to trash one to protect them all at once. Oh, hits into a Death Slinger. Ooh, Barrage. Yep. And this exactly, yeah. There you go. Now you see it, TMac. This is just like, it doesn't matter what you have. Death Slinger, Rivals Barrage, sure, I don't mind. Better. Yeah. 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 Exactly, exactly. And the only thing that would really save them there was potential Jack raid that turn. But again, like if there's no Jack raid, I'm just gonna keep beating you up. And no, for sure. Yeah. I believe so. I actually didn't catch it there, but I was gonna mention quickly was that just to fill you in, T Mac, and with chat as well. In nationals in Orlando when I played, Three Way Angels was also fairly represented in the tournament just because it can create such a crazy board like that. And it even gave like Mirage, which is one of the strong decks of that time as well, really, really hard time because of being able to protect and not being able to bounce them and all that. So it's no surprise that we actually would see it here as well in this format because even I played Purple Hybrid for one of the side events. I had a really tough time facing against Angels. For the Purple Hybrid player, the potential that they can sort of play around it is to mill them out because with Angels, they actually have a lot of different colors. Cherubi being green and yellow, Dominimon being fully yellow itself, and potentially if they ever leave a Magna Angemon that is both blue and yellow on the board, there's a lot of colors for Purple Hybrid to pick and choose from to start like try to mill them out. And the thing is like when it comes to yellow is they tend to recover security quite a bit too. So they're depleting their deck resources fairly fast. And in the perfect moment, they're going to be able to, yeah, mill them out and win that way. But we can see right here comes down the Magna Angemon, searching the security to go into the Dominimon. And then when it goes into Dominimon, Magna Angemon still gets to resolve its effect, as you guys can see right here, by placing another angel back underneath into the security. And then Dominimon goes into the security again to fetch for something. And if they find another Magna Angemon, they can repeat the whole process of the combo all over again as long as they have that memory to do so. Here comes the Magna Angemon. And you know here comes what the next question is? Does Magna Angemon find another Domini in security? Get to DP reduce. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. So it's depending on what they want to play. But of course, first they have to finish resolving Magna Angemon's effect to put something back in. So they're really cycling their security, playing with a second hand right in the get-go. Now, thinking of what to play. So it comes down with a Gatomon, and of course DP reducing, getting rid of the Ukomon, and just wanted to let you guys know as well, just to fill you in T-Mac in chat, like Gatomon is actually not an angel, but it's actually still a really good card for the deck because it provides barrier itself and barrier as inherit effect. So when you pair it up with Dominimon together, Dominimon doesn't protect you from your own effects or battle, but by having barrier, it protects you from that battle. So it gives you the full coverage that you need all around, making it even more difficult to get rid of. That is 100% correct because Domini, like you can see where the synergy now comes in, right? Like Dominimon needs to protect. I'll trash a security. Oh, I trash a Gatomon. I get to play the Gatomon. Exactly, exactly. And the other reason why Gatomon works really well is because this also pressures a level 5 ace into a Magna Anja ace or a Angelwoman ace immediately. So now a purple hybrid's gonna have to think twice before they want to attack. I know, right? Ignite Mon comes in. Nope. See you later.
Can you tell?
uh,
But yeah,
okay, so it
so
looks like
purple
we
has
did encounter a little bit of technical difficulty just now. It looks like chat wasn't able to hear us, but I think chat, just let us know if you guys can hear us now because they couldn't hear you TMac earlier, unfortunately, but it should be good now. So just let us
oh,
know.
unfortunate. But I'm turning into a big Dominimon fan though. Just being able to say, hey man, I'm just gonna play all of these bodies for free. My security is gonna be just kind of chilling, and Cherubi Ace just doing Cherubi Ace shenanigans, especially into Purple Hybrid, just really really strong. Um, so I don't know what you as Purple Hybrid have to do here because you're potentially looking down the barrel of 5 swings here, depending on what happens. So it looks like the Purple Hybrid player here is just gonna drop that memory boost, just adding one card to hand and then milling the other two. So to set up that trash, maybe for set up for a follow up play. These are level 5, level 6s, and because that is an ace as well, but the Dominimon is also there. So it's just like once you get one Domini online, it's just a slow kind of burn because now there has to be specific ways you get rid of it. And even if you try to get rid of it by, like, let's say for example like a rivals barrage, and here we see the next domini coming down, um it's just like it's really hard to deal with it and you're just going to trash security. So here we're going to see that Dominimon ending up playing that looks like the Anjumon, the level 4.
Yes, that is the BT14 Angemon. That's the secret rare from Blast
Yeah,
Ace.
these
Um,
fancy alt arts looking so nice.
uh, But yeah,
But
you can see T-Mac, like the deck snowballs hard. You can see in action on how it kind of does it, right? And then if you find multiple Dominis, that means there's multiple protections. And at first, like you might think, oh, you're playing a lot of aces and you're gonna lose a lot of memory. Isn't that risky? Because with removal, you can just give your opponent a lot to work with. The answer is yes, but with Domini, with the coverage and protection, it doesn't matter.
it does not matter, and I believe this is why we saw the purple hybrids running that Death X, because Death X here would definitely slow the tempo down, and I can see how it would slow the tempo down. Just being able to devolve one, um, just would be really nice here, kind of reset the board a little bit, getting rid of those Dominimons as well. But if you don't have it and you don't see it, you just don't see it, which is mighty the unfortunato. Um, but what do you do in the sports stake here? Like honestly, like as purple hybrid, like right now, you are on 2 memory. Yes, you can go full combo, but you can tell the Domini player knows knows the matchup because he set up the level 3. So let's say for example the level 3 gets changed to color. Let's say it gets changed to purple. Yes, there's going to be a mill 5, but um the the what's it called? The
Belgermon?
lowest thing that's gonna yeah, the Velgramon, the lowest thing that's gonna get popped is the level 4, right? So you're still gonna have the two Dominimons, and even if the Dominimon can just use its effect to say, all right, I'm just gonna trash the security. So
That is
it's like
correct.
it's really, really tough. Really, really tough
It is.
scenario to be in.
Yeah, the Dominion player has a lot of choices. Even if they don't choose to trash a security to protect it, they can just like, okay, delete my Angemon. It goes back into security anyways.
Yeah, right? So it's just like it's I think this is definitely one of Purple Hybrid's probably not favorable matchups
Yes,
at all.
definitely, yeah. Because generally um the way to sort of best get the best advantage out of it is to rush them down early, deplete their security so they're not able to protect as much. And if they're not able to protect, that's sort of your window of opportunity to start removing their board and gain all that value back, and sort of like try to get the ace overflow as well. But in this situation, we can see like as long as there's security on Dominimon's side, it's hard. It's not going to be easy to remove and deal with this board. But either way, you're going to have to go for the attack. You're going to have to go for it, try to swing, and not to mention everything has blocker, because as long as the blue and yellow Magna Angemon is there within the inherited effects, all angels have blocker. So they can stop
Hmm.
attacks. They can keep their security healthy. So it looks like they did run into the Cherubi Ace, gets deleted, gets to gain a memory, gets to play a Tamer back, which is going to be the mat to try and potentially loop the Dustmon back as well.
Hmm.
But then again, it's like they're sitting in this position. It's like all that was really just to get rid of one body. Okay, looks like they go for a Jack Raid here, meaning that
Yeah,
they possibly have a second Dustmon in hand.
I just have to do. He has to do some thinking here because he's like, all right, do I try to go for this again potentially?
Because it looks like there 20 are there 20 cards? It looks like there are
Yeah.
20 cards in trash. So there is a way where you can use Jack Raid, gain 2, go back to 3, Digivolve into a Dustmon again, but the mat was just played, so it doesn't have rush. It can't attack. It can't go for that combo again in this turn. So it's like, what do you want to do? What can you do here? Do you set up?
Maybe if if you have another mat here, you could uh choke to one maybe because
Mhm.
you know that Patamon is also in the back as well, so that Patamon can go into another angel. So he is going to use the 2 cost option here.
That is I believe it's called the Ancient Guardian Deity, which
Yep.
lets them play the Tamer back, which is a pretty good tech card in Purple Hybrid, which can help you cheat, kind of like cheat out Tamers for free, grab some sources back, and comes down with a Gauzy to pass the turn, which stops the memory gains, which does stop the Pata from being able to have the inherited effect to gain a memory after recovering, but then
Yep.
it's going to go
So
back into the Angemon.
yep, we knew that was there for sure.
Exactly.
So ideally here, if he can go up the chain and maybe go into another Domini, that would probably be the ideal line. So is end up going to tuck the Gato in, ends up drawing 2 off of that.
Yes, because the Tokomon egg allows you to draw when you put something back in the security.
Yep. So let's see here. What's the line here? What's the
So Dominimon can't go for lethal just yet, since there's just exactly 5 bodies and there are 5 security on the opponent's side. So it is 1 body short to go for a lethal swing. But it does make sense to try and possibly try to chunk down some security first, deal a little
yep.
bit of damage, so then the next turn they can go for a potential game. So here, looking with the alliance with Cherubi Ace for 2 checks, finds a Louis here, which is probably not going to use the on play because you can push out the Uko, but it doesn't make sense. You rather save it for next turn instead.
Yep. So you can tap it to gain the extra memory as well.
Yep, looks like Luxmon comes into the here and then running into Death Slinger. It handily a
Yes.
level 6, because we did count earlier. There are 20 cards in trash. Now it's that, like we saw in game 1, doesn't matter who you
Just gonna
choose.
trash.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna trash my own security, and Death Slinger negated.
It's just so much value. So
Yeah.
much.
So in this position, I would just sit tight. I would not actually just try to attack anymore, because I don't want to give them any more further value, whether if it comes to tamers or maybe grabbing potential options or boosts that they can have. So it's, just find a way to end the turn right here with Angelum on ace, which is really good. And
Yep.
sit tight, threaten the aces. I got a level 5. I can go into level 6 ace if need to. And then now with Angelum on ace, it has a really powerful synergy with Dominimon, because with Dominimon, when they trash a security, Angelumon lets you recover.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
So,
yeah, they get to cycle it again and again, every once per turn. It's another really difficult barrier to overcome.
yep. So here we're gonna see the map putting to 3, and then the Uko effect. Going to look for either a Tamer or a Digimon and add it to hand. Also, could tap that Louis as well
Yep,
if you
yep.
wanted to gain that extra memory. Um, so going to add that Koichi to hand. So he does have the regular Koichi. So yep, seeing the tap there, gain that memory. And man, this is definitely a board of all times. Uh,
That
I'm
is,
not
yeah.
sure how Purple Hybrid is going to recover off of this one. Um,
So
uh,
there is generally in this position, attacking is not going to give you much anymore at this point. It's going to be almost impossible to try to run through the security and win that way. But as we know, Purple Hybrid does have a alternative win condition, depending on the build that they go for. Now, TMac, I know you've mostly seen the builds that were running Uko with like Gallantmon and Medieval Gallantmon as sort of like the top end stuff, and they're just kind of running Nidhogg's to
mhm.
gain a lot of memory when trashing. But there's another version which was kind of played a little bit in previous formats when Purple Hybrid came out, when 2.0, is the Merva version. I'm not sure if you've seen that one yet, but we saw the Ignitemon earlier, and the reason running the Ignitemon behind it is to run the BT11 Mervamon. And this is
Oh yeah.
exactly what they're doing. They're counting cards in the deck right now, because with that, you can potentially mill them out. And like I mentioned earlier, because they cycle a lot from the top of a deck by recovering the security, drawing a lot as well, and also recovering, chances are when it comes to facing the Dominimon and Angels matchup, they're going to go for that. They don't have much cards left in deck. And with
Yeah.
that amount of bodies, that's a lot of juicy targets for Dustmon to change colors.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you
So
can go
here,
through, yeah, exactly, yeah. Sorry, you go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna about to say I remember that Mervamon very well. Being able to tuck and then I'll bring back. How much was it if you put the level 3 under? You would get to bring back bodies and then do shenanigans and
That
stuff
is
like that. I
correct.
remember that.
Yeah, that is
I
correct.
remember very well from that format.
So to fill you in, what can actually happen here is first digivolving into Dustmon. That's the ideal plan. Change as many different colors as possible. You would still try and attack and go for your Velgramon combos to mill as you attack. And then eventually, the point of playing the Mervamon is it gives you, as you mentioned and as you remembered, it gives you to go for shenanigans, to play additional bodies, to potentially go for retail and rush and swing for game. But the main idea by decking them out is to play the Velgramons back from the trash, because Velgramon's milling effect is not only when digivolving, it is also on play. So by
Mm,
milling that out and changing enough colors, you can filter through your opponent's deck and get rid of 15 cards very quickly and easily in this entire turn. And by doing that,
seems
then you deck out and then you pass turn and then you win.
yeah. It seems like because now what is that? That is two Dustmons on board now, so he could potentially swing here. Um, and then going to use the effect to get back that Velgramon. Velgramon is going to do its shenanigans as well, and it looks like it's going to about to play out almost exactly how you said it here. And this would be crazy, honestly, to come back from this board state, because we saw this board state in game 1, and it was pretty grimy. So here, this is going to be a big mill.
Big mill because Dustmon changed two colors. Not we're not sure what colors they are, but we can count one, two, and then there's yellow, there's green on the board, so it should be at least four mills here.
Yep, and it was 4 exactly. So if he does this combo again, that would be all 5 colors. So this would be a 5 mil. Yep, so gonna draw for Digivolve there. This looks like that is the Anje Ace.
Angelwomon Ace, yes, that is correct. That's the Altar Angelwomon Ace, which we again mentioned earlier has really good synergy with Dominimon to recover. But this is where I would be very careful if the Dominimon player here, because they just recovered two off the top of their deck, and that means they're depleting the top of their deck.
Yep. So it looks like this check is going to go through. And then we have our good old favorite card. Uh
Emissary of Hope, which brings back a
yep,
Patamon.
yep, yep. You know, I started a little bit there just because I know how passionate people in the community feel about that card. Oh, Christ. But yeah, so the Patamon is going to end up coming back here. So the Cherubi Ace is going to proc as well, being able to minus a lot to the stack. So just getting that stack off the board. So going to use the mat. It looks like he's going to use the mat Ace. Should I hear? Is that what's going on here? I'm not
Yeah, so
sure.
just to clarify
Oh
what
no.
happened there was that it wasn't the Cherubi Ace that DP reduced it. I believe they just deleted themselves. Okay, I actually didn't catch there, but they either somehow deleted the Velgar because they needed the Velgar to be deleted to recycle a Tamer to grab another option, and it looks like they did remove like the Patamon and a Luxmon there. So that means they would have deleted themselves off Velgar's effect first
I
to
see.
get rid
Yeah,
of the
I see. I
Luxmon
see.
and Patamon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, so and it seems like the Matt Ishida come back. He ended up getting the I was it the Jack raid off of the
Yes, I believe I saw the Jack raid there. We're getting the Jack
yes. Okay.
raid. So then that gives the memory to play and do everything all over again. And potentially
Yep.
again going into Dustmon to change another color. And if you change additional colors, then you just go for the mill play past turn.
Yep. So here we're gonna see the Uko swing coming through. A little cute Uko 2K swing. All these big angels and the Ukomon just like, I'm gonna swing 2K.
Will you let it through? Let's see if
Yep.
it goes through.
Yep. Another draw one trash one here.
Yeah, I believe that's probably the last card that Purple Hybrid has left on the top of their deck as well. So their trash is nice and thick.
Yeah, but they're also in the same predicament as well with the angels because it's just like I can't digivolve here.
But that's okay. I think the intention is to try and finish it this turn because clearly, if you don't
Yeah.
try this
Oh
turn,
man.
there's no next turn, right? Because like with that amount of crazy board, it's just gonna swing out for sure, 100% and beat
Yeah,
and
so
win
it
from
looks like there's 11 cards left in the Dominimon player's deck. So just doing a full count here, I believe there should be 35 in there. Um
there. That looks like there was more than 30 cards in trash, so that's
yeah.
gained 3 memory.
Yep. So here we're gonna see the Evo into the Dusk. Okay, and it seems like Purple Hybrid still has a little bit as well. Okay, so now it's just a race against the clock to see the mills.
That is correct. So if you mentioned there's 11 cards left in the deck, that's counting right now. Swing with Dustmon. Dustmon goes into Valgar again. Mills, let's just say another one, two. Mills another 3. So that would deplete it down to 8. Again, it depends on what colors were changed. So we need to see here. Because if there were 4 different colors, then it would be a really good spot because then you would mill 4 and then you would go for
So
the Merva play.
so yeah, so last turn we know that we know for the last Evo we know for sure 4 were mills, so there are at least 4 colors on board right now. And then on top of that, if they go again, so they can make the 5th color, and then that would be a mill 5, then the Merva play. So it looks like he's just
Oh,
gonna
just gonna
go
go
for the
straight for
Merva
the mirror
play.
play.
Yep, gonna get that the Shadramon, tuck the Shadramon. Um, yep, doing the full count here. Gonna use the effect, and now it's time to see what is coming down.
It's
So
gonna
that is
be probably
one.
the two Valgers, yeah. Two
Yep,
Valgers, both on plays, and mill one.
one, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 exactly, and
Oh
passes it over.
wow.
Oh my days, that bro, you called it exactly. That was beautiful, bro. Okay, so that was clean. That was clean. I'm not gonna lie, that got me hyped right there because man, Dominimon had that game out from the get go, like
Yeah.
going up into that full stack in the Dominimon, being able to set up that insane board. And then it looked pretty grim for Purple Hybrid. And then just seeing the line to go for that mill strategy, oh my days, beautiful. Peak Digimon gameplay right there.
No, right? Yeah, this is why, guys, the Merva build still works because there are matchups like these that the Merva build pretty much gives you that answer. Because if it was like the regular build, which we saw earlier and mentioned about the like Nidhogs, you won't be able to pull this off. You don't play that package, and it's gonna be, I'd say, almost near impossible to actually come back from that at all.
Mhm.
But yes, just to reiterate, the Dustmon earlier wasn't able to swing because the map was played, so it doesn't have rush or anything. So there wasn't going to be additional mills, but it worked out in the end, anyways. Merva having 5 different colors there on the board, mill 10 perfect. Wow.
Yep. So no, that was really really nice. It was very impressive to see just having that kind of like recognition and seeing that your opponent is at low deck size and just being able to mill. It reminds me of the old secure Secon matchup where that was one of the ways you had to do it. Just because, like you mentioned, all that recovery that they do, all that draw, all that searching, and like all of that. Um, if you can just get them to that threshold, you're just like, all right, change game plan, forget about OTKing them or killing them. You're just gonna mill, 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 and getting them down to zero and just saying, "Hey, they passed the turn." What great, great game there. So going into game 3 now, um, and both players playing this matchup really, really well. Um, they know what they're doing. So I hope to see what game 3, and as you mentioned, Purple Hybrid loves to go first there. So here we're going to see Impmon on the Evo, and then probably best case scenario setting up a Koichi and then passing it over to the Mini. Um, but just going to do some thinking here because now that's the thing, right? Once a mill strategy like that happens once, it's very hard for it to happen again because the mini bond player now is going to recognize that's the strategy that they're probably going to go for. So you kind of have to play it a little bit differently.
Yep. So here we can already see both sides are setting up with the rookies ready to go, Pata ready to go and raising, Impmon going ready to go, come up from raising and start attacking and chipping away, and Luxmon search.
Yeah, so next turn Patamon comes up. We're gonna see the same play. Patamon's gonna search insecurity. Hopefully for the Dominimon player, they hit the Andromon to do the Evo, and then they go up the full chain again. Um, yeah, so they're definitely we definitely see this. So here we're actually going to see the Angemon on the side of the Evo there. So just going to pass it over to the proprietor player on 3. So he's thinking now, the Domini player thinking if he wants to ace here, so decides not to ace, ends up hitting a Dominimon. So Impmon's going to get uh, deleted. So this is going to be a mill 3, and then there's going to be a draw 1, trash 1 off of the egg as well. Man, it's so nice seeing Impmon still being relevant to this day. Like Impmon's a very old card
Yeah,
in
no,
terms
it's
of
true. I personally really like the Impmon low end sort of like package, or I guess you could say engine, especially when you play with Mervamon, because it helps you ramp the trashes quickly so then you can actually execute the Mervamon play sooner. And this particular version with the Mervamon and Impmon is really all about adding cards in the trash as quickly as possible, which we saw from last game. They were able to get all the way to like 35 plus cards in trash, and then coming down with Jack Raids, 3 memory at a time. And then that's when you can slam down the Mervamon, potentially still keeping turn. And when you keep your turn, you can actually have the option to rush and attack, finish your opponents off that way, or like we saw, alternatively, just mill your opponent out.
Yep. And so here we see that was a rival's barrage to get rid of the Angemon, and then the Angemon just ends up tucking itself uh, into security. But we see here the Patamon effect end up going. Was that the Patamon effect to go into the Gatomon?
That is
I
correct. The
believe.
Patamon would, I would believe, pushed out, found a Gatomon in security, went into Gato, and the really cool interaction is here is both Patamon and Gato will trigger their effects to gain a memory both each.
Yep. So
Because
here we're
yeah,
gonna. Yep, the Evo going in. And it seems like every time he Evos, he finds the sauce, bro. So here we're gonna see that looks like Cherubi Ace Altart, I
that is
believe.
correct. That is the true B Ace Altart.
Man, these cards look beautiful. Just so shiny though. I'm not used to this.
There you know they are dedicated yellow vaccine Dominimon
Yep,
player.
yep. So yeah, so here we're gonna see the Evo gonna end up tucking something into security, and then going to end up playing a body as well. Nothing to minus. And then this is just a pass over on 3 for Purple Hybrid. So yep. So now Purple Hybrid kind of chilling. There's no Dominimon on board, so they can go full combo here if they want. They have enough memory to do so, and then they can potentially get some good chip damage in here. But you kind of have to respect the ace here as well. We did see the Dominimon player kind of flash the ace a little bit, just because they were thinking on if they wanted to Evo on the swing of the Angemon that was tucked into security earlier. So they probably do have that ace in hand. So
Yeah,
just up to Purple Hybrid to see if they want to go for it.
yeah. So here's they really needed to have a Velgar set up. It looks like they needed a cycle and draw. This is a kind of tough position to be in because Digivolve draw into Velgar, just mill two, and then just pass. And then this is another way to set up the Velgar in the trash, aside from just using Demirara to draw in trash, but also because there's no rookie in the back to work with. And then at least, but the downside is now the purple hyper player loses a tamer because of
Yeah.
that.
All right. So it looks like it was just a pass over. Only got 1 for Domini though, so not much they can do here.
I was gonna say it would be more ideal if the setup was not Cherubi Ace, but as a Domini, because if you can get there sooner, then that would be better. But here it looks like
Yep.
they're gonna go ahead and go for the attack. I believe the egg right there is not the Tokomon, because we've seen actually like a 2-3 split when it comes to Dominimon, or maybe a 4-1 split of running both QPmon and Tokomon. And by running the QPmon, the idea is that it can set up your security and put exactly what you want in there for later combos. If you ever
Yep.
use Emissary of Hope, or if you ever push up Patamon, you can guarantee yourself to find level 4, or even Dominimon to guarantee yourself to play out like a Magna Angemon, or even set up the Magna Angemon to guarantee yourself to have the Dominimon in security so you can Digivolve into it afterwards too.
Yep. And here we see that the Valgramon just got hit off of security off of that double check. So we know the combo is there. Um, Plus the Angemon is still live as well. So it kind of is pseudo protected. Just because if he does go for the full combo, you would have to swing into the Angemon, have the Angemon um and you still have to play around the ace that the Dominion player was hovering. So it looks like this is going to be a 7K swing into the Angemon, and here comes the ace that was getting hovered. It is the Anjouman ace, so this is going to be a uh, uh
Trashing the top card, you can actually trash the top or bottom of your security with annual monies, and then you would reduce it by 6k. You would DP reduce the Velgar, so making it 1k, and it just runs into it.
yeah, so ends up playing out the Koichi here, going down to 1. And yeah, we did see that ace being hovered a little bit, especially on that first swing there. So we did know there was one. I think the play was there. He played out the Anjumon ace just to kind of like give the purple hybrid player like a little bit of a ruse, saying, "Oh, I don't have another ace," and then just went into the another ace anyways. But you know how the game goes; they always have it. If they have the first one, they always have the second one. So
Yep, and you always have to play it as if they have it too. You know.
yeah. So yeah,
Ooh.
so here we're gonna see. Looks like
The Death
Rivals
Slinger.
Barrage there.
No,
Oh,
this
it's
is
Death
Death
Slinger.
Slinger.
Sorry.
Yeah, so that will allow them to pop the level 5 because there's more than 10 cards in trash. Gain the Ace Overflow off as well.
Yep. So it's basically this is for free.
Then the Angemon has a inheritable effect with which I believe is like on deletion. Oh, I believe you might own you have to have the TK possibly. Oh no, on deletion you place one yellow card with vaccine straight from your hand to the bottom security.
Yep. So ideally, you would play back an Angemon Ace. If you had the Patamon set up in the back, you can do the whole shenanigan. Or you play. I think the Gato also has a vaccine as well, so you can play the Gato in security as well. And this is basically he only paid 1 for that Rivals Barrage, I believe.
Death Slinger, yeah.
Death Slinger,
Death
sorry.
Slinger.
It
Yeah,
look
basically one, yeah.
Yeah, because the overflow gaining 3 and then doing the
Yes.
shenanigans.
That is correct.
Just gonna do it again.
Other one. And then
Yep.
perfectly put you to 1.
Value Town. We call that Value Town, boys. uh all right, so only the Cherubi Ace on board here. No card for lines, only putting him to 1. So ideally you have a rookie here to Evo. So you can set up for next turn, or you just go in for the chip. So yep, there is a Pillowmon card I also dislike from way back when.
Pillowmon?
Yeah, Pillowmon. Me and Pillowmon have some history, man. A lot of history with that Pillowmon. But so setting up that, so here ideally, if you have a 2 Evo level 4 that you can go into, so like the Anjumon, sorry, or the Gato, I believe is also 2 Evo. Correct me if I'm wrong. Just to set up for next turn potentially. We see the stack getting drawn down, so I don't know if there's a level 7 potential play. I don't know what's going on here, but the stack gets pushed up. Or will he go just play a body, put the purple hybrid player up to 2? Ideally, you kind of want to choke them out here so they can't do their full combo shenanigans, but um, not sure here. So yep, just gonna put him to 2, play
Go
the
for the
searcher,
ones.
um, and going to get the Anja Woman ace.
And yeah, this is a sort of like another example of this is kind of what happens and what the board looks like when Angels or Dominima is not able to snowball or Hyro crazy like the last 2 games, which we've seen, although it can actually consistently pull that off, which is really crazy. But these are some of the moments where you want to keep in mind, like, this is what your board would sometimes look like. You know, you don't find Domini, then you sit there with a level 6 ace. It becomes a liability. And this is a very, very like juicy moment for Purple Hybrid to go for that combo. You can see he's just going straight into it, Dustmon into Velgar, repeating that same combo we always know of. But this is the perfect moment because you want to delete the Luxmon. Deleting Luxmon would delete the Cherubi Ace, and there's no protection there to
Yep, and then that's going
stop
to be an
that.
overflow as well. That's going to be an overflow. Correct me if I'm wrong. A
That
number
is there
4.
will be overflow fault 4 with Cherubi.
Yep,
Yes,
so that
yep.
will get popped, full stack, going back up to 4, and then going to use the effect as well to be able to Oh, he doesn't even have to, what's it called? He doesn't even have to, does he not have to self-delete for the
So,
effect?
so that's the thing with Valgrimmon. You
Oh,
just need to
yeah,
delete.
you
That is
target the
correct. Yes.
other. Ah, I see.
You
I
always
see.
have the choice. You can delete itself if you want to. If you delete itself, you can do the cycle, play Tamer back,
Yeah,
and recycle there. But in that particular situation, I'm very sure that the Dustmon changed the Luxmon to purple so that
yeah,
Velgramon can delete the opponent's Luxmon because it never really needs to be. It can be yours or your opponent's basically. It just needs to be a
exactly.
level 4 purple Digimon to be deleted,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
and afterwards you would
All
clear
around.
off. Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, this is where you kind of want to be as purple hybrid because now they have no stack. They have to play TK to pass it over. Now you have the Ukomon that's coming up. You have Tamer set up. You have a Rivals Barrage that you can get back what you need. And now is just like this is prime and juicy. And now that they don't have a Domini stack, it's looking pretty rough.
It is
Looking pretty rough.
exactly. Yeah, and this is the opportunity as purple hybrid you want to seize immediately as soon as you can. Chunk down all their security as quickly as possible so it depletes their resources of potentially finding what they need in there. And by attacking as much as you can, if they're down to 0 security, that means there's no combo.
Yep. So here we're going to see the Gauzy Evo in the back to end up drawing another card. He does have the Rival's Barrage to potentially bring something back. He can go for the Uko Swing to get that draw one, trash one. So here we're going to see the Ugo Swing coming in. Ugo is more than likely going to die only on a 2k body. So we're going to get the draw one, trash one here off of the Demi-Mera Egg. Going to end up trashing another Rival's Barrage. And just going to he has a lot in trash. So Jack Raid is definitely online. Um, so he can set up for next turn as well. Maybe just go for as much security here as possible. So here we're going to see the Velgar swing coming in. Bada
Ooh,
bing, it is a Cherubi Ace. So Koichi is going to he ends up getting to play a tamer here. I wonder if he has a mat. Yes, he does. So the mat is going to end up coming down. Mat effect is going to end up bringing back either a Digimon or a event.
it looks like they're gonna grab. Oh, okay. It looks like they're gonna grab the Mervamon here. Okay,
Yep. So set up that Mervamon play potentially for next turn.
it wasn't to Koichi. Yeah, this is,
Yep.
yeah, again, try to beat them down as much as you can, as much opportunity as you can.
Yep, and this Koichi can also swing. So here we're going to see the when attacking effect to basically be able to pull something back.
Going into
And then
Valgar
use,
again.
yep. So this is
Hmm,
only one color, so only one's gonna mill, and then he ends up hitting the
Another
Dustmon there.
Cherubi Ace.
Yep, so effect again, and so much recursion here. So let's see what other tamer he has here. Just gonna probably Koichi. Both Koichis are in the bin there for sure. I know there's not another mat, so he probably gets back the 4-1, or he can
Yeah,
even get back the 3 cost as well. Um, 3 costs sets him up for next turn, so we
hmm,
can if he gets choked, he can do shenanigans because your opponent is going to 3 as well, so you got to play around that. Yep. So gonna draw one off that Koichi just to see more cards, and then gonna trash Matt, and then you know your opponent's going to 3 anyway, so you just
ooh, Ancient
ooh,
Kitty.
that,
Play it,
that
grab something and play
yep,
something back.
yep, the tech coming in. Gonna play another Koichi. Just gonna, yeah, he is setting up for kill turn next turn. He is ready to go for it.
Yep, at this moment, if
And
you can't swing anymore, just set it up. Just set it up for the next turn, see what the opponent can do, and then just try to answer from there.
yeah, even just a pass over is fine because you know you have all the hybrids in hand. Hey, maybe you have a Ghazi you can play on the board. Yep. And boom, Ghazi pass it over saying, hey, no memory shenanigans here. So you better just have the line or you're in trouble. So, but like with triple tamer setup plus rivals barrage plus the Ghazi, it's just like for Domini, it's just rough. I think it really came down to Cherubi Ace being the level 6 that he saw and not Domini. that was kind of rough.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of how it goes. If you don't find Domini, it becomes a very, very uh tough uphill battle kind of thing. Because then you know, again, you're putting a lot of aces on the board and they become liabilities. It becomes really juicy for the opponents to remove. And this
Yeah,
is
and
where
you were
purple
you
hybrid,
were
yeah.
easily able to see like the double rivals barrage play, being able to see, uh, like just doing that for free, essentially gaining back all of that memory and being able to set up as well. And here we see the Pillamon end up swinging and Hugo taking it out, and now we're gonna see the Anju one ace, able to clear off that Gazimon and recover that one. And honestly, this is just it's looking pretty grim for the Domini player. I think here the action is probably just push up.
Oh, looks like unfortunately
And
time
it
is
looks,
called.
yeah, time is called. That is unfortunate there. So we might actually just end up in a draw. Yeah, very unfortunate because Purple Hybrid had that game in the bag there. Um, unless there was like another Cherubi ace play, but unfortunately, just going into time, not able to get that final turn just to go in for game, and sometimes that is how that happens.
Oh, that
Um,
was really, really close.
very very close, but kudos to both players for playing it really well. Um, Man, that was a game. That was a very good game. Very good showcase of the alternate build of Purple Hybrid and the powerhouse that I now can put some respect on in Dominimon. It's just really really strong um, overall deck that can just go super wide and go toe to toe with one of the best in format. So yeah, man, that was good. I really enjoyed that matchup a lot.
Yeah, yeah. It's good that you get to see Dominion in action. You can see both games one and two, how crazy you can just go create that crazy board, can't deal with it. And then Purple Hybrid, I think, having the Merva showcase is a very cool one to see because then you can see, like, okay, this is at least what the Purple Hybrid player can do to sort of counteract and interact against that board, possibly do something against it. So,
Yeah. Yeah, very unfortunate. But, you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. So we got round three coming up. Evo,
yeah. Yep.
man, Purple Hybrid, very strong deck. We knew the deck was strong. Um, and then seeing these decks that we weren't anticipating, so like the Rocks, for example, in round one, and then Dominion round two, just really nice to see overall showcase. But uh, we're just at the tip of the iceberg, bro. We still got a lot of rounds to go. We still got 6 more rounds to go.
Yeah, we're
So
just getting started, guys. But with that being said, I guess just before heading out to round three, we're gonna set up, head to the tables, grab who we're gonna try to watch next. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
yeah, get some water, man. Get some water. Stay hydrated, man. Welcome back, everybody. Round number three, and bro, I don't know if you guys can see the smile on my face. Probably not, but the smile on my face right now is we get two powerhouses in the Canadian scene with Kiki going against Cheech, and two decks that I'm looking forward to talking about. So one of my favorites of all time decks, being Agumon. Um, I like the old Agumon, so I'm super hyped to see what this new stuff does. And then we got the Imperial Dramon, basically the deck I spent 10 hours talking about for real. So, oh man, this is going to be a powerhouse of a match. So, yep, so here we see tried and true shenanigans. We're going to see the searcher coming down and then also having that Vmon in the back. So, Abel, talk to me. What's the new spice with this Agumon stuff?
So actually, I think it's actually not Agumon. I believe it's actually Purple Hybrid because it looks like it was a Cupimon that
Wait,
hatched.
did I get I might have gotten the deck list wrong here?
Oh,
Question mark.
possibly.
Okay, I might have been looking at another deck list. Oh, unfortunate.
No worries.
I was so hyped.
You got really
Okay,
excited.
so we get to see Purple Hybrid once more, but we also get to see Imperial Dramon. So yeah, it does look like it is Purple Hybrid here. So it looks like, yep, I got my deck list mixed up, Sag. But anyhow, still a very good matchup. So I do look forward to seeing how All Force can deal with what looks to be the boogeyman pretty much right now in Purple Hybrid. I'm not sure how this matchup goes. So talk to me.
So I don't. It would be pretty spicy if Kiki plays All Force in Imperial. That could be something that's crazy. I don't personally know, but I'm just gonna judge this based off as normal Imperial. And I think, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, I can't remember if I mentioned it before when I was chatting to you, but Imperial has can make that potential sort of like come back into this kind of meta because it naturally has a really good matchup against Purple Hybrid. Now I haven't really seen uh how it compares to like the current new Purple Hybrid, but back in 2.0, the fact that it can partition, plays around most of its removal effects, is a really high value counter against Purple Hybrid, just because you can have those two bodies back out, and if Purple Hybrid can't like and get rid of those two other level fours that partitioned out, then it's DNA shenanigan again the next turn, and I'm just gonna swing at you all over again. The other thing that Imperial techs in is the Hexablaumon card from EX7, which I'm not sure if you TMac have if that was during
Yep.
Niagara, because was it during Niagara
No,
that EX7?
it was a little bit after Niagara.
Right,
So that
right,
was
right.
the ironclad, because I remember seeing in Niagara that was the first time I saw the Galaxy shenanigans.
Right.
So yeah, so it was a little bit after. So here we see this board state here, man. This stack is something.
Yeah. So to fill you in, aside from the current Dragon mode, which you can see from BT16, fantastic art by the way. It's the movie
Hmm.
avatar. If you guys haven't watched it yet, be sure to watch it. This can interact against the purple hybrid deck because when it comes to Dustmon combo to evil into Velgramon from the trash is by an effect, and because they evil by an effect, Dragon mode can interact against the opponent and then potentially go into a fighter mode to disrupt their play as well.
Yep. So here we're just seeing a little bit of a camera adjustment here, just making sure we can see everything in the frame and all good. So yeah, so here we see what is this looks like here.
So there's a Uko ready on
Yep.
the board, thinking of whether to
Yep.
swing or not. And I guess if they swing, it's like, okay, they can go for a feeler and tester and see like, oh, are you gonna ace me here or not? Probably not, because it's a bit of a too much of an early commitment.
Yep.
Um, but of course, just double checking, and Kiki does let the attack go through.
Yep. And I forget how how sometimes because we have seen Kiki play before, This layout is a little bit different than what we're used to, but we know where everything is. So it's always funny to see. But yeah, so getting that swing in, Uko only being a 2K, still surviving, which is very rare. But does happen. So here the Mat Ishida coming down, uh, just gonna be able to recycle. So going to get that Guilmon. I talked about this earlier. So late game, once you have enough in trash, you can hard play the Guilmon,
Yeah.
being able to get another rusher on board. Um, and right now, as Imperial, you have the full stack. So you're kind of just chilling right now. Um, and it's just like you have your opponent down to what looks like 3 security.
Yep.
Um, so what do you follow up with here? Do you push? Maybe look into getting into additional damage? Do you and you're only at 1 memory as well. That's the
Yeah.
other thing.
So Kiki
So
does need to evaluate the potential risks of swinging in right here. If he chooses to attack, he can draw and cycle additional cards that he needs. He can go. He probably wants to go over the Uko, but going over the Uko, which this is a different egg which you saw earlier, TMac. The one that Purple Hybrid that played in the last match was the Demimera egg, which draws you trash one. But the other more popular egg that people are running is the QPmon, the purple Cupimon, because when it's deleted, you get to trash a card from your hand to gain a memory. Now, one of the things
mhm.
why it's really good is because if they swing over the Uko on deletion, we've seen Nidhogg's. So what they do is they would trash a Nidhogg from their hand, QP will gain 1, Nidhogg will gain 1, and guess what happens?
Shenanigans. The turn is passed back over.
Exactly. So that's how deadly the QPmon can actually be, because it's like Nidhoggmon being like a pseudo hand trap kind of thing. And then by passing that turn, then that means you don't get to play
Yep.
afterwards,
So,
right?
so yep. So here we actually saw the piercing. Ooh, and hitting into what looks like a
Jack
jack right
Raid.
there. Oh man, that just gives me flashbacks to Hammer Spark in life, baby. Um, but yeah, hitting that ends up passing over the turn, unfortunately. And yeah, so it looks like what happened there. The Imperial Dramon swung into the Uko with piercing, getting that one check, and then also just swing. And somehow the 1K body is still alive. That's 2 bodies that are usually expected to go bye bye. Um, are still alive. And now Kiki is kind of just chilling. Honestly, probably not the most ideal where you want to be. So here we see the purple hybrid player going into that Ukomon in the back there. So that's going to get pushed up, being able to search that team or Digimon for the next turn. And here we might actually see the full combo here. So going into that Dustmon again. So probably going to change color here. I'm not sure if if Kiki has the full stack that he wants there for that Imperial Dramon. And like you mentioned as well, if that is the case and that full combo does go off, Kiki can then choose to Evo that Dragon mode because an evolve was done by an effect. So let's see what ends up happening here. So yep, so here we see the swing with the Dustmon. Looks like uh, Cheech here is going to use the effect. Just happening here. No, so he doesn't use the effect.
Looks like he
Playing
just go,
around with
yeah. Mhm.
yeah, just going straight in for the swing here, which is probably the correct play, honestly. Um, no shenanigans and stuff like that.
Yeah, just go ahead and take out that Wormon first, maybe just to get a feel and a tester to see is like, oh, are you gonna ace here? Because if you ace here, then that would be good for Purple Hybrid, because then that means they don't have to play against the pressure of the dragon mode anymore. And that dragon mode alone exerts amount of that kind of pressure, which is insane because it stops. Okay, you attack me, I would ace normally. If you evo or play by an effect, I would just go ahead and go into a fighter mode and then bottom deck you. And it's exceptionally good against Purple Hybrid too, because it just gets rid of all your inheritables and you're not going to be able to use them either.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then not only that, that also sets up for potential paladin ace plays, get rid of the whole trash and all of that, and then you're just back to square one, and you're just like, how did we get here? But yep. So doing a little bit of a counting here just to see, and then just ends up passing it over to a one, and then yep. So Kiki's just kind of chilling here now. Gonna hatch the egg and probably just gonna go up the chain again. We still haven't seen the tamer as well, the pretty powerhouse tamer that I talk about quite frequently. For cost. So here it ends up hitting a Vagramon, putting down a purple hybrid down to 1 life. And man, it's like I have clairvoyance or something because I just said we haven't seen it, and guess what comes down? The tamer. So now Kiki is in pretty much the easiest position where he wants to be. He has the opportunity next turn to go full combo. So basically go up the stack. If you guys don't know what the Imperial combo does, pretty much you get to free play a body, you get to DNA. Usually you're going to DNA at the end of your opponent's turn, go into the Paildramon. Paildramon will go into the other shenanigans, so forth, so on. And then next thing you know, you're looking down the barrel of like 5 swings. So here, Ukomon coming in, going to hit that OG Paildramon. Beautiful art, by the way. And then going to get that, I think that was the draw one trash one.
Was
And
that
then
the drawing
going,
trash one?
I believe, I think, no, I think that was the QPmon. I think you are
QPmon? Yeah,
correct.
QPmon, the trash
Yeah.
one, the game one.
Yep. And then going to Evo into the purple, the Dustmon once more. So just going to raw Evo into the Vagramon. Going to use the effect. So we got 3 colors online right now. So ends up milling 3.
Yeah, so one way is, aside from using Dustmon's effect to evo into Valgrimmon from the trash, that's one way to play around the, evoing by effect. So you can just evo for 1 with the alternative digital solution requirements of Valgrimmon on top. And this
Yep.
looks like he's going to go ahead and swing directly over the dragon mode, and looks like he doesn't have a fighter mode to ace against it.
Yep. So it looks like that's just going to be a pop off of battle. And unfortunately, I don't know if Kiki had the partition. Okay, so partition is always the one that gets me, but that's the one that if it gets deleted by effect, then you can do your partition shenanigans. But if it's by battle, it is chilling, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Evil.
Yes, partition is you can only partition if it's other when you get removed other than by your own effect. So it doesn't include battle. So if you battle, which I wasn't too sure why I picked up there, because it seems like Velger was at 13, dragon mode base is 12, but I'm not sure if there was an extra 1k DP buff because of like the demi V egg or something. I couldn't see there. But assuming it looks like they crashed.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a crash. And then now Purple Hybrid is just doing the shenanigans using Jack Raid, ends up getting that Guilmon out. This Guilmon is going to go in for the
rush attack.
Ends up trading with the Vmon there. And then now you can kind of just chill and set up here. But like I mentioned earlier, Kiki has that tamer. So maybe Kiki was playing around that this was going to happen. And now he can go full combo with the Vmon. But unfortunately...
Oh, here comes the Gallantmon.
Oh, Gallimon, this looks like... Is that for free?
Depends on how many... I kind of doubt it, because you need like 30 plus cards in trash in total to get there. Not sure if there's 30, but it looks like, Kiki's counting, so it looks like there's 16 on Kiki's side.
And that would mean there would have to be 15 on the side of Purple Hybrid.
Yes, but even with 30,
14.
it only becomes 1 cost. It becomes 1 cost, but you would need to have 35 for it to be completely free. So
Yep, and
maybe
then
there
there's
was
the
35 in
tamer.
total. Oh, hitting a tamer. Okay.
I think it was free. If he has another jack raid here, this could be game here.
Then go for a second Gilmon, second Gallon.
Yep.
No, but remember, Gallon, you can only reduce its play cost if you have absolutely no other Digimon on your board. So the
No,
Gallon
so
play wouldn't be.
the mat got played last turn. So if he had another jack raid, he could have evoed over with a hybrid and then swing for game.
Ah,
But it looks
yes.
like he didn't have it though, so he just ends up
Ah,
conceding the game one.
that is unfortunate. Okay, so
Yeah, very close though, very close.
very
And
close.
bro, I'm telling you, bro, like that's how cheeky Purple Hybrid can be, because he was only one card off there from potentially stealing game, and Kiki was chilling at three security. So
Yeah,
but like Kiki did play around that really well. He was like he kind of knew that the Imperial Dragon mode was going to get taken off the next turn. So um he just ends up setting up for the next combo for the following turn there. But very, very close. So I believe Kiki takes game one there, and going into game two. So going into game two, probably Purple Hybrid is going to go first, and then also going to look to go first to kind of put that early pressure on Imperial Dramon. But
yes.
you don't want to be giving, especially if you, like, let's say you drop a tamer, put Imperial Dramon to 3, they can just go Evo into Baby, play Davis Ken, and then set up for full combo next turn. Because
Yeah,
that's all you really need to see full combo.
yeah,
So it's a very interesting match of who wants to go first, who wants to go second.
yeah. Of course, it always depends on what cards they find in the hand. But I think if I was the purple hybrid player, I would opt in to possibly go second because I feel like you can take your time a little bit. And I would actually play against the Imperial player because Imperial at the end of the day is very, very, very piece reliant. And I sometimes would play it as if I would prefer them to have one less card, so they would see less playable cards in their hand in total for a potential like brick or slower start. Because if I can capitalize off of that afterwards, I can really, really go super crazy on them and keep hitting them while they still have to spend their time to set up slowly bit by bit.
So,
Hmm.
yep. So it looks like the purple hybrid does opt to go first there. Just wants to put on that aggression out the jump, and then ends up setting the Koichi here as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the hatch into the rookie, into the tamer, putting the purple hybrid to 1. So no hybrid shenanigans off the rip. Um,
That
and then
would be
just
the
going,
most ideal play, yeah.
yep. But if you don't have it, you don't have it. And then maybe you set up a Vmon, you go Vmon into this, like the searcher Vmon or Wormmon, try to dig out that tamer, and try to set up your pieces, and go from there.
Yeah. Yeah. And the other thing is like right off the bat, Purple Hybrid has a mat in the trash. So if they're able to go into a Dustmon the next turn and somehow cycle through into a Velgamon in there, they can immediately start the loops already and play the mat back. And
Yep.
we've seen that before, being able to come up with Gabu, swing, 1K, get deleted, QPmon on deletion, toss away Valgor from the hand, gain a memory, and then that's a Dustmon play right away, going on top of Koichi and all that. So we'll see. So it
All
looks
right,
like there's
and here we yeah. So so Kiki did have the tamer, but Kiki went for a more. He was like, I respect that you can't kill me, and I'm not going to give you any bodies to deal with that whole combo. So he is actually just going to go tamer into green memory boost, set up for the next turn, and this is going to be a swing here. I'm not familiar with what Digimon this is.
So that is
Over. This looks like
the
a
newer Kaiser Leomon, which is purple and yellow. It can digivolve for 4 on top of a level 3 or a purple tamer. But you can digivolve for 3 on top of Koichi. And what it does, it has retaliation itself. And when you digivolve into it, you can pop anything that your opponent has that is level 4 or lower, which I generally like to tech in this card before every now and then to get rid of like floodgates, predominantly.
Yep. And here we're probably going to see full combo here. I would not be surprised. So we're going to use that Davis Ken effect to get that Wormmon. And this is just giving me nightmares and throwbacks to Niagara Regional, where I spoke about this combo for, I want to say, out of the 10 rounds, I think it was like 8 of the 10 rounds. So, going to Digivolve for 2 into that XVmon. Beautiful Ulti Cup XVmon from the OGs. Um, and then if he has the Stingmon here, so he's going to tap the 1 to gain the memory. Going to swing jamming because he's a good old jammy boy.
Check in, get a draw in as well.
Yeah. And then he has the Stingmon here. This is, I believe, the EX2 or 3 Stingmon, uh, where you when you DNA, you would gain a memory.
The
So here we're
BT12,
gonna see
BT12, sorry, BT12
BT12.
Stingmon.
Thank you. Yeah, it's around that time. So here we see the Pyildramon swing coming in. Because there is no Digimon to suspend, it gets to untap, unsuspend, and he gets all those inheritables over again.
Yep.
Um, and this is the one with partition, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, so he gets all those draw triggers. It has jamming, it has piercing, it has keyword after keyword after keyword. Um, and then
Everything you need.
yes, pretty much the big toolbox. And he still has the memory boost access here. So just counting, Kiki's counting up here just to see how many cards are in trash if he wants to swing again to potentially put another one. Maybe play around the jack right here. You see him popping. So just going to slam down
Mm.
another Davis and Ken, not going for another swing. So it doesn't put another card in trash. And he has another Davis Ken set up. So potentially can go another full combo next turn by being able to play 2 free bodies. And when I tell you this Davis and Ken Tamer, I don't know what it is, man. This card is just way too good. Should. It was like a welcomed addition to the archetype, honestly.
Very powerful card, very, very much needed to make the deck back. But yeah, I gotta reiterate, Kiki not swinging there was very, very, very smart play. Just being patient. Don't want to run into something in security that can give the opponent value. You know, a memory setter mat could have happened. You know, a boost. You know, all that would have been able to make a Dustmon play here. But putting them exactly down to 1, and the opponent with Purple Hybrid with only having 3 security, this is a potential lethal for Kiki because he can swing twice with the pile on the board and then play out the 2 rookies with Davis Ken, find the pieces that he needs, DNA all over again into another pile, and then swing 2 hits with the pile separately as well, assuming there's
Yep.
no bombs in the security as well.
Yeah, and then yeah, this is pretty much I've seen it, bro. 1 is bad enough. 2 is just egregious. So here we see the Tamer, the Wormmon coming down. So now all Kiki has to do is if he has an XV, which he does, and then now he just needs the Wormmon. If he has the Wormmon, he can now DNA Digivolve, especially if he has the BT12 one. He'll be getting 2 memory off this, so it's basically going to be a free Evo. He only has the Stingmon, but he can also tap the Tamers as well to gain memory he needs. So here we're going to see a DNA Digivolve into the old school Pyodra. Beautiful alt art, by the way. So going to ends up tapping both Tamers. So going to end up gaining 3 memory here, 1 for the XVmon and then 2 for the Tamers. So putting himself down to 1. So this is going to be potentially yep, this is a bottom deck as well. So not only that, he's not going to get the Onto-Lesion. And now this is looking down the barrels of 4 swing. So Kiki is probably going for it here. So yep, just deciding which one he wants to swing with first. So going to swing with the Pyildramon, getting that draw trigger. Um, and then he is going to swing again with the other one. So
Oh.
this is a Rivals Barrage. Very unfortunate thing you want to see here. So it is going to get rid of that Pyodramon stack there. So probably what Kiki should have done there is go for the double swing with the OG Pyodramon. And then because you know your Pyodramon has partition, even if he sees a removal, you'll still get back the 2 sources here. But Kiki's still in a very comfy position here. What Kiki can do is he can swing, and then potentially if he has old school dragon mode, he can pass it over on 3, go for a more wide board, or if he has another rookie, he can evo. But I think he's a little bit short on rookies here. So maybe he won't even swing, to be honest with you, because if the stack is going to get popped via effect, he can just kind of chill, and then use partition to get back the two sources there. So um, and I think in that scenario, what you would have to do is you would have to get a 3 and a 4, so that way the Belgramon effect would pop the 3, and then leave the 4 on board. So it looks very unfortunate sequencing there, but that is how Digimon is sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. But that's okay, because here comes down the Primogenitor, but no rookie in the back, which is a little unfortunate there, because then, having the rookie, having the extra attack, having extra swing would be really helpful. But Primo with no effect to Evo either.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate there. So sometimes that's what happens with Imperial. Yeah, like you said, it's very piece reliant, and you need to see pieces. And unfortunately, if you don't see the pieces that you need, it's kind of like you're dirtling and like hoping, and that's never where you want to be. But still not a bad board state from Kiki here. Kiki just really needs to see a rookie here. And he has a lot of cards in hand, so he probably has full combo again. I wouldn't be surprised, but you really need. It's getting really dicey here, especially being on 3 life. We did see last game how the purple hybrid player can just go from 3 to 0, and it was only one Jack Raid array. Remember that. So still can be pretty grimy here. And this time he has a little bit more in trash, not as many in trash for purple hybrid, but still, it's not the best board state to be in, because if purple hybrid has any form of response for this Pyldramon, it can be game ending for Kiki for sure.
So it's just a quick note, T-Mac. I think chat is just saying like the audio on your side seems to be coming a little low. Is there a way for you to boost up your
Oh,
your audio a little bit higher?
how about now? How are we sounding now? Is that a little bit better for you guys?
I can hear you
Hopefully.
clearly throughout, so it's really just, chat. Let us know if you guys can hear T-Mac, if he's a little bit louder here now, or clearly. But T-Mac, just keep going, keep doing your thing.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes we have technical difficulties. It is what it is. It happens from time to time. So, no surprise. But uh, pretty much like I was saying is this is kind of where you want to be for purple hybrid, because now with Imperial Dramon, seeing that you can potentially go full at it, like we saw last game where he went from 3 security in a blink of an eye. So now you see here he's doing the full check to see, ends up getting that Matt Ishida. So that Matt Ishida is going to be able to bring back an event or a Digimon back to hand. Um, and he's only on 1 memory, so he looks like, I believe is it 1 purple card, or is it just 1? I remember event Digimon, but I don't remember if it's 1 purple card. It's been so long for the Matt Ishida for me.
Oh yeah, the OG mat. Yeah, you can grab
Yeah.
any purple option or Digimon. So
Okay.
basically,
So
just
yeah.
not Tamer. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. So just you see here, he's doing a check to see how many cards are in trash for both players. So yeah, we do know he probably has the Gallantmon here. Um, so this might be looking like a setup for next turn to potentially end it, but you kind of have to respond
Here we
for
go.
this. Yep. So there's the Gallantmon, beautiful altar card. This looks like it's only for 1. Um,
It's not going to be able to
Gallantmon.
pop the Pyojamon, because Gallantmon pops a 6k or lower. If it doesn't pop a 6k or lower, it pops a 13k or higher. And Pyo being 8k, it's not going to be able to get rid of it, which
Yeah.
is fine. I think he's just trying to see if we can look for a swing. Considering that, hey, whether if Kiki wants to go for an ace to respond, but I don't think there's need to. Okay. Oh, okay. So I'm not sure, T-Mac, if you know what this new card is, but Gallantmon also has his cousin, or his different form, Medieval Gallantmon, which came out in EX8. And this card can. Let me pull it up quickly. Uh,
Yep. So medieval Gallantmon. So this is the EX version. So yep. When this card would be played by suspending 2 Digimon, reduce the play cost by 4, uh, with Alliance and Vortex, and then the when digivolving effects, you may suspend one Digimon, then you may delete one of your opponent's Digimon with 8k or less DP. For each other suspended Digimon, you get to add 3k. So, uh, very good on clearing bodies, but sometimes it's just a big body. Um,
yeah, so in that case, I kind of missed it there a little bit, but it looks like that they suspended, but they didn't choose to use its when digivolving effect. One of the cool things about this medieval Gallimon is that its last effect of all turns, once per turn when Digimon are played, you get to activate this one of this Digimon's when digivolving effects. So by playing the medieval Gallimon itself, it sees itself to trigger the activation of its
ah,
when digivolving effect. So there was the choice there where he could use the effect to delete the Pyodramon. But I'm pretty
I
sure because
see.
there's partition, so he didn't want to. So instead, he would have suspended the Pyodramon, end of turn, use Vortex, which Vortex lets you attack an opponent's Digimon, even if the Digimon was played the same turn. So it's
Yep.
basically
I
giving it rush.
see.
So then by using
Yeah.
Vortex and probably not Alliance, but just use Vortex to swing over it and get a feel, and that would be the only gamble play that he can make, hoping that Kiki doesn't have an ace to respond to,
Yeah.
go into fighter mode to bottom deck it or anything.
Yep, so he was able to get around the partition. Man, powerhouse of a card. And like we mentioned, unfortunately for Kiki, not seeing those rookies off those draws, but here we see tried and true Davis being able to pull not only a green, but a blue Digimon. So now he has a Wormmon, so he can Evo into the Wormmon and dig a little bit further. Uh, but being only at 2 life, with two big bodies, plus on top of it all, he has the potential hybrid for game. Man, this really is giving me flashbacks of BT6 era.
This
Hybrid for game. Oh,
it's really intense though, because the entire game flow, it really seemed like Kiki had the whole control. He was really close to finishing off as well. He could have chose to go for aggressive attacks, and unfortunately running into that rivals barrage. But now here we are, you know, with him probably exhausting most of his resources and not having as many options that he can choose to play right now, but having to deal with both Gallant and Medieval is going to be a big problem. The other thing is that Medieval Gallantmon's effect is all turns, meaning if Kiki ever chooses to use Davis and Ken to play a Wormmon or Vmon, after the search, Medieval Gallantmon will delete it.
yep. So such a powerhouse of an effect, and that's the card you really want to see. Um, when it comes to just the stack in general. So also the interesting thing here, because there is two Davis and Kens, it kind of mitigates now. But the problem is for Kiki is that Kiki's only at 2 health, so he has to respond to one of these, and then he can go for the follow-up turn. But like you said, being able to use that all turns effect on the medieval gallant, and yeah, Kiki doesn't see the
Looks
one
like you
and is
can
just
see
going to
here.
end up. Yeah, he's just going to concede there. Very, very, and that's what I was telling you. It's just like Purple Hybrid. It's such a toolboxy deck where it can like kind of like just put in these like silver bullets and these like you're not playing max of these, right? But you can play these silver bullets that can really help certain matchups. And Medieval Gallant being one of them is just so good, especially in this matchup. Unfortunately for Kiki, if Kiki had maybe a rookie there, or if he had a rookie, he would have been fine. Because what
Yeah.
Kiki could have done is he could have done that additional swing with the Pyodramon, taking that last life, and then having the rookie to push up for game. It would have been a different story.
Yeah.
But because he didn't have that rookie there to get that Evo off, he wasn't able to finish out the game. And then just setting up double mid. He said the purple hybrid player ended up dropping that the Gallantmon to get that additional swing to put Kiki down to 2, and then saying, all right, I'm just gonna play medieval Gallant, get my vortex off, and then say, hey, remove these two bodies or you lose the following turn, right? So man, powerhouse of a deck. But going into our game 3. This is another game 3 here. And it's going to be fun to see how um, this game 3 is going to go, because we now that we've seen both strategies and we know what both strategies want to do. Um, I wonder if Kiki's going to take the first here, just to kind of put that aggression and take that aggression off of Purple Hybrid so he doesn't get choked, or um, will he opt for the second to get that extra draw to see more pieces?
Yep. So it looks like this situation, we're trying to see if Kiki wants to go first or second here, and probably
I think you
second.
I I still think you would want to go first, because you don't want to get Uko choked to one.
That
That's
is
definitely
fair.
not something you want to happen. So yeah, I think Kiki goes first here, puts the aggression on, give him 4, boom, there you go. You have full combo now.
That is true. That is
Ideal,
true. That is
yeah,
the optimal setup there.
yeah. Give Purple Hybrid the opportunity to say, hey, all right, I know you're gonna Evo into Uko here. I know you're gonna want to set up Tamer, choke me to one, do what you gotta do. Yeah, tried and true, no surprise. You're gonna put me to one. That's fine. Do your thing. So yeah, Wormon's gonna come out here for free. He's opting not to push up the Wormon, so just so he has a little bit more time to set up. Um, so yep. So here we see the Tamer, and he's just gonna raw play the Tamer and pass it back over. So now this is double Tamer setup. So Kiki can now next turn go full combo. He's gonna have one in the back. Uko's gonna get in the swing here. Ideally for Kiki, what Kiki could get off this swing here is if this Uko swings in and hits a, let's say, for example, green memory boost, because we saw that earlier, or best case scenario, a Davis, um, and then Kiki would kind of just be chilling. So yeah, so here we see another Uko Evo, and Uko coming in with the swing. And the swing is a Pyldramon, unfortunately. So this is going to be a trash to gain that one memory. So going back up to 4, so that Uko in the back there, Evo was for free.
Here comes the dusk.
Yep, dust coming down, and I believe that's the Altered Duskmon.
That is, yes, that is the Altar Duskmon.
And then he has the Vagramon in the backside, so gonna change that Wormmon to a different color. So that is 3 colors on the board, so that's gonna be a mill 3, and this is gonna be a hit. So that the Vagramon is pretty huge. That's a plus to buff, and then I'm gonna use the end of turn effect to pop. So he is going to pop the Wormmon, and then the effect is going to get another Koichi on board, the same Koichi that he just used, and then is going to use calling one, add back both, and now he's still set up for next turn. And then for 3 is just going to play the Koichi, the draw one, trash one. So now he can trash potentially the Vagramon he just added back. And now he's just kind of chilling. So Kiki's going to look for combo here. So going to use the effect. Look at top 3. So ends up taking the Vmon, and then going to use the Davis Ken to play the Vmon to get the Pyldramon. And it's like I know that I don't even play Imperial like that, but I just know the combos. Yep. So here's the Evo. Going to go in for 2. Going to get it into the XV, get the draw, and then go into the Stingmon if he has it. End of turn is going to DNA, do the shenanigans, and I don't know what to tell you. We've seen it time and time again. So,
Get ready for the DNA.
yep, it's a DNA Shinka time. So here we're going to see it go into Pyldramon. You're gonna end up doing the shenanigans, tapping both the Davison Kens to get 2. And then Kiki can also swing here. And now this time, let's swing with the small body first to get that draw, because it has free type. Going to end up hitting a Koichi, so luckily for Kiki, that Wormmon is alive. Gonna swing a restand with a Pyildramon. And now, do you swing here again? The last time Kiki did not swing, and we saw what happened there. Kiki has no eggs this time as well, so it's just a matter of does he have the rookie to potentially to play off of that for this time. So it's going to be interesting to see what Kiki does here. So he's counting how many are in trash. That looks like 9 in trash. So a very similar scenario where Kiki did not swing the last time uh, just to stop the amount of trash. So yeah, he is going to swing here. Ends up hitting a medieval gallant, but he does have jamming, so he is chilling.
Jamming is
And
good.
now jamming is always good. Busted keyword when it comes to attacking. So just what is the follow-up play here? Not sure, not 100%. Because you are currently at 1, so whatever you do here is going to pass the turn over to your opponent. And then this just looks like it's going to be a scramble, so potentially setting up. So just in case if the full combo isn't there, we do know the full combo is there. So Uko Push is going to add a, looks like the promo Uko, which is going to hatch an egg and an Evo into the promo Uko. The good old one of fun of. And then Uko is going to swing into life, and the Uko is not going to die. The amount of Ukos that we have seen live today is crazy. And we are actually sitting at just above 8 minutes here left in the round. So hopefully we don't go into overtime this time. But Uko staying alive. You kind of want the Uko to die, especially because you're only at 1 memory. So you want Uko to go bye-bye so you could trash 1 to gain a memory. So very unfortunate. So yep. And just gonna have to play another Koichi to get that draw 1, trash 1. So luckily for Purple Hybrid here, if he gets another turn, what he can do is he is able to push the Uko, go up to 2, and then go full combo with the Purple Hybrid. But Kiki is at 2. So why? I'm not sure if there was a stun here? Question mark. Okay, so no, he's using the scramble effect first. There we go. So yeah, he's just using the scramble effect there to get back a Digimon to hand. So he's going to use the effect to play the Davis Ken effect to play the Vmon. Going to Evo into the XV here. So the XV is going to be for 2, and then if he has the Wormmon in hand, it really does not matter. The XVmon, sorry, or the other evolution, the Stingmon.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a DNA, Jesus. So DNA going into another Pyildramon with partition, going to get 2 memory off of the DNA, and then it's going to gain another 2 memory off of the inheritable the Davis and Ken, sorry.
Yes,
And
Davis
then
and
now
Ken. Yeah.
he's gonna, yep, words are hard today. Gonna swing with the Pyildramon. The Pyildramon is gonna end up restanding just because there's no Digimon to suspend. So this is potentially 4 swings here, providing no security bombs.
This
So
is
this is
very
gonna be
safe. Yeah, Kiki's
yeah,
definitely
very safe. And then gonna swing again, and then Kiki has the game here. So Kiki ends up taking our round 3 here with Imperial Jamon. Definitely
Ooh.
was looking a little bit dicey there. But because the Ukomon not dying to give that extra memory, um, just wasn't able to get there for Purple Hybrid. And very well played, though. Very well played. It was very nice to showcase what Purple Hybrid can do, especially with those one of techs. So, like for example, the one of tech of the medieval Gallant, or the just like how we've been seeing Gallantmon. Gallantmon has been a house recently in these games, so that was very good on that side as well. But Kiki was able to get there in the end.
Yeah.
Um,
So
yeah,
we
Imperial still doing Imperial things, man.
Yeah,
Still
no, for sure.
doing
Man. Like I said earlier, like I think the deck has potential coming back in, especially with a lot of purple hybrid running around. We're back to face cam, by the way, as well, just so you know.
yes, yes.
And and yeah, like it's like an aggro versus aggro, but a very different style of aggro. And Imperial like can rush down purple hybrid as well, if they're not able to get there quick enough. It is a race at the end of
Yeah. Just be like we saw how purple hybrid can going from putting your opponent at 3 and then potentially OTKing your opponent just with the Gallantmon there. Um, and that's the kudos things with purple hybrid. It's just so good. It's so toolboxy. It can splash anything really. Like Medieval Gallantmon, powerhouse of a card. Not only being able to minus AK to something to see its own effect, not only that, you can use it in tandem with the Rush Gallantmon as well, and just having it all turns, especially into that matchup, it's really really strong as well. And I can see how it could be strong into other matchup, like let's say for example a Dominimon, for example, it would be very good into that matchup as well. But um, that is round 4, round
round 3,
3,
round 3,
sorry.
yeah, round 3.
Round 3. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. Round 4 coming up soon.
Yeah, it's
But we
round 3.
still have about 3 minutes in the round before we get into overtime. So, what would you like to do, Ava? Would you like to pop into maybe another table, or would you like to we can just chill here for a little bit?
I
Up
think
to
we
you.
can chat a
I'll let
little
you.
bit. I think everyone could take a break as well, if anything. I think you and I could
Yeah.
take use a
So
quick
yeah,
break,
I
stay
believe
here.
going into round 4. So bar none, we've seen a lot of purple hybrid, right? And that's what's going to happen for sure. Like we were talking about, um, I believe in quite a few of the recent events here I was checking out. I know for a fact that purple hybrid ended up winning one of these online events here not I believe it was last weekend or the weekend before. Let's just actually take a look here. So um, we have, yeah. So for the Oceania finals, Purple Hybrid ended up top 16ing there. Um, and then also as well, a few winner boxes as well that have been happening around the community. Uh, Purple Hybrid also doing well there. We still haven't seen one deck we haven't seen, and one deck I've played against myself because obviously after Nats, talking with all the Digi homies and stuff like that, was Gallantmon X Antibody. That
Mhm.
deck is really, really strong. Haven't seen that deck today. We haven't seen 7 Great Demon Lords. Um, I believe in a few of these events here as well. There's been a few Dark Masters running around as well. We still have armor that we haven't seen yet, and then we have Fenrir Lugamon. We have Takamazuchi. Names that you guys know at home, but you know what deck I'm talking about. And we still haven't seen probably my most despised deck of all time in Mirage Galgamon, because we know people do love their Mirage. And then we still have like a couple of decks as well that we still haven't seen. Um, I know a few Leviamon decks have been running around, Lord Nightmon X. We still haven't seen Red Hybrid, so still plenty and plenty of Digimon to go around for today. So we still have 5 more rounds before we crown our Ulti Cup winner here today. So um,
Is it 8 rounds or is it 9 rounds today?
it is 8 rounds today. Um, so just bear with us for a second here, guys. We're going to take a short little break. Um, and then we will be back for round number 4. So stay tuned, get hydrated, and do what you need to do, and be right back here in a little bit. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to round number 4. So, Avolt, it's a pleasure being here with you talking about Digimon.
Likewise,
Um,
likewise.
so let's get into it here. And this round, finally, I can confirm we do not have a purple hybrid. So
That is correct.
we will actually get a good game for once. That is not purple hybrid. The purple hybrid, to be fair, the purple hybrid matches have been good. So uh, but we need some variety. We need some spice. And speaking about spice, we have Omni X versus Medieval X. So this is going to be a very fun matchup.
The
And
Battle of
Evolt,
Royal Knights.
yes, battle over Realm Knights. And Evolt, you're going to be the guy for the day. So talk to me. What's the matchup here?
Okay. So Omnimon, let's start with Omnimon because I believe that you're familiar with that a little bit too, because that was kind of in Niagara as well from
Yeah.
where you're last there. So Omnimon is pretty much still the same as it used to be with like the whole DNA, play out Wargrave, play out Metal Guard, DNA, Omni Ace. That's and then go into Alter B eventually to finish the game. That's the whole idea. So it's pretty similar. Now, we might be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but in BT 2.5, we're getting a new Omni X. And
Hmm.
maybe that will bump up the deck a little bit more, but it brings Royal Knights back as well. But let's focus on this, what we have right now, where against Gallant, that's going to be a lot of fill-in for you, TMac, because Gallantmon in BT17 had a round of support, which is pretty decent, pretty good. Like the BT17 Gallantmon is able to pop things. You can use its effect not even once per turn when digivolving, when attacking to gain 3k and block her, which lasts to the end of one's turn. You have immunity protection in your own turn as long as you have 0 or fewer memory. And a
Yep.
lot of the fans out here know that with EX8 being brought in, Gallantmon now has the X antibody line in the form of Gilmon X, Growlmon X, Wargrow X, and the all new Gallant X itself. And that card is a powerhouse because it can not only gain DP, it can unsuspend, it can trash your opponent's security, it can also DP reduce your opponent's Digimon, and pop something at the end of attack or when digivolving. And it also has all turns immunity against your opponent's Digimon effects as long as you have
Yes.
0 or less memory.
Yeah. So pretty much saying, hey, this is my boss monster. I'm just chilling. You know what I mean? 0 less memory. Your Digimon can't do anything to me. I'm vibing. And then because it is also a Gallantmon deck, I know for a fact they are teching in the Gallantmon Ace, just being able to go for that final push for game as well.
Yes, that is
Um,
correct. The Crimson Mode
yes.
Ace is still
Yes.
a very strong card.
Still a powerhouse of a card. Playing mill strategies, man, and having that card played on me is the most annoying thing. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how Omnimon can pilot, especially with that new Gallantmon X antibody, just being able to not be affected by Digimon effects is just a super strong effect as well. So it's going to be a very, very fun to see.
Yeah.
So
And speaking of
here we
which, Galamon X is
go.
already here and appears. Unfortunately,
Yep.
no X antibody or no Galamon underneath to gain the maximum benefit of all the effects, but
Yep.
still a really strong beater on the board.
Yep. Big strong beater, and it still was able to get that trash effect as well because it was able to digivolve, and it didn't delete anything, so it gets that one trash effect. So now on swing, it will also be able to get that effect as well.
So immediately we can see Omni responding right away, going for the Wargrave Heart Play, going into Metal Guard, suspend that Tamer, gain the memory back, end of turn,
Yep.
DNA into Omni Ace. Or not Omni Ace. Ooh,
Alter
going into
is that
Alter S.
Yeah, Alter S. Wow, I haven't seen that card in quite some time. So Alter S here, just chilling with the Alter S. Oh, beautiful Alter, by the way. And we'll also get to get the does he get a swing here? Yes, he does. Ends up getting a swing here as well, and then passing it over with only two memories. So this is a double check actually.
Yeah, so that
Um,
is basically, I believe that the Tiamat on the board, end of turn, lets your Omnimon attack. As it attacks, War Greymon trashes the security, and then
yep,
Metal Gar unsuspends. So then after the trash, it'll check in for one check for 15.
yep, yep,
Taking out 2 security in one go. And I know we mentioned earlier that Galamon X has protection, but that, remember, it has to be all turns if you have 0 or less memory. The fact that the Omni Ace player just dropped and passed the memory side on onto the Galamon side of the gauge, the Galamon X is no longer immune, and that's why it can get rid of it just like that in an instant.
yep. And here we're gonna see an Evo here, uh, into a which
Alter
Omnimon is this?
B, Alter S
Alter
ascends
B.
into Alter B, and watch this, TMac.
Yeah.
This is about what's gonna happen. It's gonna be game over right here, right
Yep.
now. Crazy.
Crazy fast game. Oh my days. Yeah, wow. Yeah, so that was the game.
So just as a quick refresher, by going into
Yeah.
Alter B, you can go on top of Alter S for 2 costs instead, Omnimon and name, and then you swing War Greymon Inheritable, like we saw earlier, trashes the top security, and then with Alter B's, when attacking effect, you would bottom deck all the level 6s that you have, which will be the Alter S, the War Grey, and the Melgar, to trash the last 2 of the opponent's security. And then that swings for game.
Yep, I remember that trash 2 effect. Oh yeah, it's all coming back now, baby. Uh, yeah, a very fast game there. And Omnimon just seeing the insane line to basically do all of that on, I want to say that was like turn 3,
Yeah.
honestly. So, ooh, okay, so yeah, definitely in that scenario, Omnimon got being able to say, okay, I'm gonna just bypass your whole like being at 0, whatever, because he put his opponent to 2 was just so strong. Like, oh my days. And that's what you want to see as Omni. You want to see that just go face, have full combo, and just hope for the best.
Yeah. And I gotta tell you, like Battle Royal Knights, Galamon tries to challenge Omnimon, but Omnimon still gotta show him who's boss.
Man, oh, so right now, the ball is in Omnimon's court for being best Royal Knight.
That's probably the fastest game one we've seen today, haven't we?
Yeah, there was. I mean, the game one. I think it was the last round or the round before. That was pretty fast, but this was really fast. I think that was. It was 5 minutes by check, so very fast.
Very
So we
fast.
still have plenty of time in the round. So now you as Gallantmon here, hopefully you can see the line that you're supposed to see,
Yeah.
because in that scenario he didn't have the X antibody under there, so there's no shenanigans that he had. There was no Takatos on board. Didn't really get a chance to do his shenanigans. So hopefully this time around we can maybe see a little bit more here. Um, so yeah, and I'm taking a look. I'm not gonna reveal it to chat just yet, but this Gallantmon player is playing some spicy stuff here. So hopefully we get to see it this match, but
I would like to see
hopefully
that.
it doesn't go as fast as that at all.
Yes, because Galamon is a red deck at the end of the day. It is stack building. It is really important to gather your pieces to build the most optimal stack so that you can have that one stack, your big boss Digimon, controlling everything on the board. And opting to go second makes sense because you want to have that additional draw. You want to have that extra card to help you get there, which is so important. So we can see the Gilmon in the back ready to go. Ideally, this one's the one that you were either kind of on play to search because it can grab your like Takado and anything up the line. But that's okay because that's maybe not so
That
okay anymore.
Yeah, so this is where we're like, I've been here before. I've been in this position before. Shout out to the Bloom Lord days when I used to have to hard play Blossomons. But yeah, having to hard play your level 5 is definitely not something you want to see here. Uh, and giving Omnimon this much memory to work with, especially after what we just saw, um, is not what you want to see. So this is going to be a tamer coming down 4-4. I believe this is the memory setter as well.
Yes, that is
And
the memory setter tie from the starter deck.
and let's see here. This is gonna be the on play. We just saw how this worked out, and it did not work out pretty well. So I think it's just gonna be a pop of the level 5.
Yeah. So the War Gray on play, you can choose to. There's two options. You can choose to delete something with
Oh,
AK or less, or
not
you.
again.
Oh no. Or otherwise, you can digivolve your Gabu into a Metal Gar for hand, ignoring Digivolution requirements and not paying the cost too. But
Yeah. So yeah, so here we're gonna see the Gabu go in on 1K. So get a draw there, and yeah, this is definitely not what you want to see as any player. A matter of fact, having to double hard play level 5s is just brutal.
not like
Uh,
this.
yeah, so here we're gonna see an Agu swing here. So this Agu is going to get popped. So gonna drop another tie, and it seems like he is going to pass it over. So he's gonna use the scramble. Scramble is going to put the rookie on. Oh, is that the rookie or
The
level
growl, level 4. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, level 4 on top ends up drawing the level 4 as well. So at least now we have a line.
I was wanting to say initially, for the first War Growl drop in the first turn, I was gonna say like, oh, the Galamon kind of has time. You can play a little bit slow because Omni isn't like super fast normally either. But now that they're just beating them down, beating the security, the pressure is on because at any moment, if they're able to drop that Metal Gar combo again, drop on Metal Gar, and then potentially go into Omni at the end of turn, if they're able to do that, getting rid of Warground next turn, they can just finish it off just like how we saw in game 1. But looks like they're not quite there yet. So there is a little bit of time and a potential comeback on the Galamon side.
Yep. So yeah, and I just hope that the the Gallant player actually has a level 5 to go into for that next body there, or we would be in a pretty tough predicament here because you see him having to hard play the level 5 there, so it would be very awkward if he doesn't have another level 5.
It would be
So,
ideal because now he has two choices to work with. If he has like a Wargrowl X plus like a level 6, he can go ahead and build and play on the outside. If not, he might want to try to set up a little bit. There is, yeah, I would like to say there's still one more turn that you can set up and maybe go for a really. Oh, here comes the Gravity Crush. I did not expect that one actually.
yeah, so that's a throwback to. I did say there was gonna be some spicy stuff here, so that's a throwback to way back when. And now here he's going into this Gallantmon here. I believe this is the BT-17 Gallantmon.
That is correct.
So when digivolving and when attacking, you get to delete one of your opponent's Digimon with AKDP or less. If it didn't delete a Digimon, it gets plus 3k and blocker until the end of your opponent's turn. And it has that similar effect with the Gallantmon X, where if you have 0 or less memory, it is unaffected by Digimon effects.
This one is a little bit different actually. The BT-17 Gallant currently on the board is actually immune to all effects, which includes options and Digimon effects. Yeah, but the stipulation is only your turn, whereas the Gallant X is all turns, but it's only immune to Digimon effects.
I see. Similar wording, but a little bit different. This
No,
is why,
yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, reading your cards, explain your cards. I see first 3 words and then I'm just like, that's the card. But that's why Avault's here. He's my backup for today when it comes to these effects. But yeah, we see here going into that that Galamon X there, and then just passing it back over. And he also ended up losing the memory for the Gravity Crush as well, I believe. So
that is actually a pretty good maneuver because losing the 2 memory, knowing the fact that the tie sets them to 3 anyways, it's Good. Enable.
And there is this
Ooh.
other tech card that I saw here was the Gaia Force. I talked about this one.
Wow.
Unfortunately, only hitting an Ukomon, but it's very nice to see a Gaia Force in a deck just in general.
But this stops the
Um,
Koromon draw because I'm very sure the Omnimon player was intending to grab a card by checking that security so that they could. Oh, look at that! Here
yeah,
comes down the Omni Ace.
yeah, Omni Ace just coming straight down, bada bing, bada boom. And adios to Medieval Gallant. And yeah, not Medieval Gallant,
Gallant X,
uh,
Gallant X.
Gallant X. So many gallants. Um, Medieval still on my mind, but um, a powerhouse of a card, Gallant X is, but unfortunately, just when your opponent gives you so much memory, it's just like, all right, it really doesn't matter here
Here
how
comes
much memory
another
I give
Gravity
you.
Crush.
He's
Spicy.
going for it. Yeah, he's going for it, man. All right, so here we're gonna. It looks like this is gonna be a full line here.
We're ground when Digivolving gets to pop something that's 4K or lower. If nothing's
Mm-hmm.
popped, it gets the Evil into Gallantmon for reduced cost of 1. Oh, and here comes down the BT13 Gallant, which is exactly the same one, the Rush one that we saw that Purple Hybrids
Yep.
were playing.
Yep. Yep.
And
So the pop's gonna happen. He's gonna gain all that memory back, and then he has the lines here.
plenty of
3,
choices.
4, 5,
He's counting.
6,
Does that mean he's looking for a Crimson Mo play here?
10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18.
Oh,
Now,
okay. Here comes the memory boost. I was gonna say, if the Gallantmon player had there, where if they had a Gallant X, and if they have potentially enough memory to sort of keep turn, they could actually finish the game right there. Because what would happen is they would swing with Gallantmon, they would go into Gallant X, unsuspend, trash a security, and then go into Crimson mode and finish it off.
yeah,
If it's still their
swing through.
turn, yeah.
But no, these games are going quite fast here. I didn't expect them to be going this fast. But the two red decks, they want to go zoom. But um, yep. So it looks like he's just gonna set up here, still looking for the pieces.
Comes the
Going
Gil
to go
X.
Geo X.
This new Geo X is really, really good for the deck as it helps you search when you Digivolve or when you play it. Pretty much, if you still remember like Gabu X and Agu X back in BT9, like they can help you
Yeah.
fetch for more pieces, cycle through more cards, and it provides you an inheritable with this Geo X where you get to gain a memory back if you delete one of your opponent's Digimon too during your own turn.
Yep. And then just gonna go into the Growl there, and that's gonna be a Growl X.
And just to fill you in with this Growl X is again digivolving for 0, cycling through additional cards. When you digivolve, you get to draw and trash one. And if you have Growlmon or X antibody underneath it, you get to give I'm pretty sure it's itself. Yes, this Digimon gains on deletion, you get to play a Gilmon from your trash. Gilmon in its name from the trash afterwards. So it gives you a bit of floating. And then by going into this Gallant X to pass a turn, suspend, stand there. It's like, can you
So now
deal with this?
now we just see the switchback of tides here, because now Gallant X, uh, that was looking pretty grim, he's now kind of in the driver's seat, especially after all of that was going down. Um, so yeah, so here we are going to see, looks like it's going to be the full combo here.
Yep. So by dropping the Melgar on play, it's going to let the Agumon warp into Wargrave. Wargrave is going to use its When Digivolving, which we saw before, to pop an AK or lower, popping the Growl X. Growl X is now going to float the Gilmon X back, search for additional
Yep.
pieces, grabbing the X antibody, which is really crucial to some of the attacking combos, and then now end of turn into Alter S. Once again.
Yep, full combo here. Alter S is going to do shenanigans. We saw this last game as well. So that's going to end up bottom decking that.
And clearing the board.
Yep. Still has, yeah, so full clear of the board and then just a red memory boost there that's chilling.
Yep, because Alter S is when digivolving, you get to delete one of your opponent's Digimon with 8,000 DP or less, and then you get to return one of your opponent's level 6 or higher Digimon to the bottom owner's deck, getting rid of those two entirely.
I don't remember if there was an Omni Ace that was added to hand earlier, or was that last game? I don't remember actually. So we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. But right now in this particular situation, well, it's again asking the Gallant, can you do something? Can you defend yourself here? Can you set up a board? Because if not, we saw earlier in game 1, if there's an Alter B, it's GG.
Yes. Yes. Oh, very, very, very tough situation here for the Gallant player, because the Gallant player just has to see it all here. And then, boy, Omni, man, I'm seeing these decks here that I wasn't expecting to see. And it's just so fun to see how, like, the lines that they have and stuff like that. So here we're gonna see the Omni get tucked into security, and then there goes the stack.
Ooh, hard drops the Crimson mode.
Yep.
Just to get rid of the Alter S, respecting the fact that there could potentially be an Alter B to finish the game, not letting it happen.
Yes.
Pretty crazy so far, right, TMac? Like we saw earlier, hard playing an Omni Ace just to get rid of your stack. And then now we see Crimson mode being hard played just to get rid of your big stack.
Yep. Yep. And then that's the other thing as well, is that now, depending on how much are in trash, that Gallant X can swing trash a few security, depending on how much is in, and then potentially making a game push as well. So
ooh,
it's very, very close here.
Look at this pro tag moment. War Gray, BT14 coming in, warping straight from Agu.
Yep, and I remember this card very, very well. And just passing it over at 3. So here we're going to see the Growl X come down again. We see how that was very beneficial as well. And red memory boost, and
I believe it's training. It's a training.
Training, yeah. So the training can be used to go into that level 5 for the cost of 1. And then probably using that red memory boost, doing a bunch of shenanigans, and then going up the full line.
Yep.
So this could be potentially game here, depending on what happens.
It could. It could.
For 1,
situation is looking tight.
Yeah, very, very close. So for 1, going into that level 5, on the War Growlmon here, and then
now remember. Sorry, I'll let you go ahead first.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, how do you proceed here? How do you proceed? Talk to me.
So I was going to say, remember, the thing to be careful with, the reason of Omni having a Wargray right there is because Omni is still a ace at the end of the day. It can blast evil. So you're going to have to deal with that Wargray first before anything else. You got to find a way to get rid of it so then you can safely swing in and finish the game off, actually. Because otherwise, they blast, they get rid of your stuff, then everything becomes over and the turn passes back as well.
Yep. So here we see him going into that Gallant one again. And this Gallant one here also has sec +1, I believe, because it didn't delete something. So because of the War Growl, it did end up getting another security attack. So this could be a huge swing here. Could be massive. Like I said, could be for game here. So this is going to swing. It has the X antibody under there. So this could be a this is massive here, by the way.
That is
gonna digivolve into the beautiful medieval Gallantmon.
Gallant X.
Gallant X, sorry. Medieval Gallantmon will not leave my mind, bro. I'm so bamboozled by the play. But Yeah, so this is gonna be a massive swing here. This is gonna be a big deletion as well, so no opportunity to actually digivolve into the Omni Ace. Uh, and then Gallantmon X is gonna hit for 2 checks, and then it's gonna be a swing. So it's the trash one, and then 2 checks, and then gonna swing
Finishes
in
off.
for game here with the uh, the Crimson mode. All right,
What a
so
comeback! What a comeback!
bro, this man was hard dropping level fives and still came back, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, and you see there, Evo, just that one turn where that level 5 was able to stay on board, just was able to come back, instant comeback, honestly.
Yeah.
Um, and not getting steamrolled. So we have a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. After that, it's like super fast game 1, and then really fighting for it for game 2. Have a game 3. So, man, so many neat cards, bro. So many cool new cards and new tech. I'm just happy, honestly, Avo, that we got to see Gaia Force played in 2025, bro.
I did not expect that at all. I gotta say, I did
Yeah,
not expect that.
but like, it's just even going to show that the powerhouse of the OPO, not OPO one piece on the brain now. BT 1.5 with not only Gravity Crush, we saw Gravity Crush getting used there as well. We also saw the use of, well, the very minimal use of the Gaia Force to getting rid of that Ukamon as well. But just being able to get value and value on top of value, going back and forth, brawling it out, and just ending up having to hard play stuff to get rid of stuff. So that's why sometimes just hard playing things is never a bad idea.
Yeah, if anything, the Gravity Crush really proved itself in this game just now. Like being able to gain memory out of nowhere, just like here, I'll take a loan of 2 memory. I'll pay it back later. It doesn't matter. As long as I can make that play this turn, I can stay alive and stay in the game, remove your board, control, do whatever I need to, what it takes to still play and not lose to your swings the next turn is really
And
huge
and
there.
and you see the other thing as well is that you say take a loan of 2 memory, but especially if you know your opponent is on a tamer that's setting them to 3 anyways. Even if you lose 2 memory, you put it to put yourself to 1, or put them to 1. They're just gonna go to 3 anyway. So it's like you just took 2 memory for free. So still very, very good, very strong card overall.
Yeah.
But yep. So here we see
No, don't tell me there's another brickage
not
coming.
not bro, it's in every game. But yeah, this time not as bad, only giving our opponent 4 here. Um but still gonna be able to go up into the line here. So here we're gonna see Ugo come in for this 1 check. So Ugo unfortunately is going to die this time, so he's gonna get the draw 1 off the Koromon, and then following it up from there, and just gonna play the Tamer and pass it back over.
Okay, so we're gonna see here if they're able to re-climb up. Are they gonna make use of their level 4? Looks like it is. It's gonna go into the level 5. War Growl effect to pop. Nothing's popped. Looks like he's gonna give a lot more memory. Going into Gallon X early once again. Unfortunately, no X antibody to utilize or underneath it for the full effects, but at least you have a strong body present on the board right here. This is starting to look a little familiar here, TMac. If they're gonna go for a potential War Gray into Metal Guard play, getting rid of it, that could be really crazy.
Yeah, bro, imagine that would be, bro. I don't know. It would definitely be some pro tag stuff because trust me, bro. All right, so here we're going to see uh the 2 cost event card come down here. I believe this is in the same vein of the Imperial Dramont one as well, where you could do shenanigans as well. And just going into, is that the Metal Garurumon?
That is correct.
Looks
That
like.
is the BT-15 Altar Metal Garurumon, which also has the warping capabilities, just like the War Greymon from BT-14, as long as your opponent has like a 10k body on the board. And then with that, you get to stun 3 things down. So the Gallantmon X is stunned down. Uh, At the moment, not at the, it was stunned down, but now the memory's down to 0, so it's no longer affected by that effect, by the Digimon
Yep.
effect. So it's fine. It's free to go ahead and attack now.
Hmm.
And no ace response here, but ooh, running into the Alter B 15k.
Eesh. Don't like seeing that.
Unfortunately, the Gallant X wasn't able to gain the DP buff there earlier because it didn't have X Anti, it didn't have regular
Yeah.
Gallant there, so it is just a raw 12k into the attack.
Yeah. And that's definitely not what you want to see. I've been there before where you make those swings and it's just like, I think I'm safe, but sometimes that's not the way how things flow. So um yeah, so this Metal Guard is just gonna go in for the swing, going in, checking that Growlmon, so it's pretty much chilling.
Second check.
Gonna swing it again. Um, Nothing to worry about there. And then what's the follow-up play here? You probably just want to choke your opponent. Yep, and that's what's going to happen. Going to go down to 2, and we're kind of in a similar position we were in game 1, where Omni is just chilling. Like, it's doing these safe checks. He doesn't have the full combo. So this just goes to show you don't actually have to have full combo here. And unfortunately for the Gallantmon player, just bricking, having to hard play that level 4, running in for that first check, hitting the 15k. That's really unfortunate because he didn't have the buff.
Will there be a
And
Gaia
then
Force?
hopefully Gaia Force, question mark? No
Oh,
Gaia Force.
unfortunate.
Unfortunate. So Omni ends up taking it over Gallantmon there. There's a very, very unfortunate set of events here. Um and kudos to both players, going these guys are undefeated going into this round here. So so 3-1 and 4-0, still pretty good. Very high chance that you guys will see the top 16, but unfortunate, very, very unfortunate.
Yeah. But yay, we get to see a different matchup, which is nice to see for sure. I think Omni definitely proves itself to be the better Royal Knight,
Mm-hmm.
putting Galamon in
Omni
his
on top.
place.
Yep.
uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, let's take a moment and switch back to our face cams here since this round ended
Yep.
quickly.
All right. Yeah.
T-Mac,
How was
yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say how we're doing with time and stuff.
All right. So currently we have we got about 13 minutes here. So like you mentioned, we can definitely take a little bit of time here. We can have a little chat
Sure.
and maybe going into another game here to go and watch. But yeah, no, that is I'm glad. The one thing I am glad is that we've had not just purple hybrid, we have other decks at the top tables, because that was one of the things that grinded my gears for the IRL regionals. Was it was we just saw nothing but Imperial Dramon. It was like a lot of rounds, I'm glad it's not just purple hybrid here. We have a variety of decks, and decks are doing work today, as we can see here. So not bad at all.
Yeah, it's a good
Um,
good time to be, because right now we are pretty much at the really end of EX8. We're getting ready to see 2.5 next week. So the meta is
Imperial
sort of solved.
Divergence.
Yep. No, not that one yet.
No,
Not
not yet.
yet.
Not
Not
yet. Not
yet.
yet.
That is in
Soon.
April. But 2.5 is over the X, which is the
Yeah.
set with the Alphamon. I don't know if you got a chance to look at it, but it's like got the
Yep.
Alphamon Ace. It's got the Jesmon, new Jesmon stuff, which is really cool. But yeah, because now the format is pretty much towards the end. I think a lot of people kind of figured it out. Where which is an interesting situation, because normally when a format is kind of like really solved, you have like really solid decks that you choose from. Purple Hybrid and Galamon, I'd say, being one of them. But even from like the last Ultimate Cup, like I said, we have like a really cool decks like Pyramidimon sneaking their way in, like different things taking tops, Mirage sort of making a little bit of a comeback as well, doing well, and it's really cool to see. But different to your Niagara experience, because I think we just got hit by a ban list a week before, and it was like,
Mm-hmm.
what is what should you really bring? Because you don't know what is actually good. So I think it made sense for a lot of players, including myself. Actually, I played in that event just to go with Imperial because it's solid, good old, reliable. Let's let's use that and see how it goes. But shortly after Niagara, I think the format continued to evolve a little bit
Yeah,
more, and then you weren't seeing as much Imperial afterwards. I can't remember what started popping off, but like I
I
think
think
Mirage
that was
started.
yeah, I think that was the Mirage era. That was the everything else under the sun that wasn't Imperial era.
Yeah.
I think yeah, like you mentioned, tried and true. People were a little bit nervous to bring something new up there, so you know that is perfectly fine. Um, but what I really want to see is I'll tell you what I don't want to see. I don't want to see any mirages. That's what I don't want to see. You guys can quote me on this. I am the biggest number one. I do not like Mirage. But it is a deck that is around, so it will always be around as long as it doesn't get hit by the ban list. So it is what it is. So uh Evo, let's take a little break here.
Sure.
Let's go see if we can go find a table to go hop into and see if we can get some more Digimon gameplay.
Yeah, sounds good. If not, I guess we'll catch you guys in the next round, but we'll try and see. So we'll just be right back.
Yeah, and let us know in the comments what decks you guys want to see.
Yes,
If
for
there's a
sure.
special deck, we'll try to get it on stream for you as well. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for that slight delay. You know how these things go, technical issues and stuff like that. But we get oh, Avault, 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 Avault. I am so happy. Uh, man, we get to play Bloomlord versus Imperial. Uh, bro, everybody knows how much I love Bloomlord. Bloomlord is the deck I played nonstop uh, for quite some time until Shiny Rune mode came out and basically hampered my plays. But it's so good to see a Bloomlord at top tables here being X. So it just makes my heart swell.
But I'm really
Uh,
curious because recently, aside from just Bloom has been using the vegetable and plant engine to actually bridge into Leopardmon, as a matter of fact. So I'm curious to see if that's actually, are we seeing Bloom or are we actually seeing Leopardmon here?
Bro, if it's Bloom, it makes my heart swell. If it's a leopard, I still my heart swell
Oh, there we
because
go. Your answer's there. The Bloom off the search. It is
yep,
Bloom.
yep. It is Bloom. So this is the deck I know like the back of my hand. So I mean, to be fair, after 10 rounds of Imperial and after so many games of Bloomlord, I just know both decks are finally something I can just talk about in depth. Uh, so yeah, Blue man. This made my day. I don't care about any of the other matches. Seeing a Bloomlord at top tables just makes my heart swell. So I'm obviously going to be a little bit biased towards the Bloom player, just because I want to see what Bloom can do in this current format, especially when a deck like Imperial that we know is a boogeyman deck that just has all the tools and everything. So it's going to be see if Bloom can get that OTK off, as we know, doing multiple checks and then just going burr. And Imperial is going to look to control the board. If he has full combo, it's going to be pretty hard for Bloom to get back. So let's get into it.
So TMac, here's a
Oh,
question. Are you familiar
yep.
with Quantumon?
Oh yes, I am very familiar with Quantumon. Um, so it's keyword. It's a lot. It's a lot to digest, but I remember just before I took my little hiatus, that was a card in Japan that was getting played very often. So I look forward to seeing its utilization in this deck list. I'm hoping to see Quartzmon perhaps. I wouldn't be surprised. So here he's going to go into the Sunflowmon. Sunflowmon is going to be able to rest um, and to play another body. So the Palmon and then the Palmon effect on play, being able to look in and search top four. And yes, he is on the Quartzmon. Oh, this makes me feel so good. Oh, it brings me back to the good old days.
So the Quartzmon
Uh,
is actually a very when I say I can't say it's a strong meta pick, but the thing with Quartzmon is we've seen all those purple hybrids. One of the
yep,
answers to deal with it is just straight up Quartzmon.
yep.
Koichi's turn sideways. You cannot do anything. You cannot do your Dustmon combo on me anymore. The only way around it usually is to build from the back, but of course we're playing against Imperial here at the moment. But that's the reason why
Yep, and
Quartz.
then there's my goat. There's my goat Avault. So we see him go into the Digisorption uh level 5 there, and then using that scramble to be able to go up into Bloomlord being able to rest and gain back the memory. So basically he got a free Evo. So now this Bloomlord is going to be 16k with 3 checks going in. And it's looking, this is like prime Bloomlord, bro. Oh, this brings me back. And chat's probably going to be like, oh, he's popping off here. Yes, I'm very excited. This is probably my favorite deck, if not second favorite deck of all time in Digimon. So this is going to be 3 checks at 16k. And what would be prime is if he could go into Quartzmon after this, but here we see him hit the ice wall. So being able to gain that 2 memory and just going to play a Pomumon to stop the on plays of the Davis Ken. So no Digimon's players are unable to play Digimon by effects. So no full combo here this turn unless he ends up hard playing or using like maybe if you're on that one of Hammer Spark Tech, I don't know. But that Pomumon is just clutch right there, and that's
Oh,
gonna be the concession. Oh, Nick. Oh, beautiful. That, ladies and gentlemen, was a masterclass on how to play in Bloom Lord. Beautiful gameplay right there. And yes, this get me hype. And if game two can go like this, yes, Avolt, I'm a little bit biased here. But
So, so is this
yeah.
the fastest game that we saw now compared to the last one?
I think we're about the same, if not a little bit faster, but that did go pretty fast. But like I said, Bloom Lord, no matter what, Bloom Lord still objectively can do things like that. Uh, just being able to digivolve for free, especially like seeing that Sunflow line, being able to rest either the Sunflow itself or the Palmon. And unfortunately for Imperial, he wasn't able to go full combo. Um, it was just super nice to see like going up that chain, being able to use the new scramble, basically being able to reduce the cost of the Bloom Lord to be able to bring that down to one and getting that memory back because of the Bloom Lord effect to suspend, getting in three checks, and then just saying, hey, deal with my board. No, you can't play a Digimon by effects because of Pomomon. Very, very good game there. And shows off the powerhouse of Bloomlord. So let's go into game two. Hopefully, we get to see Imperial do a little bit more shenanigans. Like I said, I don't like one-sided games, even though one of my favorite decks of all time is um, on the table. But let's hopefully we can see some more shenanigans here from the Imperial.
So to fill you in a little bit, T-Mac, ever since the other card that kind of is new, it's really cool to see, like, the bulk of the Bloomlord deck is pretty much still running a lot of the old familiar good traditional stuff, but there's actually one particular card that actually kind of brought it back as well, which is really good, and that is actually the EX7 Grand Gaomon. I'm not sure if you got a chance to look at it, but for those who are watching right now, this EX7 Grand Gaomon is one of those cards that it has Vortex.
Mhm.
So it's part of like the Saphagamon line. It has a when digivolving effect. You get to suspend one Digimon. If you suspended your own Digimon, this Digimon isn't going to be affected by your opponent's Digimon effects until the end of their turn. So you're giving your Bloom Lord Digimon immunity protection. And I believe I did see the Bloom Lord player run it earlier or search it maybe. But I think it's a very ideal level 5 to include. Maybe we get to see it, but if we get to see it, this also gives that Bloom Lord the protection it needs as you swing safely over aces. One of the problems with Bloom Lord was when it came to the meta where more aces and more interaction and counterplay was that it's not able to freely just attack even though it has that high output of damage. But now with this, it
Mhm.
gives it that kind of protection. But not only that, the inheritable is really, really suitable for the deck too, because when your turn once per turn, when this Digimon attacks your opponent's Digimon, this Digimon may unsuspend. And that's how you can
Ooh.
actually check every single security off your opponent with Bloom Lord and then
Oh,
potentially
that was
finish it off afterwards.
beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stuff. I love that new additions, and it's just a overall. It always has been a good strategy. Remember back, I believe it was EX3 when we got Hydramon being able to do shenanigans as well. And now that it has built-in protection, this deck is still really good. And like you mentioned earlier, that Quartzmon being able to rest all these pesky tamers that have been going around, just really, really solid, right? So here we're going to see the same Sunflow play here, being able to rest that Sunflow to get the Palmon effect as well, and being able to search the top four. We did speak about the Quantumon earlier, and there it is. It is a fairy type, so he not only can add it can also add the vegetation type as well. So being able to get both, going to tap the Mimi Tachikawa to gain that extra memory because you suspended a Digimon with your own effect. And if he has the one up here in the Blossomon, he could potentially go full combo again. But you have to kind of be wary as well because Imperial is also setting up for a combo turn next turn as well. So
Here
yeah,
we go.
here's the Ajardamon. So Ajardamon can suspend one of your own things to play a body. Yep, and here we're gonna see. So gonna draw. And then going to digivolve that is into the Palmon X antibody. So that's going to suspend the Vmon here. So going to use the effect of the Sunflow to go into the Quantumon, and this is going to be a reduced cost here.
One of the craziest things with Quantumon I always mention is like the fact that you just get to see your opponent's security just like that. It's like, oh, now I know
I
I'm
know,
kind of in danger. There's two Davis and Kens. There's a memory boost, I believe, sitting there. I
yeah,
gotta
I
think
know,
around and play around it, you know?
yeah, I know what's going to happen here, and that's the cool thing, right? That is just really neat. So here, yeah, you see here, he takes out, I believe that was the level 5. I
Yes,
could be
correct. That is
mistaken there.
the BT16 Pyrodramon. And I know what they're trying to get to, because remember, T-Mac, when I mentioned with the new Grand Gale and the support of being unsuspend and the OTK potential Bloomlord has, you guys might be thinking in chat, oh, you should take out the Davis Ken. You should take out the memory boost, because if you're going to swing into it later, they're going to get the value. But the thing is, the game plan is to build into a second stack, build into Bloomlord, and you're going to one-shot all that security that one turn, and you're going to finish in that same turn, which means the Davis and Kens and those memory boosts would have never mattered to begin with, because they're
Yep,
just basically 0 DP Digimon. And if I'm not going
yep,
to pass the
yep,
turn to you, you're not going to use them at all.
yep, yep. So hopefully we get to see that here. That would be a very nice play here to see. So it seems like the Imperial player just had hard Evo. You hate to see that into Pyodramon in the back here. Hopefully, looking to get some checks, hoping that Bloomlord doesn't have the juice to continue. But let me tell you guys, Bloomlord always has it. So here we're going to see the Sunflow Evo coming in for 2.
Here comes the
The rest
combos.
Yep, the combos, baby. You know we love this. A bunch of inheritables are going to go off here. So the Ajardamon is going to gain a memory off of that. He's going to draw 3 cards because of the Sunflow, the Palmon, and the egg as well. And we'll get the Palmon search to basically add a vegetation and a fairy to hand.
You can
So
see the
just,
Grand Gale over there, T-Mac. But now, unfortunately,
yep,
Grand Gale is a bird avian, so you're not able. It's not searchable off Palmon. But
yep, unfortunately. But if he has one in hand, it wouldn't be the worst. So here we're going to see go into the Lalamon down in the raising area there, and hopefully he has the level 5. So going to Digivolve here
ooh,
into the Argomon, the one of fun of. Oh man, he's seeing all the one-ups here. So this is going to be a free Evo here. And if he has the Bloom Lord, we are gassing right here, right
I
now.
think I did see it. I
Um,
think he's just doing a memory calculation just to calculate,
yeah,
okay, how much memory he
yeah,
needs.
because he's gonna have to swing here. So he knows this is gonna get through because we've already seen the security. So even if he hits Davis and Kens here, that is perfectly fine.
Ooh.
Gonna play the Pomumon, and now he's gonna go into the
Oh.
HPD. One up's coming through. This is gonna be a Bloom Lord. He's gonna suspend something here. Or he just doesn't even have to spend something, just gain the 4 memory. He's going to swing here. This is going to be going in for 3 checks. He knows he's safe. And then he's going to go up the line again. Yep. He's going in. Yep. And then if he has another Bloom Lord, he's just chilling. He's just chilling if he has another Bloom Lord. Yep. And he has another Bloom Lord. He pays the 4, but he's going to gain the memory back and is going to swing. This is going to be the final check here.
No,
Just
no,
go
maybe
quartz.
no swing yet. Maybe a potential quartz play, actually.
Maybe he gains back the memory, goes into the
Oh,
quartz spawn. Huge, huge, and he has enough suspended, so he will. Oh, beautiful,
whoa.
beautiful. A master. Oh, beautiful work. Oh,
Perfect
oh,
execution. Perfect execution.
2 beautiful games of Bloom Lord right there. Guys, I don't think you understand how amazing that was for me. I got to live vicariously through that because that's what you want to see as Bloomlord. That was perfect. Perfect. 2 perfect games back to back. And I think that just honestly, Avo, that just set the record for today at least on fastest rounds
That's the
because we
fastest
still
round.
have 34 minutes left in this round. Um,
Wow.
I am just amazed. I mean, to be fair, uh, on the side of Imperial, unfortunately, Imperial just didn't have the pieces that it needed to see to be able to deal with that Bloom Lord. But man, it went fast. It was hard. Like using the quantum one that you mentioned earlier, being able to check out the security and saying, "Hey, I know for a fact that there's nothing in there, so my swings are getting in." You see how the Bloom Lord player was able to swing in using the quantum one to get that additional rested body, and then going up into another Bloom Lord and being able to swing was just overall really, really good and strong. And then just closing out, like gaining all that memory. We saw the one ofs really come in use there. We saw one of HPD. We saw the one of Argomon. We saw the one of Blossomon, and just being able to overall just using those one ofs to accelerate your game plan was just really, really strong overall.
Exactly.
Uh,
The thing is with Bloomlord is you like for those who are looking to build a deck or ever like thought of playing a deck, some of you guys might think, oh, there's a lot of one-offs, which there is a reason for those one-offs like strong blossomons, HPD, right? And these are real Argomon as well. The thing is like, oh, when are how often would you actually really get those pieces? The answer is yes. Very
yes.
often, because the amount of draw power from the inheritables with the Kokomon, Sunflow inheritable as well, right? And then you're always constantly digivolving nonstop on top of each other. You're drawing just as much as a blue deck at that point because
Hmm.
you're just cycling and cycling and cycling where it's just absolutely crazy. I've seen Bloom War players actually draw their entire deck. And when you have the entire deck in your hand and you can play and all the amount of memory gain you're gaining back, you can do anything you want at that point. You
Yeah.
have answers to absolutely everything at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing too with the addition of like the scrambles. We got to see it showcase there where with scramble you can basically going into that Bloom Lord, and if you have enough bodies on board, you can just basically get all of that memory. It's very in tandem with if we remember when Bloom Lord players were running win rate 60% to be able to discard one and then getting that cost reduction as well, or just HPD. It's basically like additional copies of HPD, just really, really strong on the Digivolve there, being able to just essentially Digivolve for two and then gain all that memory back as well. And using the Sunflowmon put in a lot of work there. Not yeah, Sunflowmon.
Yeah,
uh,
Sunflow.
was able to put in a lot of work there because being able to use the Palmon in tandem with the Sunflow to get that search for your pieces, and being able the fact that you're able to add Quantumon as well just makes it really, really strong. Being able to search that, add a vegetation as well, add in the Jardamon, add in all the draw power that you get from all the inheritables, and then just being able to say hey to my opponent, uh, yeah, so I'm gonna just take a look at your security. I'm going to use the effect, tuck something in there, and I'm still also going to be able to be chilling as well. And like you mentioned with the new edition of the protection, because that was always one of the things that was really tough on Bloomlord, is that if your opponent had any form of removal for your Bloomlord, you wouldn't be able to pass over the turn just because your stack wasn't protected, right? Um, Very, very nice to see that Bloomlord still can hold its own. I'm even tempted to go rebuild Bloomlord myself after that masterclass.
You definitely
Um,
should.
I really should, honestly. But it was really, really nice, really, really fun, honestly. So I look forward to seeing if Bloomlord can hold it out for the next couple of rounds that we have. I believe that we have three more rounds of gameplay. So if Bloomlord can make it to the top and we see back in the finals again, that would make my heart very, very swell up. And that would basically be a meaning that's a sign, hey, I should be playing more Digimon. But
It
that was a pretty fast round. I'm not gonna lie.
was. It was. It
Uh,
was.
these last two rounds have been blitzing by. So uh, let us take a quick little break here. So that way, not only can we, and by we, I mean me specifically, can recover off of that pop off, but we'll see if we can find another table for us to hop into and talk about and go from there.
Yeah, we
S-
got 30 minutes, so I think we can find a different table for sure. So
yeah.
yeah, just give us
So
a second,
what I'll
guys.
do, what I'll do, I'll let Ava do a little bit of work here on the back end scenes. Find us another table. I'm gonna get some water, maybe get a little snack too. You guys do the same, and we'll be right back. What's up, guys? We are back. So, still in round number five. End up finding a nice total deck for you. So this is what Fenrir Luga, and then the other deck is
It is
what?
ice snow or ice clad, or otherwise it's hexablow, as you can actually tell from the playmat and the sleeves.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the ice clad trait stuff. I'm not sure if you've seen TMac. It's from EX7. You know about hexablow, and then
Mm-hmm.
EX8 brought in, I guess for chat as well. EX8 brought in additional ice snow support, and the new ice snow boss monster is Skatymon.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one that looks like a I don't know what it looks like, to be honest, T Mac. You gotta look it up. Skatymon. But this is really interesting because we have not seen this at all. I've never really seen this deck in action yet with all this new support. But yeah, we
Mm-hmm.
have Lugamon on the other side, which you probably are familiar with as well, because in
Mm-hmm.
Niagara that's pretty popular back then with like the Lugamon Takemikazuchi, same stuff, OTK, good doggo stuff, you know.
All
Uh,
right. So
yeah.
I'm looking up Skatymon here, and it just looks like a little like teddy bear Digimon thing in like a big armor ice thing. Like a disco diva. I can understand why you had a hard time describing it. But
Oh,
very cool effect though. It has the ice clad. So in for those of you who don't know who are watching, ice clad is basically instead of using BP or DP to calculate damage, you use the amount of sources instead. Um, and then it also has barrier as well. And then when Digivolving, you get to play a 1 level 4 or lower Ice Snow trait Digimon from your hand without paying the cost. And then for each of your opponent's Digimon without Digivolution cost, you can increase the maximum level. So if they have two, you can play a 6 cost, which is pretty cool. Um, and then when Digivolving, when attacking one's return, by placing one Digimon with no Digivolution sources as the bottom security guard, this Digimon on suspends. And I believe this doesn't only mean your own, you can also target your opponents as well.
that is
So,
correct. That is correct. So if you're familiar with Hexablow back in the good old days, you know, it's all about source stripping, right? Source stripping, taking away Digivolution sources, and then stunning the board. And then with the new Skatymon right here, you can strip all your opponent's sources, send their Digimon back to the security, and then you get to unsuspend as you attack.
yep. So some people would be like, "Oh, you're healing your opponent one? That's a bad idea." But no, it doesn't matter at all. You still get to you're gonna be able to do the check anyway, so pretty solid.
It's almost free
Um
removal for the archetype as well.
yeah, I love the idea of Iceclad. I think Iceclad is a really neat design mechanic. And I am a fan of that Hexablow, the one that people like you said you didn't really see the deck getting played too often, but uh Iceclad is just a really cool mechanic, and it's nice to see that someone is actually using the Hexablow in the deck it's meant to be used in, and not splashing it in Galaxy. So that's pretty cool. So um I look forward to seeing what is going to happen in this game here. um
Unfortunately, it looks like it's on more of the Lugamon player's side at the moment because they got the Takemika out. They're alliancing with the two checks with Tyranno on the side, and then of course they unsuspend and they finish it here. So hopefully there might be still one more game after this. I think we really just hopped in here just to just to watch Takemika do its thing more so. But
Yeah, so I do remember that I did play a little bit against this because one of my homies actually plays this deck. It's a favorite deck of all time, and yeah, when they get the nuts, they get the nuts. It just goes bury. You look down at a big boss monster, and you're like, yeah, I can't really do anything here. So very unfortunate on the side of the ice-clad player. But hopefully we get to see. Hopefully that was game one, and we get to see a little bit more coming because this ice-clad player, I believe, is still undefeated. Uh, Someone can bully me about that later. Um, but it's like I said, it's always I'm super happy for this Ultimate Cup that we are seeing these not usual suspects of decks. So like for example, we just saw Bloomlord, who did some work. We saw now we're seeing Iceclad, we're seeing Fenrir Takamizuchi. Um, and I know I saw a few Dominions up on the top ends there. I think there was arguments of a Dominion mirror match that was going on. So it's very nice to see a lot of these off the wall decks doing work here. And it's not just purple hybrid all day, every day.
So it looks like, unfortunately, I feel like it's actually over for them. I think they just finished a round. That probably would have mean it would be 2-0 to Lugamon here, because it seems like they're not
Yeah,
really
it looks.
setting up in
y-
at all.
Yeah, it looks like that was a 2-0 there. So we're gonna have to find another table, but let's see what we can find here.
How much time do we have
Um,
right now, T-Mac?
let's see actually. Alrighty, bada bing, bada boom. Get my timer up, and we got about 12 minutes here.
Okay.
So we let's I actually want to talk a little bit more because
Sure, sure, yeah.
there is right now we're getting into the nitty gritty of things. So we're going on to round six potentially, and in round six, this is your make or break rounds, um, because one loss here could mean you going from potentially top eight to top 16, um, going into that just under there and bubbling out. And I've seen many a bubbles. I've been that person who is lost in round six. So you got to be on your A game here. And I want to talk about the decks that we're potentially going to see here. So we know we're going to be seeing a Bloomlord going into this next round as well. Um, so Bloomlord has its game plan. It probably knows its matchup. But Avault, in your opinion right now, with the decks that we've seen on this top side of the bracket here, who do you think is going to take it, and what do the other decks have to do to kind of like hold their own?
So based on the info I have so far, it's looking like we have Imperial, quite a couple of them right now, pretty good. We got a purple hybrid for sure, possibly Gallantmon, pretty good. There's a potential Omni which we saw earlier, and then there's the Blue. Now, just basing off these five different decks, you're gonna love this one. What I'm about to say, Bloomlord has a very very good fair chance against most of them.
I hope it does. I will tell you guys right now, chap. If Bloomlord takes it, I will be popping off. There is going to be no ands if or buts. I really enjoy that deck a lot. The deck is really fun. Um, I don't know. I have a lot of good things to say about it, but go on before I get on my tangents.
So let's tackle the purple hybrid matchup first. I We haven't really seen it yet, so it might be cool to see and see how it pans out later on. But my predictions on that is predominantly finding your Quartzmon to suspend down on their tamers and not let them play. Maybe they could spice in with the Argomon, the newer one that's both purple and green, which I'm not sure they would run it or not, but it could potentially be good just to lock down those tamers. But Quartzmon does the job itself anyways. Quantumon, as we saw as well, is really to do like security checking, just to see and plan out and see when you can go for your big turn swing attacks against purple hybrid as well. The most important thing for Bloomlord is to check for Rivals Barrage, or Death Slingers, or Jack Raids, because these are the things that can turn off that OTK that Bloomlord's going to have. So by being able to do that and using Quantumon to pick those cards out, and if there's no other threats, it doesn't matter if you have Tamers. We saw from the Imperial matchup, I don't care if you have Tamers. I'll give you the Tamers because you're not going to have a next turn anyways, right? So
Exactly.
yeah. So then when it comes to the Imperial matchup next, which we saw earlier as well, maybe it could be a hit or miss because Imperial, if they're able to steamroll early to have the Davis and Kenzen set up and they're able to just attack very, very quickly, they could actually outpace Bloomlord in that manner and sense. Of course, Bloomlord has the counter with Pomomon if they are able to answer back with that Pomomon as well, and then they can also climb up very quickly afterwards. That is a decent clapback they can give, but it's also really dependent on the Imperial matchup whether if they have that Dragon mode, which we're most familiar with, because you know what Bloomlord does best: Digivolve by effect, right? And when you
Yep.
Digivolve by effect, with using like Scramble or even using the other Sunflowmon that can help reduce your Digivolution cost that way, and then your BT16 can just come in and then go into fighter mode, bomb deck something. But there is its quirks to work around. Another one I'm pretty interested that I didn't mention in the top 5 so far is that maybe we might see Bloom versus Angels. That I actually don't know what to expect because I haven't really seen that matchup per se,
Yep.
but that could be
So
really
that
interesting.
that matchup is a little bit interesting, especially because of the Quantumon, because the Bloom Lord player can look into the life as well. So like how Dominion wants to be able to like go into the life, look, see what's in there and stuff like that. Uh, that can be very interesting because being able to say, "Hey, I'm gonna." Whatever you just put in there, I know you want that, so I'm gonna pull that out and put it back onto the top of the deck. So that is gonna be very interesting to see. I think that matchup is gonna be very spicy if we get that for sure. Um, Not only just talking about Bloomlord as well, I think Domini has a really good shot at it as well. Um, it has a good purple hybrid matchup as we've seen earlier today. Very strong when it gets that wide board and just goes super aggressive. I mean, being able to pull out things out of your security and then going like, all right, I'm going to Evo here. Let's say, for example, go into the Domini and then go into a Cherubi Ace and just getting that wide board game plan is just really, really strong. And we've been seeing here today, going wide is just the name of the game. But one card we haven't seen, and I talked about it earlier when we were doing our pre-stream like recap and stuff like that, is the Death X. We haven't seen a Death X here today. So I feel like that's still a card that people are not playing around because those wide boards, like as someone who was playing Loom Lord before, a Death X is killer. A Death X is usually a scoop right there. We haven't seen a Ruin mode as of yet as well. That's another card we haven't seen today. Bloom Lord against Ruin mode, I could write a whole page long of how that goes. Basically saying -10 to the board for a whole turn or 2 turns is just grimy. Um, and we saw it a little bit earlier today as well. But another card that I think could be a very, very strong into that is the Medieval Gallant as well. We still haven't seen a Medieval Gallant into that. And I'm just kind of grimacing a little bit because just imagine playing a Digimon and then being like, all right, pop, goodbye.
And yeah,
um,
and bridging on top,
so,
speaking about as you're speaking about medieval Gallant, there's also the Gallantmon deck itself. Gallantmon is known to pop things as it climbs up, so it could burn those vegetables down. Those
yes,
it's there
very,
to burn
very
down
much
the
so.
weeds, and yeah, that could be a relatively tough matchup on that side there too. But we'll
Yeah,
see. We'll
I
see.
think I love this is the type of like event I like is when it is very like diverse. We have a good diverse. Yes, obviously we have purple hybrid being probably the most represented today. We'll get those numbers later on, but seeing a lot of purple hybrid, seeing a lot of imperial, uh, and seeing that we have gallants here, but we have those one-off decks that are a little bit different and a little bit out of the ordinary. So no one was expecting a Bloom Lord here. That's the other thing as well that a lot of people don't give credit to is the surprise factor. Because if I know for a fact that I've been labbing against something about purple hybrid and imperial, and then someone's like flip the gummymon or flip whatever egg you're using for Bloom Lord, and it's just like, what do I do against this? I don't know this matchup. That surprise factor is definitely going to come in handy, especially for like the purple hybrid players, the Dominion players. I really want to see the purple hybrid into Bloomlord. That's a matchup I definitely want to see as well, just because the Valgrimmon does have that effect of being able to clear off a, let's say, a level 4 and then clearing the lowest level. So I know Bloomlord likes to kind of sit down on his Palmons a little bit and wait. So that's going to be interesting to see as well. Um, but Abel, give me your overall. You said Bloomlord has a good chance to take it, but what deck do you really want to see? Like how passionate I am is I really want to see that Bloomlord top, obviously, because I'm a hella biased about it. But what deck are you biased right now for?
It's between the two of either Imperial or Purple Hybrid. Purple Hybrid,
Mm,
well, just because these two decks are personally I play a lot of Imperial, I play a lot of Purple Hybrid. Both these decks competitively myself as well. Um, Purple Hybrid, I'm not going to talk say too much because we know it's very well represented. We all know what it does already. The
Yep.
engine is insane. But I want to talk about Imperial a little bit is because TMac in the last couple months, even the last couple formats, counting backwards in 2.0 and EX7 Imperial was pretty dominant still because it has access to the EX7 Hexablaumon, which I was going to mention way earlier when we were seeing that matchup. But the Hexablaumon is a really good shutoff against many hybrid decks. It actually keeps the purple hybrid in check because they're not going to be able to swing and make their combos. It forces them, purple hybrid, to climb into a very tall stack of slide digivolving into Duskmon into, on top of Valgerd, and then Dusk again into Valgerd. You gotta build into back so that you can build a stack tall enough to get rid of that Hexablam on the board. But even so, in Imperial, it has partition. So if you ever remove anything that big, they play out the two bodies, and you're not really getting the best value out of it because the Imperial player can just simply DNA all of again, do all of it again, and then tell the purple hybrid player to try and play. Now, in towards the end, because of the Mirage craziness that came in, Imperial has a very, very rough and tough time against Mirage, I would say, and a couple other decks which actually fell off a little bit. But now, because with Purple Hybrid being like in the last month or two and EXA being so dominant, the cycle continues now because now Imperial gets to make a comeback because of that. Because Imperial keeps the purple hybrid decks in checks. Now, I know there is the addition of Medieval Gallantmon, which is a very good one-off answer against like Imperial, but Imperial's core engine itself still has really, really strong suppression on purple
Mm-hmm.
hybrid. So I personally would actually put my bets on Imperial today. It would be really nice and really cool to see
Mm-hmm.
if I have to choose between one or the two.
Nice. We know my bias. Don't need to say it anymore. I bet you chat is going to be sick of me today because if Gloomlord makes it to the finals, I'm going to be fully greened out because I know I love vegetables, dude. It's just my favorite deck. Um, but you touch on Mirage, and that's another deck that we haven't really seen today. I know a lot of people favor that deck a lot. It's one of the decks I despise the most, just because it punishes you for doing what you want to do. Like every time you digivolve, you draw a card. You're A lot of decks are running a lot of searchers and stuff like that. So you have like your wisdom trainings. You have things that just generically add cards to your hand, and then Mirage just basically says no, you're not allowed to do that. And if you do that, I'm going to punish you for it. It's definitely one of those decks that I don't like seeing across the table, but it's definitely a deck that is just good at what it does. We haven't seen any today. I don't know if we have any in the top half of our bracket as well, but it's definitely a deck that you have to be aware of. Um, the other thing we didn't talk about is the versatility of Purple Hybrid. The fact that you can also play that Mervamon engine that we saw earlier today, that's also another variant of Purple Hybrid that we could also see in this top half of as well. Just because we have that many of them, right? We'd never know which engine they're going to be playing. And that's also a part of the surprise factor as well when it comes to everything. So, a lot of good gameplay of Digimon left at this Ulti Cup. So we are going into round number 6 now. So going to be after this round, 2 more rounds guaranteed. And that is going to be time in the round right here. So we are going to take a little break here, catch a breather. We're going to allow you to catch a breather because we just went through a lot of talking. So, you guys go get your water. I'm gonna go get a water myself. Aval needs to go get a water for himself too because that's important. Staying hydrated is very key. So we'll be back for round 6 in a little bit, guys. Make sure you stay tuned. Check out all the links and stuff if you want to share it to your friends and all of that. Do all of that. Anyways, we'll be right back for round number 6 in our Digi Ulti Cup. Uh, All right, we are back. Round numero 6. And so today we've seen it all. We've seen the Imperials, we've seen the Blooms, and now we're seeing a throwback from way back in Beelzemon. So this is going to be definitely fun to see. And I, bro, I'm kind of flabbergasted. I never thought I would see an undefeated Beelzemon in 2025.
Man, this is pretty exciting. I haven't seen Beelzemon in action for a little while, but we're gonna see it in action as well coming back in 2.5 because it is gonna get a little bit support, but right now we are still focused on EX8. So yeah, Balmon at the back, ready to go. We seen Kiki earlier today as well on Imperial, so this is gonna be an interesting matchup. Generally, I would say Imperial is like very similar to Purple Hybrid and Seven Great Demon Lords when it comes to having security bombs such as like Deathslinger and Rivals Barrage. And this can actually come in Kiki's favor when it comes to playing Imperial because, you know, they get to partition out. And when they partition out, they get to re-DNA all over again. And it gives them extra attacks for that play. But one of the interesting things with Beelzemon is we know that Beelzemon X has that capability of trashing your opponent's security as you swing for game, and you can really go for some lethal stuff. Beelzemon back in the day was probably one of the fastest decks at like ending games very quickly because of that. But
Yep. Oh,
yeah, now we get to see what they get to work with and how this pans out.
yep. If you remember the good old days of being able to mill and then going imp to mill another three, and then you would hit the uh the Death Slinger to gain a memory, do all types of nonsense and shenanigans. And speaking of nonsense and shenanigans, here we're gonna see Kiki go into the Pyildramon off of that end of turn, being able to DNA and basically going pretty much full combo here. And here we're gonna see a swing here with I believe that is the regular Balmon. So getting a bunch of mill effects here, and not only hitting the Wizardmon as well to being able to gain a memory, hitting that Rivals Barrage as well. So being able to bring back something for a later turn. And this is going to be a 7 key check. And because you're against Imperial, um, it, it, it's really easy to go into security because they don't have as many big bombs. Yes, they have like the level 6 Imperial in the Dragon mode, and sometimes they will have the Ace as well. But there's nothing really like worrisome in their security. It's not like they're running Gigadeath or something
You never
in
know.
the
You
4th
never
AI.
know. You never know. They might be. But this is a very scary spot here because, as we can tell, Hiki is considering going for the Blast Ace here, going into fighter mode. And by
Yep.
bottom decking that stack, that means there's no on deletion effects that can pop off. Like Balmon will no longer be able to play out Beelzemon on deletion, and now just empty board. And he's just gonna have to end the turn with Ayamako searching, finding the pieces, hopefully that grabbing what he needs so that he can prep for the next turn.
Yep.
And here it's gonna be a slowdown already because oh no, that's not an Ayamako, that's the
That's
Impmon.
the Impmon.
The
Yep.
Altar makes it look like it was a tamer for a second
It
there,
was
but no, it was
like
the
a
Impmon
tamer,
to
yeah.
search and grab something. But still, oh, this is where things can become tricky. But here, these are some early potential bombs. If Hiki runs into something like Rivals at this moment, it's going to Ace Overflow, neutralize anything that he has, and then he's going to have to be forced to partition. So in these matchups, it can go one way or the other. Because if they swing into an early bomb, like I said, then that gives the Beelzemon a chance
Yep.
to come back.
Yep. So it would be putting him to 4 here, and there is that the Rivals Barrage in the play area, so he can get back a Digimon as well. So basically, able to cycling whatever he lost there, and if he has another Balmon in hand, he can go for it. So Kiki is going to go for the swing here. He still has partition, so he doesn't have to worry about too much. So this is going to be a swing and hitting into that Beelzemon there. Beautiful art, Beelzemon, by the way. Um, Getting
I
that
say,
swing in
is that a max rarity there? I see pretty blinged out cards.
it looks like max rarity and just choking the Beelzemon player to 1 here with that XV Evo. And depending on what goes on here, he can go full combo again. Um, but it really depends. So here we're gonna see the Beelzemon, not the Beelzemon, the
The
Impmon
Impmon
swing
for a check, yeah.
for a check and
Ooh, finds a
not hitting
primo.
Primo Genitor. That is not what you want to see here. So that's gonna, yeah, that's gonna put the tamer on board. And now I was just saying Kiki can go full combo here, and Kiki will be able to go full combo. So here we're gonna see the 7 come down for um, the 7 Demon Cluster. I believe that card is called. So it ends up going to pop the stack, and that stack will be able to bring Kiki down to 2. But because of partition, 2 bodies will be coming down on board. Regardless, so Kiki, if he has the Paildramon, can go double full combo here and then potentially close out the game. Um, yeah, is looking very, very grim for Beelzemon, but that's kind of a force what you have to do. So here we're going to see the Vmon come down. Um, and then going to go into the Stingmon uh, for a cost of 2, then going to DNA, and there should be another. Yep, that is the Pyodramon. They're going to be drawing, gaining memory, tapping the Davis to gain another memory. Going to swing here. I don't believe this is the partition one.
This is the
Actually, that
partition
is
one.
the partition.
This
Yeah,
is the partition.
the arts look all the same. So here, gonna able to get rid of the imp on here with piercing. Gonna swing jamming.
Ooh, for regular
Um,
check. Okay.
yep, just chilling. Gonna swing again, and then he can either, yep, or just reveal the Stingmon,
Yeah.
reveal the Pyodramon, and just go again. And that's gonna be a quick game 1. Yeah, so just unfortunately for the Beelzemon player there, just not able to see the lines. That first check was also very, very unfortunate. While the swing into the ace, being able to get rid of the Balmon without getting the on deletion, and then not being able to build up as fast, and especially when you have to be placed on the back foot as well, to being having to use that 7 demon cluster to get rid of the stack, and then yeah, you give your opponent fuel to go again. Just very, very unfortunate. And then hitting the progenitor as well, being able to play that Davis and Ken for free and just going off full combo. So it is what it is. It's just sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles when it comes to playing against Imperial.
It is a really tough matchup, to be honest.
Yeah.
It is gonna be. But I'm interested to see, like, maybe Beelzemon has some tricks up his sleeve or some plays that can still work. It's kind of nice to see that Beelzemon's doing decently well today,
Yep.
and this is definitely an old deck
Yep.
we have
So
not seen in action in a while.
yeah, so I wonder what new additions as well, because like we've had a few sets since Beelzemon has been relevant. So like we have lost a few things in Beelzemon, like I mentioned, that Impmon being able to, when it's milled, you get the mill additional 3. That got limited down to 1. I don't remember what else got limited in Beelzemon as well. I think there was something else.
I
Now you
think that
can
that is
correct me.
that's it. It's really just the Impmon there. For new additions, if you're wondering, TMac, it's really just the Purple Scramble being sort of like a new addition to the deck. Now, one of the things that Purple Scramble works really nicely in this is actually one of those cards that prevents you from milling yourself out, because you can go ham and go aggressive and mill every single card away. And as long as you have the delay of Scramble, you wouldn't have to self explode, after
Yep.
going for a big turn combo. Same reason as like Seven Full Cluster, which is like a card intended to sort of like so that it can tuck back underneath. But Scramble is perfect because you can utilize it at the start of your turn instead, so then you will not deck out. And then that extra turn could mean everything, could basically mean all or nothing, and then you could actually just finish it off from there too. So it looks like Beelzemon's opting to go second.
Yep,
And
trying to get that extra draw and just trying to make sure that thing doesn't happen again where he wasn't able to go full stack, because it seems like last game he was having a little bit of issues. So
So this gives Beelzemon the time to set up a little bit. They can go into the Baumon all over again, similar to the last game, if they can find like the BT10 one, or they would, yep, that's the BT10 one, exact same one set up with Wizard X, Wizard, Imp X, and Yamon. So they're trashing a ton as they attack into it. And then now this is passing back to Kiki, and it's asking that same question: is Kiki going to be able to build into a Pyeldramon this following turn right away and pressure the same way he did last game in terms of like
Yeah.
threatening an ace right there?
So the fact that Kiki did not push up here just leads me to believe he doesn't have full combo, or he's playing a little bit slower just to be able to respond to the potential board. So yeah, so we see here Kiki opting not to use the effect and just raw playing that Wormmon. So here we're gonna see a swing here.
Rivals
So
Barrage,
Rivals Barrage, yeah,
no two of Wizard X, no
yeah,
two of Ya. And then now deciding on the promo wizard to stack a card back to the top. Ooh, look at that, team man. That's the
beautiful.
chase. That's the chase Beals right there.
Yep, the starter deck exclusive of Beelzemon. Yeah, so this looks like max rarity. So yeah, that's going to be an 8K, so that's going to be a deletion. And that Belmont will get a trigger here to be
Play
able
the
to play
Beelzemon
this.
back
Yep,
out.
yep. And then that's Value Town. So now you have a level 6 here. This could be potentially okay, so he's just gonna drop the imp on there and just put Kiki to 2 and hope that he doesn't have full combo here. But I have the feeling Kiki was playing around this because he just hard slammed that worm on to choke.
Oh no, the Wormmon was played off Davis Ken's effect, and then to find the XV and an XV Digivolve for 2 in the
Oh,
back.
okay, the XV
Yes,
Digivolve.
so
Okay,
the Wormmon does go
boom.
back to the
Okay.
hand here, and then he has
Yeah.
a
Okay.
choice to recycle it again if he needs to, but it looks like he's going to come down with a Vmon instead, which is most
Yep.
ideal to play Vmon as much as possible if
Yep.
you can, because
Uh,
you can grab 2
uh,
pieces.
And then I think this is going to be the tried and true full combo because we did see him add a Pyldramon earlier. So this is going to be the Pyldramon. This is going to suspend everything here. Um, and then go from there.
Now, the only thing in this position at the moment is I don't believe there is any ace cards that Beelzemon really has at the moment, or there's a top end purple ace card to counter anything like this. But with, I know I'm jumping ahead of myself, but with 2.5, we're also getting a Beelzemon Blast Mode ace. And in that situation, it would have been really, really cool where, like, it has a bit of like defensive, a bit of countering there. Because at the moment, Kiki's just able to swing as much as he wants to and try to establish as much damage so that he can set up for lethal in the following turns afterwards. And with the stun down Buzamon here, it can't do too much at the moment either.
Yep. So very good position for Kiki here. He is we this is the same position he was in prior. So he was able to establish this Pyldramon and sit on the Pyldramon. It's going to be interesting to see if because we know that Pyldramon has partition as well, so definitely not something. But Kiki can also go full combo here once again, because if he has another Wormmon, he can potentially Evo into the uh, if he has the Wormmon, he plays the Wormmon, Evo into the Stingmon, tap to get the XV, so forth, so on, and then just go full combo again. So here we see him add the XV. So what he's probably going to do here is going to Evo in the back here, kind of
I'll
chill.
confidently say he probably has a line at this point because he's drawn so many
Yeah.
cards. He's got the XV, he's got the Sting, which we saw they
Yep.
searched off with, and
Yep.
then
So he's going to tap 1, go to 0, and then if he has, yep, there it is. He's going to do for 2. Then end of turn, both are going to do the wombo combo into line. Yep, going to stun that. Going back to 0, going back to 1, and then tried and true Imperial things here, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing surprising here. And Kiki's kind of just seeing it all. Like, I mean, then again, you're playing Imperial, you do get to dig and do all of that and search. And like, we've seen so much search here, guys. We've seen the Wormmon search, we've seen the Vmon search, just all the draw off of all the Digivolutions. Um, and then also the swing when swinging draw card. So now Kiki has a decision here because he can theoretically swing here um, and go full swing, do a little bit of stunning as well, and then also hoping to see the nuts. Because if he does get hit with like a rivals or something like that, or
Ooh, there
he
goes
was
the
just going to partition.
Ayamako. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
I'm
I'm
pretty
on
sure, yeah. Kiki was probably afraid of giving that kind of tamer value because then that gives, a potential ramp that Ryuzumon can go all the way up as well.
Mhm. So yeah, so gonna get that top four search. And now the question is,
Does he want to
does he
continue to attack? It looks like he wants to continue to press on.
yep, put him to one, force him to have a response. Gonna get another draw here as well. Yep, not getting much off of this life here. He really needs to see a slinger or of some sort. And then still at one, so Kiki could just Evo with a Vmon in the back and choke him to one.
Or going
Um,
into a dragon mode just to put down that Ayamako, just to
yep,
prevent it from gaining the memory and setting up the mills. Could be a pretty good spot to be in as well. And stop any digivolving effects. Also to note, I believe the Impmon in the back has actually comes down with the Hexablow, and now we get to see this
yep,
in action.
yes, the Hexablow, and I believe that is the beautiful altar of the Hexablow as well. Um, so we are in comparisons um, of sources now and not just BP. So yeah,
Yeah, so
very
with
very strong turn there.
with the pile lock, Buzamon is not able to attack. The Impmon on the side is not able to attack, and the Impmon that just came out from raising can't attack either because of Hexablow. And because I was going to mention earlier, there could be potential where the Impmon swings and warps into a Buzamon from the trash if there was one too.
Yeah.
But now that's not going to be able to be done. So it's going to be climb into a wizard X to gain memory. Looks like there's going to be is that yeah that's a wizard to gain a memory back off of
Mhm.
digivolving into wizard X. This is just a really tough spot because you just can't attack. It's like what would you want to do here? It's like okay, there's two
So it's
rivals
like
barrages.
yep, so he could get back stuff from the grave, but the other thing you have to note as well is even if he tries to remove both of these Digimon have partition as well, so Kiki will be able to get back the sources as well. Um, Not to mention that he no swinging as well, so and that's going to be the third rivals barrage that we see here. So I don't think lists are running for rivals barrage. I think most lists are only on three. Um,
But there is also Death
but
Slinger, which works.
there, yeah, there's also Death Slinger as well. But even if you Death Slinger, you're still gonna be able to you're still gonna be able to partition. So here we're gonna see a scramble
Oh,
come down.
so with this the X2 Biozamon, if there are 20 cards in trash, could pop a
Yeah,
level 6, but it looks like he's gonna go for popping the level 5,
yeah, with the
and that
partition, and then that
yeah.
just puts Kiki to one, and then I'm pretty sure this does spell game here for Kiki. Very, very rough for the Beelzemon player there. Um, just so much value from Imperial. Um, it's just insane because like not only is the tamer, but we see we Kiki didn't even have the tamers online. What he ended up doing was just going up into the stack, getting the Paildramon. So because he knows Beelzemon doesn't have any form of removal that can get rid of it without triggering partition, and then just going straight to face and just going from there. So very, very strong gameplay from Kiki overall. And just unfortunate for the Beelzemon player, just not being able to get that stack going and just being able to churn out that value that we know Beelzemon can and from time to time again will do. That is going to be around six. So two more rounds potentially here. Um, and then we'll be concluding our tournament for today. So man, I'm super hyped just because I am very excited to see if my goat Bloom Lord has made it into the final stages of our tournament here. We still have quite a little bit of time here. We have about 27 minutes left in the round. So, what we will do is, guys, we are going to take a short little break here. I will have Evolt, uh, who's been running the stream magnificently today, uh, see if he can find us another match to go into. I'm going to actually get another water here just because my mouth is a little bit parched. Make sure you guys do the same. We'll be right back for more Digimon gameplay. Hello, everybody. We are back. Um, anyways, so we got our another round six match here. So we have what's looking to be the finishing of this game here. It's going to be Angels, Dominimon, whatever you want to call it, uh, into Purple Hybrid, and it seems like they're just finishing up here.
Is that,
It seems
did
like
we, are they like done?
well, let's see if it's completely done, or if that was game one, or game two, or game three. But yeah, games go fast. Um, and we might have to see here, but we do see them shuffling up. So let's just wait around and see if that was the 2-0. Shouldn't be 2-0. Hopefully not.
Is it game three or game two? We're not too sure.
Yeah,
We're about to find out. We'll find out.
look, it's looking like game three. It's looking like game three or game
Yeah,
two. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're seeing a pile shuffle here. So let's see what happens. Accidentally shuffled eggs in. I've been there myself before. But anyways, so we have Dominimon versus Purple Hybrid. I believe we saw this earlier today as
we did
well.
see this earlier, and yeah, with the purple hybrid, we did see that unique, not unique, but I guess like the Merva package, which has the answer.
Mhm.
We're not sure if this one has the Merva package, but if it doesn't, it'd be interesting to see how it pans out. Um, whether if it's the matter of purple hybrid rushing them down fast enough, taking down all their security so they have no resources, or it's a matter of fact if Domini is able to establish that crazy board right there that is indestructible. So we'll find out.
Yep, yep. So this is going into game two, it looks like.
Okay.
And then we have about 14 minutes on the clock. I but like holy moly. So 14 minutes left on the clock going into game two, especially against the mini that can kind of control the game and go to pace. I believe Dominimon was the one that took that game one,
Domini got the game
just
one.
because of that extremely wide board there. Um, and just having that full setup. And man, the more I see Dominimon, just the engine and how it works, is the more I kind of want to play and jam it myself. Just being able to set up those blockers as well with the inheritables, and just being able to infinitely say to your opponent, "Hey, you can't get rid of my stuff," is just super strong. So
Okay.
tried and true hybrid play here on the turn one, just going into that rare Ukomon, just being able to choke the memory to one, and then probably just going to Evo here to choke back at one. And we're going to be seeing a lot of this throughout this game probably. So Uko push, no surprise.
So there's a
Gonna
Nidhogg, which gives us the info that possibly this is not the Merva build, which is
yeah,
pretty normal to be honest. I think. So yeah, we'll see. Uko into
yep,
Uko.
yep. And this is what we're gonna have to see here, as you see, the purple hybrid player here is going speedy. um,
Checks into the
yes,
yellow memory boost though.
yeah, not what you want to see there. And now it's just going to drop the Koichi, putting the Dominimon player up to a 4. So 4 means potentially full combo here. Off of, you're going to hear me say that a lot today, chat. But um, full combo here for them, so they can go up the line. They go up into the Magnate search, do the shenanigans, Evo into a hopefully a Minimon, not like what we saw earlier of Evoing into that Cherubimon, but maybe not having it. So we're gonna see
Ooh,
TK. So TK is gonna end up checking here, just maybe looking for that level 5 potentially.
the missing piece. Yeah. Ooh, okay, looks like it's an Andrew Woman ace. Finds it in there.
Yep. And then gonna get that shuffle off there and recover one. And like we talked about it earlier, just cards from like BT1 just being still relevant to this day, and TK is one of them. Like every yellow strategy that usually comes around, TK is always just a good card, good generic card to put in there just because you're able to search that security stack. So it's just really good. So here we're going to see the boost pop. The boost is going to put us up back to 3. So basically, they play the TK, and because something was removed from their security, they get that one memory back, and then being able to boost. And here we're going to see a scramble come down, going to Evo into that what looks like the Andre Ace alt art.
Angelwoman Ace, yes, that is correct.
Yes.
So here, I believe it's going to make a decision whether do you want to trash your top or bottom security to minus 6k to the Uko, but we remember there's a QPmon under, and remember TMac, this is the
Yep. The
Nidhogg
trash.
build. This is the
Yep.
Nidhogg build, so we can see, okay, so it looks like there's no evil there. Go straight into Domini instead, and then by
Yep.
going to that, searches for security to play something, and then use Domini's effect to minus 7k to the Uko possibly.
Yep, yep. So then they can gain a memory, putting them to 4, which is just basically paying for the Evo. But yes, this is definitely the line that you had to go with here, just because, like you said, being able to trash that Nidhogg, do all types of shenanigans, gaining more memory. Uh, and then we see another Argo in the bin there. So I don't know if he's only on the one of Argo, or he's on multiple Argo. But just being able to say, it doesn't really matter in this matchup specifically, because the Argo just basically means your tamers can't suspend, and TK is not a tamer that can suspend anyways, so it's perfectly fine. So here, another Uko here, doesn't have the right level 5 potentially um, for this scenario here to gain blocker, but this could also be a Cherubi Ace here probably. So first check is going to be
I believe that is a. It looks like it's blue and yellow, and I would like to believe that possibly is the regular Seraphi Ace.
Mhm.
But yeah, you guys can see right here how crazy it is. Even with the Uko being deleted, trashing Nidhogg from the hand with QPmons on deletion, just gaining 2 memory, and you still got 4 to work with. And then now you go into Velgormon. Now,
Mhm.
Velgormon, this effect can still trigger at the end of attack if it survives the hit. Goes for the attack here. Looks like we get to see Cherubi Ace coming down, playing a
Yep.
body, possibly going to DP reduce it enough to get rid of that Velgormon, actually.
Yep. And then goodbye Velgramon. So he will get to get back the tamer here.
And
And as you see here, the purple hybrid player is kind of shuffling and going through because he knows he is a little bit on time here, so he has to make sure to see if he can actually go for game. But especially when you get into these like the close to the end of turn, you want to be playing as fast as possible. You don't want to be getting got. And with like 6 minutes, just over 6 minutes left in the round, you want to be moving fast. Um, so here we're gonna see a Digivolve into a Patamon in the back here. And honestly, we saw this earlier, but Dominimon is kind of just chilling.
yeah,
They have this wide board here. Uh, Ideally, what you would like to see is if you could see uh, a Magna Angemon, the level 5. That would be nice to see here. But this looks like it's just going to be a mini swing. Uh, Checking in all the inheritables and stuff like that. Yep, going
yep,
to end
setting
up
up the
leveling.
Angemon in there.
Yep.
Ooh, checks
Yep.
into game.
And
Okay.
yep, just gonna trash the security there. Yep.
Yes, that's why the barrier is really important so that it protects the Domini from battle.
Yep. Yep. But has life up the wazoo, so no surprise. Just gonna end up trashing one there. So here is going to
Ooh,
be an
interesting. This is
Evo.
the, if I'm not mistaken, this looks like the EX6 Angelomon here, which allows you to play a Mirai from the hand.
Oh, oh, that is spicy. I like that.
But there's no Mirai to play, so it's going to end the turn with a Magna Angia to recover,
Yep.
then sitting here.
Oh, and then into a what looks like another Cherubi Ace here.
Yep, plays out with Gato.
Yep.
Gato is going to be able to, yep, DP reduce off Cherubi's effect. That's more than enough DP that's needed.
Yep. And
Yeah.
then this is looking pretty rough for the purple hybrid player as well. Only a few minutes left into the round, and not looking the best, honestly. This is definitely not what you want to see here. Uh, how can you deal with this here? Because basically the 3 gate angels is protected with that Dominimon. Um, you do you have enough? Like, it's not like he's on the Merva build where he has enough where he could be like, all right, I'm gonna try this mill strategy. You're just looking to go aggressive. Um, and unfortunately, if you don't have that aggression to deal with, especially when it's getting removed every second of the way, then it looks tough. So here we're gonna see a Jack Raid come down. So gonna go for a purple memory boost here.
Grabs the Dustmon.
Yeah. So maybe he does have the lines here. So this map may be getting evoed. Yep. Just hoping that he can maybe get there with time in the round, coming close. So 3 minutes left in this round here. Um,
This is an
and
incredibly tough position because unlike the other matchup, the game we saw of Purple Hybrid with the Merva build is that like they were able to count their cards in their deck. You know, all these bodies they could keep changing colors and then go for the mill strategy. But it looks like the Dominion deck right here has a lot of cards left still in the deck because it's still somewhat early-ish in the game
in the
where they
game,
haven't cycled that a lot, but it's crazy. It's like it's in the mid game, so you really need to get to that late game stage in order to even consider milling them out.
yeah, and especially with the setup here, just with all the recovery that you can do, all the shenanigans that can happen here, the ever looming threat of Cherubi Ace. Cherubi Ace really put in a lot of work here this game for sure. Um, and then even at worst, just being able to say, "Hey, I'm going to do my combo here and get rid of something." What is the lowest level here on the board? I think the lowest level is 5 here, so maybe some plays could happen here. Um,
But yeah,
just
as you
be
guys can
possible.
see earlier, because the Belgramon deleted itself to attempt to delete both level fives on the board. Now
Yeah.
remember earlier I
Mhm.
mentioned Dominimon protects per
Yeah.
per effect, not like per Digimon. Like you get what I mean? Is that considered as
Yeah.
per instance? Instance, right? It's per instance
Yeah.
of the effect
Yeah.
happening. So because it just you all you had to do was just trash one security and it keeps both those bodies on the board instead of needing to
Yeah.
trash two.
Yeah. So pretty much if one big deletion effect would happen, you just trash one instead of trashing per copy.
Yeah.
Yep. We've seen that similar effects in the past as well, but I honestly think here Dominion just has the handle on the game right now. Uh, with just over a minute left into this round before we go into overtime. Um, I just think Dominimon just has it there, especially with the double Cherubi. Cherubi here can swing to Alliance, get a couple of checks in. Um, so yeah, and then it's just gonna spell doom here unless some shenanigans can happen. But even if shenanigans happen, Dominimon is yep.
Yeah.
And
And
then
Dominimon just needs
yep,
to make sure that they're well above two memory at this point. That Jack Ray there.
yep. You see the discard there
Oh, okay.
off the Nidhogg. Maybe if this is a Drac raid here, that would be huge for purple hybrid.
Yeah, it looks like it's just gonna have to go for it.
Yep, you have to go for it at this point. You don't. Well, Dominimon is kind of chilling, yeah,
Yep.
because yeah,
There we go.
Dominimon actually doesn't have to swing just because um they do have the one game up as well, and just because how time rules work, you can just chill. And Purple Hybrid just recognizing that they don't have enough time to go back up into full setup and stuff like that. So Dominimon is going to be taking it for that game for sure, with just time in the round being called. So that is the end of round 6 once again. Very good stuff. Only 2 more rounds left. We're down into the nitty-gritty of stuff. This is where you gotta remain focused, especially if you're on those top tables here. I'm pretty sure we have 4 undefeated, so we will, once we are away here, we will check and see which um, decks are left in the top 4 of going into round number 7. Hopefully, we have a little bit of diversity. Hopefully, Blue Lord is still in contention. Hopefully, we will see other decks that we have been cheering on. We know we're going to see a purple hybrid probably there for sure. So no surprise there. But that being said, we're going to take a little break. We're going to check out some numbers and stuff like that on the back end side. So make sure you guys keep on watching, stay tuned, and all of that. And we'll be sure to come back. All right. So we are back for round number seven, guys. So let's get some information out of the way before we start. So while the players are doing their stuff and resolving all of their mulligans and whatnot, we have three undefeated left with two more rounds left. Just because Digimon is a game where you have to be a mandatory number of rounds, so it's not until one undefeated. So we are guaranteed nonstop 8 rounds. So the three decks that we have going into it are Purple Hybrid, Galaxy Mirage, and the Imperial. That being said, three very interesting decks. Like we've been talking about all day. We knew Purple Hybrid, we knew Imperial was definitely around, but Galaxy Mirage is a deck that we didn't see all day, and now we finally get to see it here today on our table one. So, Evil, talk to me. Galaxy Mirage, man. We touched on it a little bit when we tuned into that Ice Clad game, and we said the deck is a thing, and we always have to worry about it. But um, seeing it now on top tables is really good. So
Yeah, so just to fill everyone in, including yeah, fill everyone in, the Galaxy package has, it's the one that debuted in EX5. Cards such as Sunmon, uh Lunamon, I believe,
yep,
and Lekis and Pheromon, that is like the whole bottom engine. Being able to digivolve for reduced cost, being able to gain memory, almost kind of like Mirage on how it kind of prints memory. And now the deck has really evolved because there's a lot of really, really cool and powerful level sixes that are red and blue that you can utilize in the deck. And it really comes down to the player's personal preference at this point to play which kind of level sixes they want to. Initially,
yep.
it was Hexablow, Mirage. We know these are like the most go-tos, Apollomon, but now you have options such as playing Dynamon. You can even play Gallon X in this deck as well
Hey,
because it's blue and red.
we can even play Medieval X. I mean, I remember when I was playing this Galaxy deck, I was doing like you mentioned the Apollomon shenanigans, and I love that engine so much. Uh, and then not on top of that, you can still go for like this weird like OTK strategy because you have a bunch of good level five. So one of the ones that we saw earlier today as well was the Huankmon. Being able to pull a source from the Digivolution and then return it to be able to restand. Um, so just overall, really, really strong. So deck is really, really good, especially with the addition of those hexablows. And like I said, Sumless are teching in that medieval Gallantmon. Sumless, like you mentioned, the Dinomon there. Just really, really good. So we'll see what happens in this game. Hopefully, it's going to be a good back and forth, a good rally, and it's going to come down to those micromanagement plays and going from there. So here we're seeing pretty much a tried and true purple hybrid start with a Ukomon getting that one check in. And here we're seeing a very similar fashion for this Galaxy play here is just dropping that level four. And now we're probably going to start to see some shenanigans. I don't think he has the low end ear because even though as good as Uko is,
Look at that,
you
T-Mac.
kind of
We
want to.
got the Hexablow and the Dino review.
Oh my days, we saw it from a mile away. So here the Uko push is going to be able to add any Digimon there, and is going to get that Dino, and going to be able to hatch an egg. And why Uko is also really good is just because of that hatching. So now in the back you can go into your Solomon or your Lunamon and just set up for next turn as well. And we haven't even touched on probably one of my favorite cards in this deck is the Tamer. So once you play the Tamer, you can suspend the Tamer to tuck one of the top Digimon into the source. To be able to digivolve into another Digimon. So here we're going to see a 4K swing coming out from the Flaremon here. So going to hit a Tamer. That's what you kind of like to see. So now we're going to see an Ukomon swing here, and then going to hit into a perp memory boost. So definitely not stuff you want to see here. on the side of the Galaxy player, because now you know Purple Hybrid is set up for this potentially big turn here. And we saw earlier how turns can just go burr, right? So not able, unfortunately, not able to get the ideal cards you want here, because you don't want to be able to go in, have the Purple Hybrid player go into full combo and then being able to clear your board. You rather not neg yourself that much, right? So just evoing in the back, having that Lunamon in there can potentially play the Tamer to do the shenanigans and so forth, so on. So
The one thing I want to mention is like the BT 9, BT 18 Koichi being able to gain a memory at the start of main just by tossing away the Kaiser Leo is just really, really good, because then with the inheritable, you can cycle it back and it's as if you never
mhm.
lost that piece. So it looks like coming down to Velgar, wonder if they're missing a Duskmon at this particular moment, but this is such a good board, juicy board for Purple Hybrid to actually try and attempt to get rid of. So it's a matter of, are they going to go ahead and swing at security to deal damage, or are they going to swing at the Digimon and go for the safe route to delete the stuff afterwards?
I think the play here is you kind of want to take them off of the amount of things they have on board, so they can't just go wide against you. So I think maybe swing into the Ukomon here just to get it off the board, or even slimming into the Flaremon maybe. So you could sling into the Flaremon, and then you're chilling because you're at 7K, and then you can trade Ukos potentially.
There you go.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
That is
Yep.
also definitely a line as well. So yep, gonna get the Kaiser Leomon back to hand.
And an end of attack deleting itself. Definitely want to get rid of that Ukomon because you want to slow down the searching for Galaxy, because Galaxy is able to find a lot of pieces quickly and you don't want them to find their pieces. And then if there's
Yep.
a way that they can put the opponent back to 1, then it really, really limits the rest of their plays afterwards. So yeah,
And
coming down.
speaking of, boom. All right, and this is kind of where you want to be as Purple Hybrid as well, is because now you have 3 Tamers set up. You have the promo Uko, busted card, and then you have the rare Uko as well. So Galaxy is going to have to put in a lot of work here, but you also have to realize that it is life. It's 3 to 4 right now. So, depending on the scenario, Galaxy can do some work here, bringing Purple Hybrid maybe even down to 1 life. So here we're gonna see the Flamon being able to pop the Uko. So getting the promo Uko out of here, that's kind of what you want to see. And maybe if he has the Tamer, he can do some shenanigans here by choking to 1. Um, by playing the Tamer, using the Tamer effect to tuck the Flamon under, and then basically getting another Digivolve as well. Maybe going into the blue evolution. It's escaping me right here.
There
um,
are quite a couple, but originally for the Galaxy there's Dianamon, but Dianamon isn't really played anymore because it is.
yeah, so it would be he would play the Tamer. The Tamer would suspend, go into the Cressamon. That's the Digimon I could not remember.
Oh, that one. You're talking
Escaping
about the
right
level
from
5,
me.
right, right, right.
Yep. He could also tuck. He could tuck and then go into the Wankmon. Wankmon is able to play a level 3 blue Digimon from sources. Unfortunately, there isn't the blue one under there in the Lunamon. But it looks like he's just gonna go full into the Dinomon here.
Yep. So Dinomon
So
is actually a really good card in the purple hybrid matchup because it has Fortitude, and Fortitude lets you play it back out if they ever try to attempt to delete it. Not only that, it's also a defensive wall, which Galaxy didn't really have like a defense mechanism aside from like Hexablow and preventing opponents from like suspending. But now with Dinomon, with its effect is that opponent's turn while this Digimon suspended, all your opponent's Digimon can only attack suspended Digimon, meaning that Uko here on the board can only attack Dinomon. If they go into Duskmon, Velgramon, anything like that sort, they can only attack that Dinomon. And again, if Purple Hybrid's main source of removal is deletion, they can try to preemptively try to get rid of Dinomon, but the Dinomon has forward 2, so it'll play again, and then when it plays itself, it gets to suspend down opponent's Digimon and then delete something with the lowest DP as well.
yeah. So Yeah, it's a very sticky situation here to be in a purple hybrid, and that's what I'm telling you. This back and forth because like I just mentioned, I thought purple hybrid was in that driver's seat, but being able to this clapback turn from the Galaxy player was really strong as well. And just having that Dynamon on board, and with this effect here, that Ukamon is only swinging into the Dynamon, so very good here. So it looks like the purple hybrid player might actually just have to go full combo, maybe.
Ooh,
Um,
okay, okay. So coming down into Kaiser Leo, Evil on top of Koichi for 2, and because there's a Koichi underneath, the Kaiser Leo will now have retaliation, and
yup,
this is an opportunity to get rid of it. The other thing I was going to mention, that Dynamon is a base 13k DP Digimon, but thanks to having Lekis and the Cressamon, during the opponent's turn, it gains double 2k buff, meaning it's 17k, which is not going to be easy to run over, but the Kaiser Leo is going to come in clutch with the retaliation, leading itself and deleting the Dynamon. Dynamon Fortitude is going to play itself back. I believe the opponent's contemplating if to they want to suspend down the Ukomon because it is a Yume effect, and then you
yep,
delete one of your opponent's suspended Digimon with lowest DP, so it will get rid of that Uko, but it gives the access to QP to trash one to gain a memory off of there, and then now
yep,
the
and
board is
then
kind of neutralized.
yep. So there's the Evo here. That Dynamon also does have Sec+1, so that is a ticking time bomb that you kind of want to deal with. Maybe if the purple hybrid player here has full combo, he could go for a full combo here potentially to get rid of it.
This is the perfect opportunity to try and attempt to remove it here. Depending if the opponent plays any like fancy aces, Galamon Crimson mode is a possible ace choice in this deck as well, but it looks like the attack goes through. And then this is where they can use the end of attack of Velgur to do that combo, deleting itself, getting rid of Dino. It's not going to be able to come back because there's no fortitude, there's no sources underneath. So that clears it off, which puts them back into a very good position and taking out one security and removing such a big threat on the board. And this is not even their, this is just going to be Galaxy's catching turn, which
Mhm.
is going to be problematic because the next turn they can potentially do, Purple Hybrid can continue to make a barrage of attacks and even possibly finish it off by setting up all these tamers with Koichi as well.
Yep. So three tamers set up, one in the back here. So this could potentially be game, like you mentioned. And just gonna pitch that Gazi as well. And like honestly, this is where you want to be. Like, even if Galaxy is able to go a full stack here, they're not gonna be able to do much out of this position here. Just because they need to have things on board. And being able to just use that Velgramon combo, as we saw there, just to clear out that board so easily, it's just so strong, and that's why purple hybrid is up here because you just see everything you need and more, right? So very strong board position here, and just taking it back, taking the tempo back into the side of the purple hybrid. um and it seems like Galaxy here is going to be like a turn behind, just because of that play. That play was, I'm not going to lie to you, was very clean and well executed um, from the side of the purple hybrid player.
So now passing back to Purple Hybrid, we're going to have to see if they're able to finish it off here or not now. Because if not, they're going to have a very strong clapback turn on Galaxy, where Galaxy can actually just pulverize them afterwards too.
Yep. So down to 2 life, has to get 3 swings in here. Gonna trash the Nidhogg. So yep, we're gonna get guaranteed if he has the hybrids in hand. He does have the rival barrage, so he can get back a hybrid there. Um, and do his shenanigans. So here comes the first one, going
Dustmon.
into that Dustmon for 2. So this is going to be another swing here. If this Dustmon somehow does die in security, he can go into another um, thing here. So yeah, so here we're going to see the Digivolve. So this is going to be a big swing here.
Ooh, checks into
Hitting,
Dynamon, so it gets
yep,
deleted.
gets deleted, gets that one memory back, but that's perfectly fine.
Exactly. Just because you just need to find another tamer to play out, and then by
Yep,
playing out another Koichi, possibly, then that means
yep,
you can loop it kind of again.
yep. So
If
gonna
there's
get
another
the
Dustmon in his hand.
Yep, gonna get the draw one, trash one. He does have the rivals barrage to get another one back. So that is all fine and dandy. He just needs the memory here. So if he can see if he has a jack raid in hand, which it does look like he has. Yep, so gonna use the jack raid here, going up by 2 because it looks like he has just enough for the 2 memory gain. Gonna evo into another hybrid here using the Rivals Barrage to potentially go back again. So here's the combo again.
Yeah,
Gonna
this is
swing
definitely more
into
than
leg.
enough here. Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely gonna be game here for sure. Yep, full combo again, getting back the tamer, and he can just pop the thing to effect, get back the mat. Matt is gonna get back the hybrid that he needs,
Yep.
and then gonna go
So
into the Dustmon
Koichi
again
can
for
finish it
game.
off.
Yep, great line of play there from Purple Hybrid.
Just a little
Masterclass in
too late
Purple.
with the coincide. If the Tamers were here established for Galaxy a little bit earlier, they would have been able to ramp up and create a much more powerful stack and much more be able to like, yeah, get things going.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate there. And that's just Purple Hybrid, man. Purple Hybrid is just overall that engine alone is just really, really strong. And unfortunately, like you said, not getting those tamers online for the side of Galaxy because those tamers not only is the on play really strong for the effect, the just the being able to suspend to tuck to evo into something regaining that value on those evos is just really, really strong as well. And like we saw the purple hybrid player knew that they could go for game potentially next turn and just had everything set up there. So shake it off. That's what you got to do here as Galaxy. You just shake it off, go into the next game. You know what you're up against. You've probably played it a few times today, so you definitely could just have your time at everything. Me personally, if I'm the Galaxy player here, I did see he was kind of floating on debating on if he wanted to play the tamer that he had in hand. I say get that tamer out early so you can guarantee yourself you're getting set to 3, and not only that, you can get your chain going of multi evos and stuff like that. And unfortunately on the side of Galaxy as well, they weren't able to see the Lunamon, which is usually what you want to see early. So uh, definitely going to be a fun game too.
Okay, it looks like still deciding on the mulligan here. Whether to keep or not. Looks like they're gonna go for the keep on both ends. And we can see Galaxy starting off. Ideally an Uko play. Nope, Lunamon, which is still just as fine. Potentially setting up the Coincido here.
Yep. So yeah, you definitely need the Ludamon here. So if he can get the tamer out online, like I was talking about with that Huangmon combo, where you could uh, use the Lunamon to play out the Lunamon, and then you can tuck it back in to get the extra swing as well to go for that big play. That would be really, really good here, and it would be a good showcase as well. So here we're just gonna see into that Flaremon for the 2 Evo, and just gonna pass it over.
Okay, responding
Right,
with an Uko play.
you know, going into the Uko, and then just going to slam down a Ghazi. So respecting the memory game potentially here, because what that Ludamon does is you can once per turn use its effect to tuck the Flaremon under, and then gain 2 memory, and then on top of it you can also um, do your shenanigans here.
Here
So
comes
yeah,
the answer.
so
Just
going.
Flaremon, get rid of it.
Yep. Flaremon, get rid of it, but choking the purple hybrid player to 1, and still can use that Ludamon effect next turn to gain 2 memory. So I'm gonna push out that Ukomon here. Ukomon going to look at the top 3 as we know what it does, being able to get any Digimon or Tamer to hand. Ginkaku Promote, another goaded card from BT6 that's been around for quite some time as well. Um, the tried and true purple hybrid rush for game shenanigans. Um, that kind of leans me to believe he's on the Merva package. Um,
Not necessarily, actually. So a fun fact is, Ginkaku promote is actually really good with Merva for sure. But the thing is, why most purple hybrid players are still
oh,
running
and
it
it's also
even without, it's because if you ever play like a tamer back that turn, you digivolve your Dustmon on top of it, and then you digivolve Ginkaku on top of that tamer that hybrid,
mm,
so you gain the rush to finish it off of that one extra swing.
true. Tried and true rush strategies for these hybrids. It's been it's also been around for quite a few times as well. Um, but just gonna Evo here into the Sayakumon in the back, and then just debating how much memory he wants to give his opponent here. Like, even if he hard plays, he has to hope this Uko doesn't survive. And then just gonna hard slam the medieval gallant. So medieval gallant, we talked about this earlier, and you told me how this works, and it's quite interesting how it works actually. So you can play the medieval gallant to be able to minus 8k to something. So you saw there that was able to get rid of the stack quite easily. And then every time something is played, there will be another minus 8k
And this
there
is
as
just really
well.
about like respecting the potential level 6 that Galaxy could have gone into this turn by removing it. I'm okay with giving you a lot more memory to work with. I'm going to pay 7, but if I can get rid of that, force you to rebuild all over again just to buy myself an extra turn to do something else afterwards, that's all good. Because I don't want to see your level 6s. But the thing is, you don't know what to expect because there's so many choices. Like we saw Hexablow, Dino so far, these two. Ryugumon is actually another possible choice, which is something that's really good with decode, playing sources back out, bottom decking stuff as well, and having really good removal. That's also potential we can see. So, but yeah, here coming out again, passing back, just gonna go ahead and probably try and attack as much as possible at this point, right?
Yep. Just gonna go super wide, get as much damage in, and then following it up with um, a super strong play here. So we see the Ukomon putting it in its work as usual, being able to turbo out those eggs. So those rookies are coming online. This is reminding me of when I used to play Numemon and just using those Ukos and doing all types of shenanigans. But yep, Sayako is going to go in here. Uh, and looks like gonna get the draw one trash one here.
Yes, both Sayako and Demi Mirror both draw one and trashes one, so you can really funnel and filter through your deck,
Yep.
cycle, and then also just trash the specific cards that you want to see in there. Which ideally it's going to be your Velgomon. If not secondary, it's going to be a potential Nidhogg, depending on how much memory you want to play around. So of course,
And
we want to
like
get
you
one.
call it, Nidhogg comes down, right? And because the Galaxy player does not have one of those tamers set up, uh, the purple hybrid player here can just swing out and then potentially just choke to one. So yeah, so going to go in for as much damage as possible, like you mentioned.
Ooh, giving a blue
Ooh,
scramble right there. Is
yes,
there
that would
anything to
be
play?
so
There
good.
is. There is a Lunamon in trash.
Yep, getting that Lunamon there. So that's unfortunately not what you want to see here, but it's going to die immediately just because of Medieval Gallant. Oh, that card is so good, bro.
Right?
I love
Try
that
to play
card.
something, I'll get rid of it right away.
Yeah, yeah, we don't need that here where we're going. So
Yeah.
yeah, this Medieval Gallant here is going to swing in for a nice little 11k here and hits another Lunamon. And yeah, you kind of just want to choke here to one, if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken.
A Koichi play
Um,
would be fantastic. If not, a purple memory boost or anything that's just a 3 cost to just pass to give them as little as possible to work with would be the most ideal.
That would be ideal for sure, for sure. But they do have that memory boost in the back there as well. They do have the scramble, so they can potentially put a Lunamon on board. And yeah, like you mentioned, bro, you're just calling all of these here. Here we see the purple memory boost. Probably gonna get that
Oh, unfortunately, a
Koichi.
big whiff though.
Oh yeah, it's
You can
only
only grab
Digimon.
Digimon,
You're
yeah.
oh yeah, unfortunate. Hey, Koichi is an honorable Digimon, okay? But yeah, no, end up whiffing there, but that's okay though. That is fine. You are still in a very comfy position. Opponent has to get rid of the Ukomon here. Also has to get rid of other stuff as well. You got to go up the chain here to potentially deal with this medieval gallant. Um, so just have to think here. So going to use the Lunamon effect to tuck something under, and then gain the two memory, and then going to go into the Mirage Gal. And then because it has three or more sources, you're going to be able to gain that one memory. And then that is the the bread and butter here, you just start seeing a bunch of loops. So here we're going to go into the Crescemon. The Crescemon is going to be for a reduced cost because there's three or more sources. So this is going to be able to stun one Digimon with less sources. So this is probably going to stun the Medieval Gallant here. And then going to go into another Scramble. Scramble is going to go
Oh, here comes
into
the Mirage, your favorite
yeah.
card.
Yep. We don't like this card at all. We're gonna go into the Mirage Galgamon and boom, this is gonna swing over the Medieval Gallant. And then now, honestly, as Galaxy here, you kind of just chilling because
Yeah.
Mirage is there. So if you know you're kind of chilling, they have no real way to get rid of it unless they go Rivals Mirage. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Use the Gabu effect, swing in, set up something, and then go bada bing bada boom um into a Rivals and swing. Like you're kind of just chilling, man. So
So for Galaxy, it's like, okay, they want to see probably how much memory to give the opponent. Purple Hybrid now. Ideal would be popping the boost and then putting down the Tamer, putting them to 1, and then go from there.
yep, forcing them to pop the boost, their own boost to be able to do shenanigans as well. Um, Cupimon would put them to 4, so maybe they can play Koichi and then play 3 to pass it over. So yeah,
Oh, okay. Looks like I was going to go for Sunmon instead.
yep. So going to Evo here. So yeah, going into the uh the Galgamon. The Galgamon says if your opponent has 8 or more cards, or this Digimon has 3 or more sources, you can gain 1 memory. So definitely at the
Putting it to
8
1.
threshold here. So putting him to 1, having another body. So even if uh the purple hybrid player does have the Rivals Barrage to get rid of the um the Mirage Galgamon, he is kind of just chilling. So on the push up here, this Galgamon start of your turn because there is a Digimon, he will gain that 1 memory as well. Um
And another situation is like, that's the reason why Purple Hybrid splashes in Medieval Gallantmon. Some players even opt to not only just play 1 copy, but 2, because a second one, if it can show up right here, this will be the perfect moment to answer that entire board right here. Before, Purple Hybrid is incredibly weak and susceptible to Mirage and the whole control board right here. Even whether it's Galaxy or the traditional blue build, not being able to do anything to answer the Mirage is a big weakness. But now, thanks to having Medieval Gallantmon, this would be a perfect moment to slap it down, pop one thing, suspend down the other, Vortex and swing, and an Alliance and finish it off as well. Would be really nice.
yeah. So let's see here. What purple hybrid can cook up if they do have that honestly, that would be like 5 for 5 on clairvoyance calls. Uh,
There are
but
options here. The alternative is looking to go into a Dustmon, just hard evoing on top of Gabu, and then finding a Valgur, and then having the Valgur check into security. And if it thankfully survives, thanks to Dustmon, it will have changed the Galga to purples, pop the Galga, and then Galga was purple, so then it will pop the Mirage to finish it off right there. They could go for a more of a slightly riskier play that way too. Looks like it's gonna go for Dustmon.
yep, so it looks like he is going to go for this line here. The question is now, does he have the Valgra in the trash or does he have it in hand? He does have that when attacking draw 1 trash 1 as well, so he could potentially set up here.
Yep, and it looks like the Galga is turning into purple from Dustmon's
Yep,
effect. And that's why, yeah, like you said, the Gabu is really nice because when you attack, you can draw in trash, and if you have the Valkyrie stuck in your hand, you can do it immediately that same turn. Trash first, and then use Dustmon's effect to Digivolve into the Valkyrie that you just pitched away.
yep. Let us see here what the line is here. Honestly, I think that would be the correct line. I think that is a little bit more safer. Not only do you get to clear the opponent's board, you also are getting to not only put like a big threat on board for the next turn as well. You're going, if you go into security, that's even better, and just hope that it lives. Because as soon as you go into Vagramon, we will be milling 3 here. It looks 2
Two,
here.
two,
Sorry,
two, yeah.
yeah. So we will be milling two. So basically, you'll be able to be a correct me if I'm wrong. That is a plus 3K for each, or
What
2K for each.
for the mills, right? Or is it you're
Yeah,
talking about the?
yeah,
Oh
for
yeah.
the mills,
So you get 1K per mill.
1K.
Yeah,
So it'd be up to a. Oh, he does end up getting it here. So yeah,
but yes,
that would
because
be
yeah.
a 9K swing into security, hoping that it survives. Even if it doesn't survive, that is okay as well. He can do some shenanigans. So yeah,
Belgrade is going to be at 11. I think they're just trying to do some memory check right here. Yes, that's correct. Because it looks like Purple Hybrid only had 11 cards in hand during that moment. So when it attacked, the Mirage tax kicks in, should only gain 2, so putting the opponent to 1. And if this check survives, oh, perfect. Now this is the moment
yep,
where you would delete the Galga and delete the Mirage.
yep, yep. And this is just going to be a full board clear here. And that combo is just so efficient.
Yep. And then you put the opponent back to 1 memory right here, and then it's like, okay, you don't have a lot to work with, so
And
try to rebuild again, and then maybe
I
next
guess
turn, yeah.
you pop a scramble, put a Lunamon back.
I think so. This would probably be the most ideal play to make, especially you don't have the memory setters. So then you're gonna have to use this to at least establish a body on the board so you can build off of it, or at least bounce something and gain some memory off of it, and sort of see what you can do and sort of work from there afterwards too.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
so
looks
a
like
lot of
committing to the Luna, draw into the Mirage by setting it back up with Scramble. And then the question is here, can the Galaxy player just take it slow, maybe try to build in the back a little bit? You know, there's no lethal on the board just yet. They still want security to work off of with and hard drops to Crescemon to stop that Velgamon from attacking. I wonder if they're missing a level 4, that's why they're not climbing the back, or if they're actually really playing carefully to make sure that I don't want that Velgamon to attack at all in the next turn.
hmm So here, as Purple Hybrid, I think the line here is kind of just set up for the following turn. Unfortunately, you really don't want to give your opponent too much to work with here. If you have removal potentially to get rid of this Crescemon here, just to make sure. Scramble is also still there as well. You know he has the Hexablow still. I believe that's what he added off of
Hmm.
the effect there of one of those scrambles. So yeah, very tough scenario here to be in. So
Oh, goes
yep.
for a
So
calling play.
yeah. So calling going to pop. What is he going to get back here? So getting a Ghazi back potentially, and then getting a
Ghazi and
Nidhogg as
Nidhogg.
well. So yep. So he's going to end up trashing something here. So he's going to end up trashing the Nidhogg to gain 2 memory here.
Along with QP, you can see the value you just get off of that. It's like, oh, I gain memory and I get to grab anything I want back from the trash.
Yep.
And now Dustmon gets to play out the Koichi, having a
Yep.
tamer
And then
setup.
so for 1 memory, not only did he get gain a tamer, but he also gained 2 memory. Oh,
Exactly.
Jack. Oh my days. Jack Raid Hoomst. Hammer
Who needs
Spark
Jack Raid
Hoomst.
though?
All right. Oh my days, so much value on that. Plus, he gets to draw 1, trash 1. So it's basically he like he just said, all right, just give me a card, please. Just give me a memory. Give me 2 memory and a card. Thank you very much. So here
Ooh,
we're gonna see
Louis
the
push.
Louis. Oh baby, Louis gonna tap. So Uko effect first. And he does have the option of tapping that Louis as well to be able to gain that memory because a Digimon was brought out from the erasing area. So this is how you circumvent that Crescimon. That Crescimon did absolutely nothing, to be quite frank with you.
T-Mac, do
So
you happen to remember if they grabbed the Genkaku promo?
the Genkaku promote, I believe he did because we did talk about it a little bit there.
Then
So
here's the combo.
he might actually be able to go for it, I think.
Ukomon does get deleted, trash a card offhand,
Yeah.
gain a
So gonna
memory.
trash.
And if he has a Genkaku promote, even though the Koichi was played this turn, all they have to do is Digivolve into Dusk,
Yep,
then
I'm
go
pretty
into.
sure.
Oh no, never
Oh,
mind.
did he
Okay.
not grab it?
I
Or
don't
was
think
that
so
the
then.
previous
Maybe.
or was that the previous game that we saw?
Oh, now that you mention, I completely forgot to be honest. But yeah, that's that.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Forget
Yeah.
what I said.
I think that might have been the previous game. I just think he doesn't have the promote. So Double Ghazi here is definitely a play of all time. I can tell you that much. So now
Hmm.
that Double Ghazi not only kind of hampers the plays because now that Lunamon can't tuck itself under to be able to do your cheeky shenanigans. And now it's kind of the wondering of do you have because we know the Mirage is going to come down, and that's why you see the hybrid player is fanning out his hand. He does currently have what looks like 8 cards in hand, so that is going to be a 2 member gain
Yeah.
for the Evo, for the Mirage, and now the Lunamon is turned off. That's why he ended up doing that because he knew for a fact that is honestly, I'm going to be real with you, that is a very grimy line. Just because now the Galaxy player has to think Ghazi's on board, so no memory gain at all.
Mhm.
So even if he hard evos here into Mirage, he won't gain any memory and pass it over, and the 2 swings are going to be on board.
Yep.
That is disgusting.
Yep. Some of you guys might be thinking, oh, wouldn't it make more sense just to put the opponent at one because there's no memory setter, but by having to double Ghazi, knowing that information that there's Mirage, because this Galgamon is not going to gain that memory, you can push out the Lunamon and try to climb another one. The answer is like, oh, can you get into a Flareon to delete the Ghazi first? But if you go into Flareon, chances are you're going to be passing turn. And then if you don't
Yep.
go into Flareon, as long as there are 2 Ghazis on the board, you're not going to be able to keep your turn anymore at this point.
Yep. So it's going to be Flaremon to Evo in to go to 1, and then even if you were to go into the Mirage to bounce, your opponent only you won't be gaining 2 memories, so you're going to put your opponent to 1 anyways, and then it would just be a swing for game here. So Uko is also in the back as well, so Uko is going to be able to come out and swing for game, and man, promo Uko still being a menace, bro. Ukomon is just like super strong. We see like just the utilization between the Louis and the Ukomon. I don't know if bro, there was just so much value. Not only was he able to get value off of that calling of darkness, being able to say, I know my Velgramon can attack, so I'm gonna delete it. Gain the Nidhogg back, use all the effects, gain all of that memory, bring back the Ghazi, and
There
it's
we
just like,
go.
yeah,
There we
there
go,
you
T-Mac. This is the
that's
Hexablow, and I'm going to show you how Hexablow saves Galaxy here.
yeah.
Because there's, first of all, this Hexablow strips sources, and then if there's no Digimon with sources on the board, you bomb that Tamer that your opponent has, getting rid of that Koichi, so no hybrid for
Mhm,
you next turn. And here
mhm.
is that nothing on the board can actually finish him off. Because Hexablow has an opponent's turn effect that none of your opponent's Digimon with equal or less sources than
Yeah.
Hexablow can suspend.
That that very key thing here, equal, because Ukomon would be able to be pushed out and swing in normal circumstances if he went into that the Mirage. But because it says equal, poor unfortunate Ukomon won't be able to swing. But what could also happen here as well, not out of the ordinary, is if he does push that Ukomon, he will be able to gain the memory not only off of Uko, but he will also be able to gain the memory off of Louis as well, and potentially he could Evo Ghazi up. into the stack so he has enough sources to be able to swing. But that's a matter of does he have it?
Now the tricky part of that is you're gonna need a lot more memory than that because most of your level fours cost 3, if not 4 to evo. So
Yeah.
assuming if they're gonna go try to evo into Dustmon, Dustmon's gonna cost 3. So they're gonna have to digivolve one more time
Yep.
to find a way to
It's a
finish that off.
yep. And I just want to double check on. Remind me, Avo. So when you swing with the Dustmon, what is the stipulation for the Evo? Does it have to have a tamer under?
That's a very good question. It's actually a lot simpler where all you have to do is when attacking, one of your Digimon or Tamers may Digivolve into a level 4 with hybrid trait in the trash with the Digivolution cost reduced by 1. So you don't need to have anything underneath it. As long as Dustmon is attacking, you can choose to Evo any of your Digimon into a level 4 hybrid or Tamer too.
Okay.
Yeah, so a very uncommon play that people could actually pull off is actually they would swing with Dustmon, not evil into the Velgar, but they can evil into another Dustmon that on another spare tamer that they have on the side if they want to like
Hmm.
be memory efficient in that way kind of sense, which can come up rarely. Sometimes it is quite a clutch play depending on the specific situation. But yeah, Dustmon can just simply swing, and then as soon as it swings, it can get the evil. But it looks like they have to pass a turn, playing down a mat, grabbing what they need here, and then giving the turn back to Galaxy and see how they respond.
Yep, but Galaxy is still only at one memory. One memory, no potential memory gain. This Hexablau is putting in some work here, stalling out this game. But even if uh, Galaxy still has a lot of work to do, because remember, Purple Hybrid is up by one. We have about just 8 minutes left into the round. So even if you can clutch out a game three here by some miraculous way, right? Um, you will have to go into that final game. But Purple Hybrid, you have to be able to they all they have to do is be able to go up into the line. And for unfortunately for the Galaxy player, is they don't have a line where they can win here because it looks like they're missing pieces, and also for the fact of they can't gain any memory here.
So the
So,
other way
uh,
they can play it is if the Galaxy player does run Gabu Bond Ace. Have you seen that card yet, T Mac?
no, we haven't, but I do have it pulled up here just in case
It is a
we
possible
know
card to
that.
be running in this deck, potentially.
Yep. So that card says on play and when digivolving, you get to return two of your opponent's Digimon with as many as fewer Digivolution cards, um, and put them to the bottom of the deck. So if he does have it here, he could on play boom, return double Ghazi, and then and say to my opponent, I hope you have the full line here. But giving potentially 7 memory on that is really, really rough. But let's say, for example, actually, would that matter? Actually, yes, it would because the attack would go. He would swing with the attack, and then he would digivolve into the 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 ace, and then the ace effect would go off, so he wouldn't actually get the swing. That would be so cheeky.
Yeah, but there are 3 bodies, so the ace,
Yeah.
like countering at the ace timing, wouldn't really help just because Uko and Tugazis, Gobble Ace can only bomb like 2 bodies. So there is that situation here. I think he's thinking really hard to see if he wants to maybe swing first for 2 checks, but it is 12k. Hexablau doesn't have jamming, so it could get deleted in security, and then basically you would lose your only card that kind of keeps you in the game there.
Yeah. So what cards potentially here? And there's also the ever looming threat. We've talked about it a few times. Rivals Barrage, always a card that you kind of have to worry about as well.
That is correct.
So really, really tough here predicament for our player here on the Galaxy side. Yep, and
Ooh,
just gonna
Flare.
hard play the flare. So he will get the on play, being able to pop one of those Gazis. He still is under the protection of the the Hexablow, but if the purple hybrid player does have the full line here, he can just go full line potentially. So yeah, so here we're gonna see the Duskmon Evo gonna draw for the Digivolution, and then if he has the line, yep, looks like here, boom,
Now I wonder which color, which Digimon changed. Oh, looks like that's it.
yep, that looks like the GG. That is wow, what a game. Hexablow almost putting in work. It seems like the purple hybrid player was looking for the Gallantmon there. Because I don't know why he was looking for the Gallantmon, because the Gallantmon wouldn't have been able to swing, but he possibly could have popped something potentially. But yeah, whew, purple hybrid still doing purple hybrid shenanigans. So we have one more round, ladies and gentlemen. So purple hybrid ends up taking it there, going into the final round undefeated, almost there, almost at the pinnacle of Ulti Cup. And hey man, we talked about it. We said that it's a good deck. Um, hopefully it's not a mirror. That would be very very sad. But let's see what happens in this final round here. So that is going to conclude our round number 7. So guys, we are going to take a little break here. I'm going to go get some water myself and probably use the washroom. And Evolt is going to take a little break as well, get rehydrated for our final round today, round number 8. This will decide who is our champion for the Ulti Cup today. And looking forward to it. Also, want to give shout outs to Carta Magica for hosting the tournament today as well, and making sure we are the your streamer guys for today as well. So shout outs to them. Anyways, enough rambling from me. Off to round number 8 we
Oh
go. Make
yes,
sure you guys.
one more thing though. Sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. But you guys remember, signups for Niagara Regionals is going to be live tomorrow at 12 p.m. EST, I believe.
Yes.
And the Niagara
Yes.
Regionals will be hosted in Niagara, of course. And the date of that is May 17th on a Saturday. Round one starts at 10 a.m., I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes. So make sure you guys, if thank you, Avo, for bringing that up as well. Make sure you guys, if you guys want to see us in person, because we're going to be there for sure, and you want to get your chance at an invite for Nats this year, make sure you guys are ready for those signups tomorrow, because I also have to be ready for those signups as well, because I got to be pinging my boys to make sure they can get in for those events as well. So that being said, we're going to take a little break here. I'm going to go get some water. Abel's going to get some water. You go get some water. Make sure you stay hydrated, stay easy, stay warm, and we'll be back in a little bit for round number 8. All right, ladies and gentlemen, round number 8. You guys have been here with us for 8 rounds. So shout outs to you guys. And then there's the virtual fish bump from our players. And we got um, Purple Hybrid versus Imperial. So we've seen both decks here today doing really well. Um, and yep, I believe we've seen this exact matchup, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we know what both decks are trying to do, so we don't have to talk too much. And here we see the tried and true Imperial strategy, where they are able to drop that Vmon into the back line, and then also Evo in hard play the Ken and Davis, so they are set up for full combo. And then we have the purple hybrid parade here with the Ukomon, evoing into the Ukomon, and also getting that memory boost online and just passing it back over. So not giving Imperial any chance of being able to generate value here. So here we're going to see the Davis Ken effect being able to hard slam that Vmon, and is going to end up picking up what looks like that Pyldramon there. And then what is going to be the follow-up play here, because that Digimon will get bounced unless it gets there is a DNA here. So maybe what he can do is he can Evo here for 2, and then just hard play a Stingmon, putting opponent to 2, gonna be putting to 1, and then going into the Pyldramon, being able to tap the Davison Ken, going into the Pyldramon, holding the turn. So this is gonna be 2 swings here, 1 with jamming, and we'll be able to draw a card off of this as well. So that
Ooh,
is
there
gonna
goes the
hit
mat.
into a mat. You definitely don't want to see that now, because you are probably wanted to choke your opponent. So this is going to be another swing here, and that's going to be hitting into a Gabu. So he is chilling, and the question is how much you want to put your opponent to 3 anyway. So you're just probably going to hard play something here. So this is going to go into the Vmon to get another search here, and then that is going to be the Imperial Dramon Dragon mode to hand, and then the rest to the bottom of the deck. And unfortunately, hitting that Tamer there. So Ukomon is going to promote here classic Ukomon shenanigans. Looking at top 3, I'm going to add either a Digimon or Tamer, so 2 targets here. If he has the Nidhogg already in hand, he doesn't need to do anything. Um, or if he has the uh, he like I said, if he has the Nidhogg, he can get the Koichi and then set up for the Koichi plays here. Um, Very difficult decision. So it seems like he has neither of the 2, so he has to just decide which one he wants to grab here. Looks like he's gonna grab the Nidhogg and put the Koichi and the uh, Jackraid to the bottom there. So here he's gonna evo into Sayakomon here, and then now this Ugo is gonna come in and swing for a measly 2K at life, hoping that it does die, so he can use the effect, and it will definitely be dying for sure. I don't know which card that is, but
That's the fighter mode ace, and that is the
yeah,
chase version of that card
yep.
from BT16.
So it looks like it's a big max rarity here, and it will be Uko going bye bye and being able to gain memory here by using that QP1 effect to trash one card. So here we're going to see the Evo going into the Duskmon. We've seen this all day, ladies and gentlemen. So I don't need too much talking here about this. Going to change the color of that Vmon to, let's say, I would assume purple, and then is going to go into the Vagramon and going down to 0 memory here. And then this is probably going to be a swing at some point here. So this is going to be a mill 3 because we have 3 colors currently sitting on board here. And then is going to probably do this tried and true shenanigans play. Um,
So there's a decision that the purple hybrid could make right here is whether if they want to go attack right into the Pyodramon, knowing that because that's one way to play around partition. The Velgar is at 13k, so it is big enough. So then by deleting by battle, that would be the way to go. The only risk factor is whether if they have a fighter mode ace in their hand to counter that attack at this moment, because otherwise then you would try to attack security, pop the Vmon, and then pop the Pyo, but there will be the partition which will come out here.
yeah. So just deciding where he wants to go here.
It looks like it is the swing over the Pyojamon. I think the first Uko check was to sort of gauge to see if they might have the ace, and the fact that the fighter mode ace was checked in that first check helps give you a better idea where, like, okay, the chances are a little bit lower now, and it is this early in the game, so I could gamble the fact that you don't have the fighter mode ace. So now at the end of attack, delete myself to delete your Vmon, cycle for the loop, play the map back, and now I get to choose what I want to grab, whether I can grab the purple memory boost or I can grab a Dustmon if I need to, and find a way to put them at 1, because afterwards getting purple memory boost would be nice here because they can pop it, gain the 2, play it another purple memory boost, play the other purple memory boost, and pass them perfectly at 1 without much to work with afterwards.
That is correct. So yeah, gonna go up to 2 here, and it looks like that's exactly what's gonna happen. And just cycling out purple memory boost. You usually never see this happen just because it's at quote unquote negative value. But here, able to get that Gazimon that we saw put in so much work last game.
That is
Just
definitely some
very overall.
choices, because the Argomon is actually somewhat considerable as well, because it shuts off the suspending effect of like Davis and Ken to gain that memory, because a lot of the combos revolve on, like, digivolving, passing the memory to your side, and then end of turn DNA, and then potentially, using the memory gain back with the tamer to keep their turn. But Gazi is definitely the more ideal one right here, just because the common combo is always XV with Sting, and both of them can gain memory from the BT12, and then Gazi would stop all of that altogether as well.
Yep. So definitely good call there from the purple hybrid player. So definitely going to be interesting to see how he plays around this here as Imperial, because you got to respect that. So you kind of have to go full combo here and hope.
There goes the Sting and XV both together, along with that's going to gain the memory back to 0, and then with Davis and Ken, they can gain additional 1 off of it as well, and then go for another aggressive barrage of attacks with Pyojamon, 2 swings potential, draw a ton of cards possibly. I think, yeah, because there's the promo Vmon. It looks like the Demi Vmon that also draws a card. Yep.
Yeah, this is going to be so much draw potential here right now, and this is going to be multi swings here. So this is definitely, and there's also the option as well that we've seen Imperial players do. We kind of waited out to see if they want to put one more in trash, just because Jackward plays exist as well. So you don't want to be giving your opponent that additional card inside in trash. Sorry, Union Arena getting me mixed up there. But so putting that additional 1 card into the trash, so that way they can do their Jackraid plays, or if they could potentially get
Ooh,
something.
here
So it
comes the
looks like an
HBD
HPD is going to come down
into
here,
dragon mode.
going old school dragon mode, being able to pop out 2 bodies here, and he may be actually going for game here. So
Potentially.
uh, he's going to digivolve into another Pail.
Hit. Ooh, finding another mat right here in security, being able to grasp something back, anything of choice, essentially. Nidhogg looks like he's considering.
And
And the
honestly, this clapback turn could be pretty grimy as well. If Purple Hybrid has the full line, which 95% of the times that we've seen today, they do have the full line as well. And then maybe even just sitting on just a big stack here would probably be good as well. So yeah, it looks like another swing is going to come in here.
oh, another mat.
Another mat. Okay, so we have the line, boys. So this clapback is going to be pretty grimy for sure. And then going down to 0 though, this kind of forces Purple Hybrid just to have it here.
Which dragon mode is it going to be? Oh, Hexablow.
And then just going to Evo into the Hectablow and say, hey, it doesn't matter. It
That
does
is
not matter at
exactly
all.
why Imperial is really strong against Purple Hybrid, because in this situation, Purple Hybrid is like, I can't do my Dustmon combo anymore. I need to get rid of, I need to deal with that Hexabloumon first. But if I deal with that Hexabloumon, if I try to remove it, partition plays the bodies back out, and likely you're going to use Rival's Barrage in this case, and you're passing turn. So that is not a
Hmm.
go play there. And not to mention, there is still a potential fighter mode ace that you have to think of and deal with. So going into Dustmon here, changing color to something. I wonder what they're going to go for here. Looks like they might go for Hexablow. Purple Memory Boost. Are they going to be able to evo into Velgar? They can't swing with the Dustmon, keep in mind.
Hmm.
This is what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to hard evo into Velgar. And then, do they have a Dustmon to evo?
Yeah, but we were talking about this earlier. If the niche case scenario came up where you would have to evo over the Vagramon again, and then hopefully have another one to be able to do that swing, and then being able to pop, he would actually get two bodies here if he's able to. But there's also Paladin Ace that
Here
we're
it
gonna have to
comes.
worry about as well.
That is
And
correct.
yeah, it looks like this is going to be another Dustmon. And now, does he have the line? Is the question.
Now, I'm not sure if we know there's a Velgramon in the trash already, but if there is, then the Dustmon can go freely attack and try to attempt to swing over the Hexablow at this point because it has more sources than it does. It's going to beat it with over Ice Clad 2, and at the end of attack, it can actually pop the Dragon Mode that's suspended, where there's no partition that's going to happen either because there's no more
Yep.
level 4 sources underneath it.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
But you guys can see here, it's actually very, very specific. And for Purple Hybrid to have these combo pieces to climb up and actually try to even have a chance to actually remove this board, which is really, really tough. Going for the attack.
Does he have it in the trash?
There is the Valgur. We get to see it right there. And also
Yep.
keep in
So here,
mind, yeah,
this is also another mill 3 as well. So
yes. So
this is
that is
gonna
a
be the second
Dash.
one.
Yeah. Oh, it was Mill 4 this time because it was Dustmon twice.
But
So
yeah,
two different
yeah,
colors. So now it's gained a total of 8k here plus the 6k from before. So Velgramon is massive in DP.
yep. So end up going into. You would have to go into the Hexablow here, and then just using the end of turn effect
And it looks like there is
to.
no ace play there because if there was the ace, it would have been dropped down that moment. Bottom
Yep.
deck that Velgramon. End of attack. Delete itself to delete that dragon mode off the board.
So very strong play here from Purple Hybrid, just being able to do all of that and going into 4 different evos. And it's quite funny that we're still in this position here where Purple Hybrid at 0 life is still able to hold on and fight it out. And that's just going to show the resiliency of this deck, is that even at 0 life with barely a board, they can really deal with opponents' board here. And both of those mats are also still very much live as well.
That is correct. And now with Dustmon, Double Inheritable plays two Tamers, with one of them being the BT7 Koichi, potentially drawing and trashing a Nidhogg to gain one more, and then the mat. If there's another Dustmon, then the play can be repeated again already.
Yep,
Yep, so the
just
dragon mode is
gonna
gone.
say that. And now
Oh,
Purple Hybrid can, now that the board is clear, um, Imperial is on the back foot now, so Purple
Gazi to
Hybrid can do
choke.
it again. And yep, and just Gazi. Oh, that's so grimy. We see the Purple Hybrid player here. We saw him last round as well. Just using that Gazi just to hold advantage. No shenanigans at all. And Wormline's going to come down off of this effect here, going to end up having to pick something here. This looks like it's max rarity Imperial. We see quite a few people with this here today. So going to end up getting the Tamer and the it looked like, I believe it was a dragon mode. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then just going to go into XV here and choke at one, but he does have those double mats. Going to gain back that memory by tapping the tamer, and maybe some shenanigans can be had here if he can hard play a Stingmon. And then, yep, and then going into the full line, going into the Payil, being able to bottom deck the Gazi as well, going to give the purple hybrid player 4 memory to work with here. And there's a Rivals Barrage, so full combo can happen here.
Oh, there
And
there goes the question. How many cards left in deck?
yep, oh baby,
One, two, three, four. I think that's
six,
six.
six.
Ooh.
That's easy work, easy work.
So here's the thing: when it comes to the Imperial matchup, the other again, another way to win. Of course, this one doesn't have the Merva combo to mill. Milling is one way to win, but the thing is, like the fact that Davis and Ken are dual color tamers, it gives additional milling, which feeds into that purple hybrid, which is really juicy because also like Power Dramon, most cards in the top end are double colors. So
Mm-hmm.
then it's very easy to mill them out as an alternative. And if you're Imperial player, if you're constantly attacking and drawing too much in the early stages, this is the punishment you'll get.
Yep, and yeah, and as we see here, Rivals Barrage is there as well. So just a simple pop and being able to say, hey, I'm going into another line, especially if you have the Dustmon in hand, you can just recycle the Vagramon. And imagine being at 0 life and still having a fighting chance here. And 6 doesn't seem like a lot, honestly. So this Duskmon here is going to get changed. It's going to change the color here. So this is going to be a swing, and this is going to be able to go into that Vagramon. And this is going to be a mill uh,
B.
3, I believe. So putting the Imperial down to 3 cards left in deck, and Rivals Barrage again setting up for that. If he has one more Duskmon, he just has the game here. So the check is going to be a 1K. He can.
There's also
Um,
no partition on that stack, so there is an option to go ahead and delete itself to get rid of that Pyrogramon too.
yep, that is an option as well. Yep, and then there's the other Dustmon. But yeah, I know he has another Vagramon because he was able to double go into that Vagramon earlier, and then yep, that is going to be another swing, and that is going to be the game for Purple Hybrid. So
What a
Purple
crazy
Hybrid,
comeback, right?
yeah, bro, what? And that's the resiliency, man. Just being able to like clear the board because like Imperial had it there. They had it, but the problem was um not having that Imperial Ace there and just giving Purple Hybrid the chance just to say, hey, I have a turn to clear board. That's all I need. I can just go full clear aggro, don't have to worry about anything. And I'm just going to clear your board and deal with your stuff. If you don't have a way to go back up into that line fast enough, if you're not playing the hybrid mirror, you cannot keep up with me. And that's pretty much what we saw there. Um, wasn't able to get any extension plays. And that's the thing with this purple hybrid player that we've seen. He's using those Gazis efficiently to be able to choke his opponent, not only choking them to one, but choking their plays as well, not being able to go into the tried and true Imperial play where he could gain that memory and being able to deal with it. Just forcing the Imperial player to deal with that Gazi is just so taxing for them as well. So very that's if you guys are playing purple hybrid, you need to watch these games because this is how you play purple hybrid. I don't know, but hey man, that was game one. So let's see game two here. Imperial, definitely I think you take the first away from them, put them on the back foot, making them having to deal with your board. You set up your shenanigans and then just do the same thing that Imperial has been doing all day, and just pressuring them because we've seen this matchup, and this matchup can go either way. Uh, it's just a race to see who gets there.
Gotta say, TMac, you asked me earlier what are the decks that I hope to win, and both of them are here in the
And both
end.
of them are here, bro. It's my Bloom Lord, bro. Unfortunately, Bloom Lord didn't get there, but that is okay. I'm just really happy to see the masterclass that is going on here with this purple hybrid because, like, I know a lot of people are being like, "Oh, purple purple hybrid Z, but like the deck still has like those intricate lines. It's not like previous decks that were just put on helmet go, right? You have to know what your opponent's deck is doing and where you need to kind of choke them out. And using the floodgate such as a Gazimon to be able to do that is just really, really solid. So here we see Imperial, tried and true turn one Imperial play. You play Rookie in the back, you play Tamer, you push out. It doesn't look like there was an effect there.
Oh,
Uh,
looks like nothing to play.
yeah, unfortunate there, but looks like that's going to be an evo into the XVmon. So if he has the Stingmon here, what we usually see is we see them just raw play the Stingmon here. He could,
Oh, there
yeah,
we go.
yep. So is going to play this here for 3. Going to use the effect to DNA.
To the old pile.
Yep, and then this is going to be 2 checks. This is also going to bottom deck that Siako as well, and this is going to be 2 checks here. So this is looking really similar to game 1 here, and hitting the Koichi this time and not the mat. Thank heavens, not the mat, because now
Will there be a Nidhogg trash taking the turn
if there's a
away?
that is
Oh, there is.
hilarious. The call out, so putting him to 1, unfortunate. Um, but yeah, so now this is just going to be an Uko push. Uko is going to use its effect to do shenanigans, and this could be potentially full combo here again, depending on what is in. Depending on what, no, it wouldn't be full combo just because he's not at 2. He's unfortunately only at 1. But this Uko egg is going to hatch here, and then maybe if and he can't even do the shenanigans because that egg under the Ukomon is the
Demimera.
Demimera,
That is correct.
unless he has another Nidhogg in hand that he can trash. So yeah, this Ukomon will die here. So this will be a draw 1 trash 1. And does he have another Nidhogg here potentially? If he does, he can see shenanigans.
Oh,
He has the second Nidhogg. That's crazy.
now for
So
the
yeah,
question
good.
is, will there be a Velgramon? There needs to be a Velgramon somewhere in order to pull it off, because this is incredibly juicy at the moment, right? Get rid of that Pyrogemon. Get rid of it. There's no partition. If I can actually... Oh, no, never mind.
Nope, no shenanigans this time. He didn't have it this so much, but that's okay though. Next turn can also be potentially douchey, but the problem is here, he is potentially taking 1 to 2 damage here from this Pyldramon.
Yes.
Pyldramon is still putting in work, and Imperial is setting up here. So it's looking pretty dicey right now. And depending on what Imperial has in hand, we just saw the full combo there. Being able to go from this position here to doing the whole line is definitely a possibility. So here we could probably see a swing with jamming. Yep, and it is going to draw a card as well. So getting in that one check. So going down to 3 life now. So Imperial, what they can do here is uh, Evo in the back, get that draw, Evo into the either the Sting or the XV, and then proceed with more shenanigans. So there's plenty of work to be done here.
What would be really good here is if there was Dragon Mode, the BT16 one. Evo on top of the pile, spend down that mat so it can't use the mat or the Koichi to stop a potential hybrid play next turn. But oh, here it comes down, I believe. Oh, that's a mental training.
Mental training. So just going to be able to search that top 2 there for a blue card. So you can add either or. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the one. Any of those cards are what you want to see right here. Actually, that's not the worst. He could get the return to progenitor, but no, he's not going to go for the progenitor. He's just going to go for the Pyldramon, because what he could have done as well is he could have went for the progenitor, played the progenitor, and then potentially have shenanigans if if the purple hybrid player was going to try something. So just going to put to 4 here. This is definitely not the turn that you would want. Putting your opponent to 4, especially on purple hybrid here, that is a little bit dangerous. That Gabumon is also going to gain a memory as well.
It may not be too bad, actually, because if the purple hybrid player can't finish this particular turn and go for a lot of hits and clear the board, that gives Imperial the next turn to go for a huge clapback. Double Davis Ken, right? Double rookies are going to be played, and then combo and combo and swing and swing. That is enough to go for lethal against Purple Hybrid as well.
But yes, we did see, don't forget now, we did see last game. It was a very similar position here. Where the this was almost the exact board state, but the only difference was this Gabumon was an Ukomon, and he basically was able to do this same full combo here. So what he could potentially do here is, yep, he's gonna just hard Evo here for 1.
It's going to be a mill 3.
Yep. Unfortunate on that mill. 2 Tamers is never what you want to see, plus a Jack Raid. Definitely not what you want to see.
Do
So
you
here,
have
this
the
is going.
ace? Oh, okay.
Nope.
Not attacking over
Mm-mm.
pile, so it's just attacking for security.
Yep.
End of
So
attack.
he is. Yep. So end of attack.
Deleting itself, which will end up
Yep.
deleting the Vmon.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where do we go from here? Maybe go for security with Gabu, have it deleted,
Mm-hmm.
trash one to gain a memory, go into Dustmon on top of Koichi, repeat that combo again.
Yep. Just go full combo again. HPD added to hand. So now, seeing the HPD there, you kind of have to go for it because you don't want to get HPD'd into Dragon mode and doing all types of nonsense next turn.
But that's unfortunate
So,
because the Galbumon didn't get deleted. There's no QPmon to trash to gain a memory, and
yep.
now they're left with a Pyodramon that they're gonna have to deal with, which
Yep.
is gonna take them out the next following turn. So
yeah, I think this is Imperial's game to lose here. Just because that Goblin one. Ooh, okay. Putting him into 1. No memory gain shenanigans there. But still, there is a wisdom training there. Yeah, so just making sure they have the accurate check there. So, yep, gonna put him to 2, and this is not where you want to be. So there's gonna be some effects here that are gonna be going off. There is wisdom training in the back there, plus double tamer. This is almost like I said, this is Imperial's game to lose here. I think is there any real out here? Maybe if he goes for the swings, a rivals barrage, maybe to kind of ease it out. But I think it's pretty much gonna be game here.
keep in mind there is the Jack race to play around as well. So these are the two biggest calculations that you need to make when you're going against the purple hybrid. Are there any rookies to play?
That is the
But it
other
looks like
thing.
no.
No rookies. That's unfortunate.
It goes into XV, drops the stain one for 3.
Yep.
End of turn.
DNA.
DNA. No gain off XV though. But at least this will gain 2 off the Davis Kens.
Yep.
Taking away out the sources. Yep.
This could be potentially game here because this is going to be 4 swings for sure. So it looks like what he's going to do here is pierce over this. But there's the rivals barrage.
What did we say? What did we say?
We call that. What we did say it. So it's an interesting decision on what he wants to do here.
Because you might want to go for the one that has partition, but although partition will play out of 2 bodies, if they're able to DNA again, it's over. If you pop the one without partition, there's going to be 2 swings on the partition stack as well.
Yeah, so you're just hoping right here your opponent doesn't have another one to go into.
Uh-oh.
But he does.
Swing over the Ghazi. Yep.
Yep. Maybe.
Oh.
No. Yeah. And then there's the swing there.
Oh.
So going into game 3.
Comeback.
That was a good comeback.
That was a good comeback.
And we see there in that scenario, just unfortunately for Purple Hybrid there, Imperial saw the crazy. This is the first time I've ever seen an Imperial game where 2 Davison Kens have been on board with nothing to play off of them.
Sometimes it'd be like that where, that deck is very piece reliant at the end of the day. Like you exhaust a lot of your rookies early, and if you don't find additional rookies later on, then yeah, you got nothing to play.
Yeah, very unfortunate there, but good on Imperial for rallying back in there. And we're going to our game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, T
So
Mac,
final.
who do you have your monies on?
Uh, okay, I don't like the fact that I'm about to say this, but I'm cheering for Purple Hybrid just because that game 1 was really technical. I like decks that do that, that have the versatility not only to be able to rally back from 1 life or no life and just being able to steamroll your opponent. I just love decks like that, and that's why I'm going to cheer for Purple Hybrid.
All right.
What about you?
I'm gonna put it on Imperial. Just to go against you.
Just a bit, yeah, okay. So, guys, let us know, who do you want to win? Purple Hybrid, Imperial, the two titans of the current format right now. And man, okay, so versatility wise, love Purple Hybrid. I love being able to do that, being able to just say, hey, man, lines. And they're never counted out. Imperial, maybe it's because I did that 10 rounds for the last regional, but I just don't like Imperial is such a good deck, but sometimes it just can be like, ah, it's Imperial, not again. Don't want to deal with this. But
I mean, look how confident they are. They kept their starting hand and no need to mulligan.
yeah, so this should be a good game here. Um, so unfortunately, no rookie on the side of Purple Hybrid, but gonna be able to choke to 2 here against Imperial. So what you're probably gonna see here is gonna be going into the rookie, and then
Davis
tried
Ken,
and
there
true.
we go.
Tried and true.
Setup is
Never
complete.
fails. Never fails. Always happens. They always have it, guys. But yep. So here we're gonna see a purple memory boost. So setting up here. Unfortunately, can't get the Uko. Has to get the promote here. And
And
just
the
thinking
mat's
here,
being
and that's
bottom deck too. It's
that's
big.
double mat. Oof. Yeah, so not looking good here on the side of the purple hybrid player here. No rookies yet, no Ukomons, having to bottom deck an Ukomon and double mat as well. So
Comes the
looking
search
pretty
with
sticky.
Worm.
And then you have over here, you have Imperial just doing Imperial shenanigans. You know what I think it is, Evolt? I think it's every time I'm on comms, Imperial is just bound to win. So maybe it's just the curse of T-Mag. If you, the guys, if you ever hear T-Max commentating, just make sure you play Imperial. But
Oh,
here we're gonna
Davis.
see, hey, yep, tried and true Davis gonna end up adding 2 cards here. So gonna end that beautiful Hydramon and the Pyildramon here. So not only will he be set to 3 next turn as well, he will have the full combo potentially coming down as well.
That's the confidence, which is
And,
good because there's no Velgramon in trash. That means it's
yep,
asking you, hey, are you going to Digimon Dustmon right here and Digivolve into a Velgramon on your hand? I'm okay with that.
yep,
You can go ahead and do it. You pop my Wormmon. That means I'm confident enough to go for a DNA play the next turn. And now you cannot choke me anymore. So you're going to have to find a
yep,
way to cycle yourself. And I don't mind if you start going into that combo because then I'm going to clap back hard with you with the DNAs later.
yep. And it seems like that's what's gonna happen here. So finally end up getting a rookie there in the back. Fortunately, it's the Gazimon. That's definitely not one you really want to Evo into. So here the swing
Ooh,
is gonna come. It's gonna be an
HPD.
HPD to hand. Oh man, we're gonna see some HPD shenanigans potentially here as well. So this Velgramon is gonna do its shenanigans. Wormmon will get popped here. Matt is gonna be coming back here, so this will be a memory sitter being able to get a Digimon back from trash. So he is going to add the Dustman back to hand, and then just gonna slam down this Koichi, putting the Imperial player down to 3 where the Davis is. So beautiful, beautiful stuff here. So both players are in a comfy position, and now we're probably going to see a full combo here. So this is what Imperial has to do. Like we said earlier,
Oh,
this is
no
a
starter
great.
main play.
Ooh, yeah. So maybe not full combo. And then just gonna hard slam this here. Gonna DNA. This is gonna be a gain of 2 memory, and then he's gonna tap the Davis Ken to gain the 1 memory as well.
No
Which
partition
is
either.
hard. No, this isn't a partition. This is just the vanilla Paildramon. So he's just gonna have to go for the swing here. I believe this is the strip 3 Paildramon.
No,
Yeah.
this is still the starter deck one. It's a different artwork.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
it's the one that bottom decks the 6K.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, and swing on unsuspend. And this artwork, I believe it was from regionals 2 years ago. I like to say.
There's so many just weird alternates, bro. And I'm usually the player who's playing base rarity unless it's Bloomlord, which I like to max rarity.
Same,
But
same, same.
but yeah, so this is gonna be another swing here, gonna hit it into an Uko. And I believe I don't remember if that's the okay, so he's just gonna drop another Dave's Ken here, and pass it over on 4. So it makes me wonder if he has potentially another full combo next turn.
That's the tricky thing because now you have to make a decision. You want to keep that Gazi there, but you can't use that QPmon inherit effect. So to gain any more memory, which you
Yep.
do have the Koichi starter main, which is still not too bad, pitching away the Velgar. We know for sure there is a Dustmon. And then it's back to that same question again, TMac,
Mm-hmm.
asking the Imperial player, do you have an ace?
You have an ace. So will you do it here? All right. So here's the death one. You saw him trash the Velgramon. So the combo's here, and yep,
Going for it.
full Evo here. Yep, he's going for it. This is big. This is going to be mill 3,
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3.
13K Velgarmon.
13K.
Into
Is the ace
security.
there? Nope, the ace is not there. So this is going to be an enemy deletion.
Oh.
Goodbye to the stack.
Honestly, though, speaking back, even if there was the ace, there is insufficient memory for Purple Hybrid to play that mat again, grab the Dustmon, repeat the same combo on top of Koichi, and then delete the ace as well, as a matter of fact, to really get rid of it once and for all. So maybe
Mm-hmm.
the ace didn't matter too much here or not.
Yeah. So it's always something you kind of have to play around as well and just kind of respect overall. But yeah, maybe like you said, it maybe didn't really matter at the end of it. Ghazi's also still Ghazi's just chilling, bro, like a villain. That's the funny part here. So here we're gonna see the memory boost pop going up, and this is gonna be another Evo here. And now you just kind of have to you're pressing life total because unless and that's the tricky part here. Imperial didn't play anything off of the main effect last turn, so maybe he was just bluffing it to have another one here. Maybe he can actually go into it and oof, these mills have been tragic for Imperial, not only milling rookies, milling the aces as well. And here we see another Pyodramon hit here. So this is chilling. Going to use the end of effect, get back a Tamer as well, get back the Koichi, being able to draw one, trash one as well. Maybe trash a Nidhogg here.
Yeah, Nidhogg, play something for 3, play something for 3 again, pass the turn possibly. Nope.
No, so just
Just
going
going
to
for
trash a
purple.
purple memory boost here. And the question is, does he swing here with Ghazi?
Very tempting, but I think the best case is triple. It's kind
I
of a
mean,
hard decision here.
if he swings here with Ghazi, the line is here. He now doesn't have anything on board, but what can happen here, he can potentially go for game next turn. So yeah, so here is going to be the swing with Ghazi, just going into security. The Ghazi is going to die. He can then use the QPmon effect to gain one memory, and then possibly play the 4-cost Koichi, and then pretty much set up for next turn. So yeah, end up getting that one and then just play the 4-cost Koichi um, would probably be the best case scenario here. That way he can just set up for next turn. Going to
Oh,
use a
actually looking
Jack
for a
Raid, go to
play.
4. And then,
Oh, here comes the Gallon. How many cards in trash in total?
yep,
Quite likely
yep,
it can reach the 35 mark, so it's completely free.
yep. And does he have
Duskmon.
another last one?
Oh,
Oh, and the
Genkaku.
Ginkaku promotes! Oh, it came up. GG's to Purple Hybrid for
uh,
taking it. Bro, that feels great. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. Things like that. Who saw that coming? Like honestly, that was pretty much out of the woodwork. We were chilling here, being like, "Yeah, Imperial has another turn. Maybe there's a clapback. Maybe there's something." My man just said, "Nah, I don't got time for that, bro. Let me wrap this up. I got food to go get something, bro. That's crazy, bro."
Oh.
Oh my days. Purple Hybrid ends up taking it beautifully in a masterclass of how Purple Hybrid should be played. We've seen last round, we saw a very great game where he was just able to basically be very dominant in that matchup as well. But coming back here into that, going to that game 3 and just being like, hey, yeah, you got me on the first one there, but winning the double back to back and just saying, hey, I know what I'm doing. I know how to play this deck. Oh, bro, beautiful, beautiful gameplay there. I really like that. So, shout outs to a lot of you guys might know him in the community, but Crispy Juegos for taking it there on that purple hybrid masterclass of gameplay there. Very, very nice, very clean gameplay. Uh, but yeah, man, you called it. You called it, Evil. You said it. You said it out the rip, man. You said purple hybrid was going to be the one, and it is the one today.
Well, I did put my money on Imperial in the end, just because I was hoping for it to win something. It's been a little while for it, for sure. But close games, close
Yeah,
games.
bro, I really like. I'm very happy because not only did we get to see a masterclass in Purple Hybrid gameplay, we saw probably one of the best and most beautiful Bloomer players to ever I've ever seen personally. That was some clean stuff, right? It was just really, really solid and really, really good. I'm very happy that we were able to showcase just just the format overall on how versatile the format is and how like decks that we weren't expecting. We weren't expecting Dominimon to be very impactful. We weren't expecting to see all these like rogue or like tier 2 decks that a lot of people say go against Purple Hybrid and go toe to toe with them. And a lot of the games, except for maybe one or two of them, were really, really close, coming down to that last few security, and just overall doing really, really well. So it was definitely a very, very overall solid tournament. So so kudos to everybody who played today. Honestly, it was so nice, and it's always nice coming back home, I would say, to Digimon, because everybody who knows me in the Bandai scene knows I started with Digimon back in 2020. So it's always nice coming back and reflecting and seeing all the new stuff that's going on. I love Digimon, and it's always a pleasure interacting with the community and doing all that type of stuff as well. Um, so Avault, man, Purple Hybrid, man. What a deck. What a deck.
That's mon OP.
So strong, bro. So strong.
Oh.
Um, but before we wrap up here, guys, so the first thing we got to talk about is Abel mentioned it a little bit earlier. Is if you guys don't know, tomorrow, 12 p.m. EST, for all the regionals and stuff that are going to be happening, make sure you guys go on to Bandai TCG Plus and sign up for those. Those, you guys know how this goes already. They are going to be filling up fast. The last time we had a regional in Niagara, it sold out very, very quickly. So make sure you guys are signing up for that. Myself is going to be there for sure. Avo is going to be there. All the Digimon guys in the community that you know and love are going to be there as well. So make sure you guys are there. Also, if you play any other Bandai games, make sure you guys sign up for those as well, because it's going to be a pretty big bonanza down in Niagara. So make sure you guys are coming through for that. Plus, you know what else we're going to have during then as well? More than likely, we're going to have the big 2.0 update. We're going to have do we get Worlds Convergence for that event? I don't remember if we do. I
Hey?
believe we do. Yeah. I believe we
Yes,
do.
we do. Because
Yeah.
BT21 comes out in April. So
Yeah.
we're gonna
So
have
we
a
are
good
going to
week or two or even 3 weeks to actually get ourselves familiar with that particular format. We should know what's coming. Let me double check if there's a potential EX set around that time.
Yep. So there's gonna be a lot of good Digimon that weekend. It's always a fun time. If you guys haven't been to one of these regional events in Niagara or just in general, make sure you guys attend, bro, because it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be a nice, good weekend of Bandai events, and it's always a fun time. Plenty of stuff to do around Niagara as well. So I always love going to these events and stuff like that. So before we wrap up, we also have to give shout outs to who is hosting today. As usual, we're giving shout outs to Carta Magica as well. They are the ones who are bringing these events to not only Canada, but just around the world in general. So make sure you guys are giving them some love. Make sure you guys subscribe if you haven't here already. And make sure to follow and all of that. And speaking of that, both myself and Avolt also have content channels as well on YouTube. If you look just down below here, you'll see all of our good details there. Avault is always on that Digimon grind, giving the meta updates and stuff like that, and also giving deck lists. I know for this event, I was watching a couple of his videos for the meta report and everything, so I knew what was going to be played going into this. So make sure you guys check out his stuff as well. Me, I'm on my Union Arena grind, but every now and again, I will flip back to different games and stuff like that. So if you guys do like that content, make sure you give me some love as well. Any closing remarks, Avolt, before we head on out of here?
Yeah, of course. Shout outs to the judges as well for helping out
Mm-hmm.
throughout the entire day. Give them a pat on
Yep.
the back. It's 8 long rounds. Thankfully, it wasn't 9, but
Yep. Yep.
here we are with 8. But yeah, just like TMac said, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in Niagara. Definitely. Make sure to sign up. Put it on your calendars right now. Alarms, phones. Really excited. BT21 coming up there. BT 2.5 coming out next week. And so good luck on all your pre-releases. Make sure to attend your pre-releases, support your local game store, open packs, have a good time. Looking forward to that set as well.
Yep, yep. So it's gonna be a good time next week. But that is gonna be it. So no dreaded 10 rounds today. Our winner was Crispy Juegos on that purple hybrid. So if you guys don't have that purple hybrid deck, make sure you guys go and get some stuff from your LGS, and make sure you guys get that stuff for next week once the new set releases. So once again, my name is T-Mac. This has been Avault. We have been your commentators for today for the Digimon Online Ultimate Cup, February 22nd, 2025, hosted by Carta Magica. So make sure you guys stay safe, stay easy, stay hydrated, and we will catch you in the next one.